Chapter 1322. I'm afraid this is the 20th talisman paper? Xiao Hua's expression was somewhat gloomy as he looked at the talisman paper. The thickness of the talisman paper was uneven, and the talisman characters were somewhat deformed. Xiao Hua was incomparably familiar with the talisman characters of the fireball talisman in his mind. He could draw it casually with his hand, but after using the talisman brush, it wasn't that he couldn't control his magic power, but the strength of the brush was different. No matter how he held the light talisman brush, it was simply like a colossal object that weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. He didn't know how to draw it again. Xiao Hua pondered. The talisman paper caught fire with a pung sound. Xiao Hua fiercely spat out a mouthful of saliva, threw the talisman brush on the ground, clapped his hand, and took out a high-grade talisman paper. Then he dipped his hand in talisman ink and flicked his fingers. In a short moment, the talisman characters of the fireball talisman took shape. Immediately after, a strange spell was cast. After casting the last spell and seeing that the fireball talisman was completed, Xiao Hua let out a long breath. It could be considered that he spat out the gloominess of failing to refine the fireball talisman 20 times with the talisman brush. It's really strange. This talisman paper was refined quite smoothly with the fingers. Why do others have to use a talisman brush to refine it? Oh, it should be drawn. How can a talisman brush be used to refine it? Xiao Hua was extremely puzzled. No wonder Senior Ma said that this talisman crafting method is very difficult. It can only be successfully refined many times. I only wasted 20 talisman papers. It's not much. Xiao Hua looked at the talisman brush on the ground and was too lazy to refine it again. To tell the truth, if anyone could refine a high-grade yellow talisman, who would rack their brains and painstakingly struggle to draw a low-grade yellow talisman? There's nothing I can do, nothing I can do. Xiao Hua muttered and took out the small booklet with the incomplete confinement talisman. This was the happiest thing for him today. Of course, he had to leave it for last to enjoy. Xiao Hua took out the booklet. This booklet was much thicker than the small booklet for the fireball talisman. There were also many more talisman characters inside. The annotations, explanations, and so on were all complete. Unfortunately, at the end of the booklet there were a few pages missing and it seemed very incomplete. Of course, this kind of imperfection was only for others. Xiao Hua didn't think so. He first roughly looked at it. Although Xiao Hua had never seen the runes of this confinement talisman before, it looked really complicated. It was more than a level more troublesome than the fireball talisman's runes. However, it was one thing for Xiao Hua to look at it, but moving it with his fingers was another thing. Xiao Hua read the runes of the imprisonment talisman several times, then closed the booklet and memorized the runes in his heart. While memorizing the runes, his fingers couldn't help but move. Not only one hand but the other hand also moved. An extremely nimble feeling came from his fingertips. The magic power in his body was also extremely free and easy as it flowed to his fingertips along with the hand seals. Xiao Hua almost had a feeling that if it wasn't for the lack of a certain opportunity, he could almost directly inscribe the runes in this technique onto the talisman paper. Could it be that this young master is really a talisman crafting genius? Xiao Hua was all smiles, and his little tail was already curled up. He dipped his finger into the ink, and his 5 fingers started to draw runes in the air. However, things were not as Xiao Hua had imagined. The runes of this confinement talisman were rather complicated. After using the ink because he had to control his spiritual power and drive the ink to wrap spiritual power, it was not as easy as just waving his fingers. Before he could finish drawing all the runes, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth wrapped in the ink had already dissipated, and the ink scattered all over the ground. What's going on? Xiao Hua listened, and his eyes stared blankly at the dissipating spiritual power. He was somewhat depressed. Could it be that without the method of inscribing the runes, this confinement talisman really can't be refined? Thinking about it, the method of inscribing the confinement talisman was combined with the previous method of inscribing the runes. It was something that countless ancestors of the Dawn Rain continent had practiced and created. Xiao Hua erased the method of inscribing the confinement talisman as soon as he came up and wanted to successfully refine it. Opening up a new path, how? Could it be simple and easy? Xiao Hua thought for a moment and tried a few more times. The result was the same. He couldn't finish inscribing the runes every time. Soon after, Xiaohua tried using his other hand, and the result was the same. Alas, Xiaohua shook his hand, and the ink was thrown away. He said self-deprecatingly, "It seems that this young master was too arrogant." As he spoke, he sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and adjusted his breathing. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaohua suddenly jumped up from the ground and energetically patted his storage pouch. He took out the talisman paper, ink, and booklet containing the confinement talisman. He was still muttering, "Damn it, why am I so stupid? Why can't I do this? Why didn't I think of it before?" Xiaohua carefully looked at the runes of the confinement talisman a few more times. He was still muttering, but no words could be heard. The fingers of his two hands were still nimble. What was different from before was that the hand seals of Xiaohua's two hands were different. Soon after, when Xiaohua felt that he was already proficient, he waved his hands and dipped them in ink. His 10 fingers flicked together and he actually used both hands to execute the same hand seal. The first round of the hand seal wasn't very smooth, and there were many places where Xiaohua's mind couldn't keep up. But strangely, Xiaohua's hands were extremely fluent in making up for these flawed places. There was no need for Xiaohua's mind to cooperate. When Xiaohua finished inscribing, the ink that wrapped the spiritual power didn't dissipate, but because the runes were drawn with both hands at the same time, it seemed slightly unbalanced. The corner of Xiaohua's mouth curled up into a smile. He didn't use the final spell and allowed the rune to gradually disappear. Looking at the time when the runes began to disappear, it was actually a long time later. Oh, so it's like this. Once the runes of the confinement talisman are completely drawn, the spiritual power of heaven and earth can flow between the runes without leaking, and the runes can also be preserved for a long time. If the runes aren't completely drawn, the spiritual power of heaven and earth may flow into the air. The so-called method of writing runes must be a method to control the spiritual power of heaven and earth, and not let it dissipate easily in the air. Immediately, Xiaohua tried a dozen more times. Every time he didn't use the final technique. He only drew the rune of the imprisonment talisman in the air. As the rune became more complete, the time the rune stayed in the air became longer and longer. Actually, if I can stop this rune, I don't need to draw it on the talisman paper. It can also turn into a yellow talisman. The idea was very easy, but it was extremely difficult to do. Xiaohua didn't know what to use to replace the talisman paper and the ink. When the last confinement talisman stopped in the air, Xiaohua's hand seals changed, and the runes gradually flashed, absorbing the spiritual power of heaven and earth in the surroundings. Along with the hand seal in Xiaohua's hand, a qi sound was heard, and the runes entered a high-grade talisman paper. With a flash of brilliance, a confinement talisman was successfully refined by Xiaohua without any mishap. Like I said, I am a genius at refining yellow talismans. Xiaohua's eyes were so mesmerized that they became slits. He very lovingly picked up the extremely exquisite confinement talisman. The confinement talisman was earth yellow in color, and the talisman characters on it were densely packed like a fine spider web. These fine talisman characters seemed to be floating on top of the talisman paper. With a slight movement of his fingers, the earth yellow brilliance faintly flowed like mercury. Just this appearance alone was several grades higher than the fireball talisman. It was truly worthy of being called a high-level yellow talisman. I don't know what grade this confinement talisman is. No matter what, it should be a middle-grade talisman, Xiaohua thought in his heart, and he checked the spiritual power in his body. The check wasn't very tight, and his spiritual power increased a bit. Although it wasn't much, it was still a bit more than refining the fireball talisman. It seemed that refining confinement talismans was also a good way to cultivate. Thinking that the agreed time with Ling Zhongyu was 3 days later, Xiaohua didn't want to go to Yi anymore. He hid in the inn and alternately refined the fireball talisman and confinement talisman. At the same time, he also comprehended the Tao of Heaven and cultivated Shang Huaming's second level of qi refining cultivation technique. 3 days passed extremely quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was time. Xiaohua very reluctantly came out from the inn. If it wasn't for the inn's daily payment of 20 low-grade spirit stones, if it wasn't for Xiaohua didn't have any cultivation techniques above the second level of qi refining to cultivate, If it wasn't for the limited spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the inn, if it wasn't for Xiaohua's 3 days of cultivation were only equivalent to a day for others. Xiaohua really wanted to continue cultivating in such a leisurely manner. However, in these 3 days, Xiaohua's harvest was also huge. In addition to the increase in his spiritual power and the advancement of his cultivation, the talisman ink and talisman paper exchanged from EG were all refined into fireball talismans and confinement talismans. The only thing that made Xiaohua feel regretful was that the fireball talisman he refined with the talisman pen still didn't succeed. After leaving the inn, Xiaohua pinched the message talisman in his storage bag and felt a little bewildered. It's already been a few days, but I still haven't seen Senior Ma's message. Should I send a message talisman to ask? But what if he wants me to test it? I also can't draw a fireball talisman. It's better not to send a message first. Wait until I get the spirit grass seeds and let the puppet sow them in the space first. I should draw a fireball talisman first. The cultivation technique. That's the most important thing. Xiaohua thought and arrived outside EG. He found a remote place and put on the so-called camouflage cloak before entering EG. Today's EG was just as lively as a few days ago, but the people were different. And as for how many cultivators there were compared to a few days ago, only the heavens knew. At the very least, Xiaohua, who was wearing the camouflage cloak, was the same. Cough cough, there was also that young cultivator who was selling Taoist robes the moment he entered EG. Everyone, come and take a look. This is a top-notch Taoist robe. Aside from having no defense, it has all the functions of removing dust, removing odors, and so on. It's much cheaper than the Taoist robes that fellow Taoist usually uses. And fellow Taoist, don't look at how your Taoist robe is of the highest quality. However, fellow Taoist should always wear something else. Who knows when it might be of use? Hearing this somewhat familiar voice, the corner of Xiaohua's mouth slightly rose. Chapter 1323. Seeing that there weren't many people in front of his stall, Xiaohua cupped his hands and smiled. Fellow Taoist Fu. Seeing this, the young cultivator smiled and said, Fellow Taoist, you really have good eyesight. Hey, fellow Taoist's bewilderment looks quite familiar. I exchanged fireball talismans for this 3 days ago. Does fellow Taoist Fu still remember? Haha, of course I do. The cultivator laughed. Fellow Taoist Zhao's fireball talismans are really good. I have already exchanged them for many good things. This is all thanks to fellow Taoist Xiao. Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hands and said that he didn't dare. Right, fellow Taoist Xiao, do you still have fireball talismans today? The cultivator became interested. Looking at his stall, he smiled and said, How about you give me some Taoist robes? I'll give you a discount. Xiaohua didn't want these. He waved his hands and said with a smile, I don't have any more fireball talismans on me. I just came here to look around. I don't plan to buy anything. So it's like this. Then, fellow Taoist Xiao, you can look around first. The young cultivator's expression changed slightly. He was about to greet others when Xiaohua immediately called out, Right, fellow Taoist Fu. I heard fellow Taoist mention a few days ago that you're also a loose cultivator? I wasn't a loose cultivator before. It's just that I encountered some things later on and had no choice but to become a loose cultivator. Fortunately, I have some skills and can make some very basic magic tools. I can barely take care of my own cultivation. It seemed that he didn't want to say more. Magic tools? These are all magic tools? Xiaohua looked at the Taoist robes in his hands and asked curiously. Seeing that there were no cultivators nearby, Zhao Yan turned his head and said, These Taoist robes and the bewilderment on your body can all be considered magic tools. It's just that they're extremely crude. Qiqiao sect focuses on refining magic tools. Sect Master Taoist Lu Hong is a famous master refiner in my country of Xi. Fellow Taoist Fu's refining skills. Xiaohua felt that something was wrong halfway through his words and immediately stopped. At the same time, another female cultivator in front of him was attracted by the exquisite Taoist robes. Zhao Yan eloquently introduced them. Xiaohua took a look, shook his head slightly, and turned around to look for Ling Zhongyu. Ling Zhongyu's spiritual grass sect stall was still there. Ling Zhongyu was still the same, reading the grass codex with relish. Xiaohua smiled and said, Taoist Ling, without waiting for Xiaohua to finish, Ling Zhongyu didn't even raise his head and said, "These spiritual plants cost 1 low-grade spirit stone each. Fellow Taoist, you can put down the spirit stone and take the spiritual plant that you like." His tone and words were exactly the same as 3 days ago. Presumably, he had to say these words every day. Fellow Taoist Ling, have you brought I's spirit grass seeds? Xiaohua asked in a slightly louder voice. Oh, so it's fellow Taoist Xiao. You're finally here. I thought you wouldn't come. When Ling Zhongyu heard that, he hurriedly put down the book and removed the storage bag from his waist. He said, "If you don't come, I will be in trouble." Xiaohua asked curiously, "Didn't fellow Taoist Ling say 3 days later? Isn't today the 4th day? Could it be that I remembered wrongly?" "Oh right. You really remembered wrongly. When I said 3 days later, it was the 3rd day, which was yesterday. When I returned to the mountain yesterday, I was scolded by Master. He said that I didn't take your deposit. If you really didn't sell it, Master and I would have worked for nothing." I'm sorry. Xiaohua smiled and hurriedly took out the promised spirit stones. He said, "Since that's the case, fellow Taoist Ling, please accept the spirit stones first. I will look at the seeds." "It's okay. This storage bag contains the seeds that fellow Taoist Xiao wants. I took out almost all the spiritual plant seeds in the spiritual grass sect. I picked 10 seeds of each spiritual plant. Oh right, there are also some shriveled seeds in the storage bag. There are also some seeds that I don't know the names of and can't be planted. I'll give them all to fellow Taoist Xiao." As Ling Zhongyu spoke, he took the spirit stones and put them into another storage bag. Then he handed the storage bag in his hand to Xiaohua. Xiaohua opened the storage bag and looked inside. There were indeed many seeds in the storage bag, far exceeding his expectations. He smiled and put the seeds into his storage bag. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, fellow Taoist Ling. It's okay. If fellow Taoist Xiao comes across any rare spiritual plants in the future, you can bring them to I. The spiritual grass sect is also willing to buy such spiritual plants." Ling Zhongyu waved his hand and took the storage bag with a smile. "Haha, of course. Xiaohua cupped his hands and bid farewell. After leaving the spiritual grass sect's stall, Xiaohua found a place with fewer people and put the storage bag into the maze. With a stroke of his hand, all the spiritual plant seeds were put into the space. Xiaohua was still quite anxious. 1 day in the space was equivalent to 2 years in the outside world. Moreover, while he was refining the yellow talismans and cultivating in the inn, Xiaohua had already ordered the puppets in the space to cultivate the spiritual plants. Now that he had the seeds in hand, Xiaohua naturally wouldn't waste any time. After putting the seeds into the space, he ordered the puppets to start planting. Xiaohua paid attention to the things in the space as he casually walked forward. After walking for about the time it took to eat a meal, he came to a place where there weren't many people. Looking around, Xiaohua was quite puzzled. This place wasn't small, but there were only a few stalls. The number of people who came here could be counted. It was far from the bustling scene he saw earlier. Xiaohua looked around and saw that the items in the stalls were all black and yellow. There were all kinds of shapes and sizes. Moreover, he couldn't tell what they were used for. Looking at the few cultivators in front of the stalls, Xiaohua could see that all of them had cultivations above the 10th level of foundation establishment. There were even 2 that Xiaohua couldn't see through. If they weren't foundation establishment cultivators, then they were golden core cultivators. Xiaohua didn't dare to go forward. After hesitating for a moment, he was about to retreat. At this time, he came face to face with a dark and thin man. That man looked a little anxious and walked in a hurry. Moreover, Xiaohua couldn't see the man's cultivation. Seeing that the man was coming face to face, Xiaohua was so frightened that he quickly retreated to the side and made way. That man walked past Xiaohua without even looking at Xiaohua, and went straight to an empty stall. With a clap of his hand, dozens of similar black items were placed on the stall. Then, without waiting for the cultivator to sit down, a water blue brilliance flashed above the stall. A distorted figure appeared in the air. Xiaohua could see clearly that it was a Jinghua City disciple around the 9th level of Qi refinement. "Senior, please pay the admission spirit stones." The disciple very politely cupped his hands and said to the cultivator. The cultivator said in a bad mood, "Didn't you see that I just came? I haven't exchanged anything yet." How can I pay you spirit stones? He senior must be joking. As long as you place something in EG and want to exchange, my Jinghua city will charge 10 low-grade spirit stones for admission. These 10 low-grade spirit stones won't be in senior's eyes, right? The Jinghua city disciple said. Of course I won't be in senior's eyes. But I haven't started the exchange yet. How can I pay spirit stones? If I don't exchange anything after paying spirit stones, wouldn't I have paid 10 low-grade spirit stones for nothing? The dark and thin cultivator's anxious expression slowly faded, and he began to argue with the Jinghua city disciple. I'll let senior know. My Jinghua city opened the e-market and e-bazaar for the convenience of fellow cultivators, so that they can have a place to trade without worry. 10 low-grade spirit stones for the e-market and 1 mid-grade spirit stone for the e-market are both very cheap. Just based on the fact that my Jinghua city disciples can protect the entire e-market and e-market without any accidents, it is worth it. It's not senior's first time here, so why are you making things difficult for this junior? I was originally going to participate in the EG Bazaar in 10 days, but there are some urgent matters in the sect and I can't make it back in 10 days. Don't you think I's depressed? I would rather pay you 1 spirit stone. I wouldn't dare. Today is EG. Senior only needs to pay 10 low-grade spirit stones. The Jinghua city disciple was clearly well-trained and his words were watertight. Okay, you can go now. Don't delay I's exchange. With that, the cultivator took out 10 spirit stones from his storage bag and threw them over. The Jinghua city disciple took the spirit stones and immediately disappeared in a flash. As soon as the figure of the Jinghua city disciple disappeared, the dark and thin cultivator waved his hand, and a dozen large words appeared in front of the stall. Xiaohua then heard the cultivator shout, "Fellow Taoists, this poor Taoist has some rarely seen demonic tools. Originally I was going to bring them to the market in 10 days, but today I really had no choice but to take them out. If anyone has good eyesight, come and take a look." This poor Taoist's demonic tools cost 1 top-grade spirit stone each. Demonic weapons? Top-grade spirit stones? Hearing the dark and thin cultivator's words, Xiaohua was very surprised and thought he had misheard. However, when he saw the large words in front of the cultivator, he knew that he hadn't misheard. When the cultivators at the side heard this, they all gathered around and each took what they wanted and carefully looked at it. The few Foundation establishment cultivators even released their divine senses and scanned it over and over again. Cough cough, fellow cultivators, this is a demonic weapon. Magic power can't be activated, and divine senses can't penetrate it. Why are you using your divine senses? Seeing everyone choose as if they were choosing magic weapons, the dark and thin cultivator couldn't help but frown. He knew that he had come in a hurry today and wouldn't meet any discerning cultivators. Sure enough, those people looked at the demonic artifacts in their hands and coldly glanced at the dark and thin cultivator. Then they threw away the things in their hands and turned to leave. A few of them walked out of this area and a few of them went to other stalls. Xiaohua didn't dare to go forward and only looked at the demonic weapons on the stall with interest. He often heard Zhang Qingxiao talk about the great war between immortals and demons, but he had never seen any demonic weapons. How could he not be curious when he saw one now? However, the demonic weapons on the cultivator's stall were all black and he couldn't see their quality. If the cultivator didn't say it, Xiaohua would never know that these unremarkable things were demonic weapons. Chapter 1324. That's right, this demonic tool, where did it come from? Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization and said to himself, demonic tools are used by the people of the devil realm. Divine sense and magic power can't be used. What do cultivators like us need them for? Oh, maybe this area is dedicated to selling demonic tools. No wonder there aren't many cultivators here. Xiaohua already understood the reason for the lack of people, so he turned around to leave. This so-called demonic tool was a bit far away from him, so he didn't need to waste time here. However, the instant Xiaohua turned around, a powerful divine sense swept over him and scanned him from top to bottom, from inside to outside. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed and almost stopped. However, he also knew that this was only divine sense and not coercion. A small second-layer qi refining cultivator like him shouldn't have been able to sense it. Therefore, he forcefully suppressed the throbbing in his heart and still turned around, preparing to leave, Little doll, come over here. A voice sounded as if it was speaking in his ear. Xiaohua was stunned. That voice belonged to the dark and thin cultivator from a moment ago. Why is he looking for me? Xiaohua was baffled and could only stop. Soon after, he looked left and right in bewilderment. Then he pointed at his nose and asked, Is this senior calling this junior? Yes, he's calling you. Apart from you, who else would call you a little doll? The dark and thin cultivator had an impatient expression. He stretched out his right hand and beckoned with his index finger. He called out, Quickly come over. This old man has something to tell you. Yes, this junior will go over right away. Xiaohua replied. He didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest and hurriedly ran in front of that person's stall. He bowed and said, Senior, I wonder why you called this junior over? First, take off this thing of yours. The dark and thin cultivator coldly said. What's the use of wearing this thing? This old man can see your true appearance with a single glance. You're just a small second-layer qi refining little doll. What is there that you don't dare to reveal? Xiaohua was speechless. After thinking for a moment, he obediently took off the camouflage mask and revealed his true appearance. Sai, it's just an ordinary face, what are you afraid of? If you really want to cover your face, then go to the 7 Possibilities sex shop and buy a real masking mask. That thing is useless. The dark cultivator nodded. Senior, please understand. Junior is a rogue cultivator. I'm afraid that if I do something inappropriate and fall into the eyes of others, I'll attract trouble. That's why I thought of this Mi Yong. However, Junior really can't afford the Mi Yong of Qiqiao sect. Xiaohua honestly replied. Nonsense, of course I know you're a loose cultivator. You're already so old but you're still in the second layer of qi refining. If you're not a loose cultivator, then what are you? I'm in a great mood today and I like you, so I'll give you a chance. If you can help me with something, I'll tell you my name. In the future, you can use my name to do something. Of course, if your enemy catches you and wants to take your life, you can use my name and maybe they'll let you live. Oh, right this time. What do you think? This? Hearing the dark cultivator's words, Xiaohua knew this matter wouldn't be easy. After thinking for a moment, he cupped his hands and said, Senior, please tell me. I'll see if I can help. Whether I can help or not, I can't say. It depends on whether you're willing to help or not. The old man glanced at Xiaohua. Senior, please speak your mind. Good, it's actually very simple. I have many demonic tools in my stall. You only need to buy one. Ah? Xiaohua was stunned and stammered, Senior. You're not mistaken, right? Junior just reached the second layer of qi refining and I'm a loose cultivator. Why would I want a demonic tool? A demonic tool isn't a magic tool. It doesn't require spiritual sense or magic power. It doesn't matter if you're in the second layer of qi refining or middle foundation establishment, you can use it. I only let you pick because I like you. The old man's expression changed. But won't you consider other people? Xiaohua turned his head and wanted to point at other people. But just as he raised his head, he was stunned. Just now, there were still several people strolling around this area, but now there was no trace of them. Not even a single hair could be seen. There were only several cultivators with their eyes closed, sitting upright behind their respective stalls. It was unknown whether they were adjusting their breathing or recuperating. Xiaohua was speechless. Who told him to be a second-layer qi refining cultivator? He couldn't outrun them even if he ran. But Senior, it's not that I'm being rude. Even if I wanted to buy your demonic tool, I'm just a loose cultivator. How could I take out a supreme-grade spirit stone? To tell the truth, I haven't seen what a supreme-grade spirit stone looks like. Xiaohua said self-mockingly. You want to see a supreme-grade spirit stone, but supreme-grade spirit stone doesn't want you. The dark and thin old man mocked. I know you don't have a supreme-grade spirit stone, but since you took out 700 or 800 high-grade spirit stones, I'll let you pick one at will. 700 or 800 high-grade spirit stones? Xiaohua said in shock. Isn't that 7 or 8 supreme-grade spirit stones? How is it cheap? You ignorant thing. The dark and thin cultivator cursed. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones is only 1 supreme-grade spirit stone. I'm really too lazy to talk to you. Quick, take out all the things in your storage bag. I'll let you pick a demonic tool. Ah. Hearing this, Xiaohua's face turned green. His storage bag contained a lot of spiritual herbs, fireball talismans, forbidden talismans, and some talisman paper, talisman ink, and talisman brushes used to refine yellow talismans. He originally wanted to come to EG to exchange for some good things, but now he regretted it. Why did he put these things in his storage bag? The most important thing was that he did a little calculation. All these things added up were not worth a supreme-grade spirit stone. And even 700 or 800 high-grade spirit stones were not enough. If he took them all out, wouldn't they all be taken away by this dark and thin old man? And what was left for him was nothing more than a demonic tool that was neither good for eating nor drinking, and even more useless. Senior, this junior, indeed has no use for this demonic tool. Xiaohua's body shrank back. Moreover, the spirit stones in this junior's storage bag will be used for other purposes. Senior, you can't force me to buy or sell, right? Xiaohua was almost about to cry. He spoke very pitifully. Unfortunately, that dark and thin cultivator was not a person who cherished flowers and cherished the fairer sex. Hearing Xiaohua's words, his face turned cold, and he said with a smile, of course, how could this old man dare to force you to buy or sell in this Jinghua city? Even if EG's guards didn't say anything, that city lord Lu wouldn't let this old man off. This old man naturally wouldn't dare to make things difficult for you. Xiaohua's face eased slightly, but thinking about the conversation between this dark and thin cultivator and the Jinghua city disciple just now, Xiaohua's heart unconsciously thumped, and he secretly said, "It seems, he's not that easy to talk to, right?" Sure enough, that old man said unhurriedly, "In any case, this old man remembers your face. Unless you live in Jinghua City for the rest of your life and don't take a step out of Jinghua City, otherwise." The old man didn't continue speaking. He merely lowered his head and fiddled with the pitch-black demonic tool on the stall, ignoring Xiaohua. However, Xiaohua's face turned pale. This was an undisguised threat, but what could Xiaohua do? His bewilderment couldn't block the other's divine sense. His true appearance had been seen long ago. Even if he wanted to escape, there was no way to escape. But the problem is, of all the people you could pick, you just had to pick me? Xiaohua was extremely indignant. After pondering for a while and seeing that no one else had come, Xiaohua murmured, "Senior, can you leave this junior some spirit stones? Otherwise, this junior won't have a place to stay at night." Bah, this old man's name isn't limited to just supreme-grade spirit stones. You bought a demonic tool that's rarely seen in the Daybreak Continent's cultivation world, and even paid with your life. What's there to be dissatisfied about? You still want this old man to make concessions? Not a chance, the old man said resolutely and decisively. Then he looked at Xiaohua's waist and hooked his index finger. Still not going to hurry up and give it to this old man? Xiaohua used his teeth to bite his lip. He was truly hesitant and unwilling to part with it. However, looking at the old man's cold gaze, he still endured it. He reached out and was just about to take something out of his storage pouch when he heard the old man coldly say, "This old man wants you to give me the entire storage pouch. Don't worry, this old man will only take the things worth one supreme-grade spirit stone. I won't touch anything else." "Senior, you just said." Xiaohua wanted to argue that it was 700 or 800 high-grade spirit stones, but just as he said it, he didn't know if it was the old man's gaze or if it was because he felt it was boring. He shut his mouth, took off his storage pouch from his waist, and handed it over. TSK, look at your broken storage pouch. This old man has never seen such a broken and cramped space. No wonder you were embarrassed to take it out. What kind of broken things are these?" The dark and thin old man took Xiaohua's storage pouch and opened it to take a look. He casually took out a few fireball talismans and imprisonment talismans. With a very disdainful expression, he threw them back in. There are actually a few 200-year-old spirit herbs? This is beyond this old man's expectations. Then the old man took out a few ordinary spirit herbs and casually looked at them. He smiled and said, "All right, little doll, you take a pile of broken yellow talismans and these spirit herbs. And there are also a few hundred mid-grade spirit stones to exchange for a demonic tool with this old man." This old man pitied you and reluctantly agreed. "You can choose one." As he spoke, he took all the things in Xiaohua's storage pouch and put them into his own storage pouch. Then he returned the empty storage pouch to Xiaohua. Looking at the storage pouch that didn't even have a low-grade talisman pen, Xiaohua wanted to cry but had no tears. However, he had already taken out everything. He couldn't just let it go to waste. Xiaohua could only look at the old man's stall with an ashen face. On the stall, the dozen or so demonic tools were very strange and their shapes were also strange. Xiaohua simply didn't know which one was which. After looking for a moment, the old man became impatient and urged, "Little doll, quickly choose one. This old man still has things to do." Yes, Xiaohua looked at it again, and his gaze fell on a broken spear tip. Chapter 1325. This magic tool was pitch black and very similar to the usual spear tip. However, there was a clear crack at the back of the spear tip, as if it was split from the head of a spear. The reason why Xiaohua's gaze fell on this spear tip was purely because he couldn't see the shape of other magic tools, but this spear tip looked somewhat familiar. When the dark skinny old man saw Xiaohua's gaze fall on the spear tip, he immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed the spear tip. His hand paused for a moment and a strange expression appeared on his face. Then he raised his arm and handed the spear tip to Xiaohua and said, "Little kid, did you think of this?" Xiaohua lowered his head and looked at the spear tip in front of him. It was only shining with a dark light and there was nothing special about it. If the old man didn't say that it was a magic tool, he wouldn't have been able to see it. Xiaohua swept a glance at the spear tip. He was somewhat unwilling and wanted to look at other places. "Enough, little guy, take this thing. You want to trade this old man's magic tool with your little things. I don't know if you have accumulated good karma in your previous life, but you shouldn't be discontent." The old man coldly threw the spear point towards Xiaohua's hand. Then, with a wave of his hand, all the magic tools in the booth were collected by him. His movements were very fast, and after a flash, all the items were collected by him. Xiaohua was in a hurry to catch the spear point, so he didn't pay attention to where the old man collected the magic tools. Xiaohua's hand just touched the spear tip when a cold feeling passed from the spear tip to his hand and then up his arm. Almost at the same time, his heart also felt cold. "Ayo, what's going on?" Xiaohua was greatly alarmed in his heart. However, just as this astonished thought arose in his mind, the weight of the spear tip suddenly dropped down, causing Xiaohua's hand to loosen. The heavy spear tip actually caused Xiaohua to be caught off guard, causing him to drop it to the ground. Ha ha ha, the dark skinny old man saw this and laughed loudly. His figure flashed across the sky and flew away at a low altitude. Then a low voice sounded in Xiaohua's ear. "Little kid, this old man is Mingsui Mountain Shi Wuming. You can borrow this name once this old man acknowledges it." Shi Wuming of Mingsui Mountain? Xiaohua was stunned. He had never heard of this name before. When he raised his head to look again, Shi Wuming was nowhere to be seen. There were still a few stall owners at the side. They lowered their heads and cultivated with their eyes closed. No one paid any attention to him. "Sigh, I'm so unlucky." Xiaohua sighed and squatted down. He reached out his hand to pick up the spear tip that had fallen to the ground. After all, he had exchanged everything for this spear tip. Even if it was trash, he still had to keep it. The spear tip is so heavy? Xiaohua squatted down and saw clearly that the ground of EG was originally paved with huge bluestone. When the spear tip fell to the ground, it actually smashed the entire bluestone. Of course, the ground of EG had a restriction array. The bluestone on the ground was not really smashed, but the restriction array on the bluestone was broken. When Xiaohua squatted down, the cracked restriction array had already begun to gradually recover. "Are you kidding me?" Xiaohua stared dumbfoundedly at the broken restriction array on the ground. How familiar was this situation to him? Wasn't this the result of him using force to break the restriction array? All of a sudden, Xiaohua's eyes brimmed with fervor. He had a new idea. The sorrow of having been robbed clean of everything had long since been tossed to the highest heavens. His heart was once again filled with joy, disbelief, and shock. Xiaohua did not immediately pick up the spear tip. Instead, he first maintained his squatting position and looked around. The surrounding situation was the same as before. No one was interested in this unlucky guy. Then, Xiaohua reached out and grabbed the back half of the spear tip. With a slight force, the spear tip was held in Xiaohua's hand. No one could see the weight of the spear tip at this time. Then, Xiaohua clapped his hand without hesitation and threw the spear tip into the storage bag. But just as the spear tip entered, Xiaohua suddenly felt the storage bag sink. It was very different from when he put things in before. He immediately opened it again and saw that the tip of the spear tip had sunk into the storage bag. He could not see it clearly. Xiaohua frowned. Needless to say, he already understood that it was not that the spear tip could not be put into the storage bag. It was just that his storage bag was really old. He was afraid that the space inside the storage bag was unstable. The spear tip was really too heavy. If it was placed there for too long, the entire storage bag would be destroyed. Thinking that this was a storage bag that he had exchanged spirit stones for, Xiaohua immediately felt distressed. He hurriedly raised the storage bag, and with a very hidden movement, he put the spear tip into the space in his mind. Unfortunately, there was no change in the space. Damn it, in the future I can't put anything valuable in the storage bag. I'll just treat it as a cover. Thinking about how he had been robbed by Shi Wuming for no reason, Xiaohua's heart was bleeding. It was really an unexpected disaster. If he could have put less things in the storage bag, he would have suffered less losses. This old monster, she is really too much. Why did he force a deal without any reason? Why did he have to force someone to sell him a magic tool? Xiaohua could not help but wonder. Moreover, he only let me know his name. Humph, only a fool would believe that by saying his name, he would be able to escape with his life. Or use his name to do something that doesn't require him to take responsibility. If he was really sincere, he should have at least given me a token or something. Xiaohua did not think about it. No matter what method Shi Wuming used to give him the promise, at least he bought a magic tool that was worth a piece of top-grade spirit stone. Xiaohua only spent less than a piece of top-grade spirit stone to get the magic tool. He even spared his promise. What a good deal. It was too late to be secretly happy. At this time, the restriction below Xiaohua's feet was still slowly recovering. Xiaohua also lost interest in staying here any longer and hurriedly left this place, afraid that he would be stopped by some eccentric senior again. Fortunately, after he put on the concealment mask and left this area, no one stopped him. Although Xiaohua had lost interest in going inside the EG, his talisman brushes and ink had all been taken away by Shi Wuming. He could only look for another stall to replenish his talisman crafting materials. After searching for a while, he found that this stall seemed to sell yellow talismans. There were not many talisman crafting materials. Just as he was about to turn around and look for his original spot, Xiaohua's gaze fell on a rather large stall. This stall was surrounded by many cultivators. From time to time, some cultivators would take out spirit stones or other items to exchange with the stall owner. The stall owner was not alone, but a man and a woman. The two of them looked very similar and should be brother and sister. On this stall, there were yellow talismans and medicinal pills. These were all things that Xiaohua urgently needed. Walking to the front of the stall, Xiaohua observed. There were not many types of medicinal pills. There were Jiyu pill, Emojia pill, smoke feather pill, and so on. They were medicinal pills that could increase magic power, but their effects were slightly inferior to the Peiyuan pill. As for those yellow talismans, they were all Dan guiding talismans, Dan controlling talismans, Dan condensing talismans, Dan collecting talismans, Dan guiding talismans, Dan igniting talismans, 3 Yang talismans, and so on. There were even saltpeter, fire gourd, and other items placed on the side, which were essential for refining medicinal pills. Xiaohua stood still for a moment. He looked at the items that the other cultivators were exchanging and the spirit stones they were taking out. He had a rough idea in his heart. This time there was a gap. The female cultivator smiled like a flower and said to Xiaohua, fellow Taoist, the medicinal pills that my imperial pill school concocts are well known. May I know what kind of pills fellow Taoist wants? Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, fellow Taoist, the prices of these medicinal pills are rather expensive. I also know a little about the art of pill concoction. I only want to buy some necessary yellow talismans, saltpeter, and other items from your school. Fellow Taoists' words are different. The medicinal pills of my humble school are all genuine goods. Moreover, they were all concocted by the elders of my school. Of course, they need the corresponding spirit stones. If fellow Taoist concocts them yourself, it will take a lot of effort and the quality of the medicinal pills won't be good. It would be better to just buy the medicinal pills directly. The female cultivator was not angry and only said softly, It's better to teach a man how to fish than to teach him how to fish. Fortunately, it's good to be self-reliant. Xiaohua said. It's fine. I will prepare a set of yellow talismans and saltpeter for fellow Taoist. I just don't know if fellow Taoists will use spirit stones or items to exchange for them. As the female cultivator said this, she walked to the side and began to pick up the yellow talismans used for pill concoction. I don't have any spirit stones on me, only some spiritual herbs. Fellow Taoist, please appraise them. Xiaohua said confidently, It's best to have spiritual herbs. They're more useful than any spirit stones. What my imperial pill school needs to concoct medicinal pills are old spiritual herbs. The female cultivator was not surprised. She smiled and prepared the yellow talismans and saltpeter. But, fellow Taoist, these spiritual herbs. The female cultivator straightened her body and asked. Here, fellow Taoist, please take a look. Just now, there were already cultivators who took out spiritual herbs that were more than 100 years old. Xiaohua's courage grew a bit, and he took out a few spiritual herbs that were more than 200 years old. Alas, Xiaohua had no other choice. He actually wanted to take out some of the younger ones, but the ones in the space behind his head were all planted early on in Yellow Flower Ridge. All of them were around 200 years old. He couldn't reduce them even if he wanted to. Seeing the spiritual herbs in Xiaohua's hand, the female cultivator's eyes lit up. She didn't look very surprised and only praised, fellow Taoist, you're indeed skilled in concocting medicinal pills. These spiritual herbs are also old enough. They're the best quality spiritual herbs that my humble sect has seen today. As she said that, she handed over the yellow talismans, saltpeter, and other items in her hand. When Xiaohua took them, he also handed the spiritual herbs to the female cultivator. The female cultivator counted them and said with a smile, fellow Taoist, these spiritual herbs are indeed a bit too much. How about this, I give fellow Taoist some more yellow talismans and saltpeter. There's no need. Fellow Taoist, if it's cheap, how about I take one of your precious school's medicinal pills? Xiaohua said with a smile. The female cultivator shook her head. That won't do. Fellow Taoist, you don't have enough spiritual herbs. Since that's the case, I can only give my last spiritual herb to fellow Taoist. As Xiaohua said that, he took out another spiritual herb and handed it over. Chapter 1326. And with this spiritual herb, although it's still not enough, it's not far from it. The female cultivator was very straightforward. She took the spiritual herb and without saying anything else, she took out a variety of medicinal pills, put them into a jade bottle, and handed it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He reached out to take it and after thanking her, he hesitated for a moment, then asked tentatively, fellow Taoist, I want to ask, does your sect have pill recipes to exchange? Pill recipes? The female cultivator was stunned, and her face immediately froze. She said coldly, fellow Taoist, are you joking with me? Pill recipes are the same as cultivation techniques. Every sect treasures them, so who would exchange them for no reason? Since fellow Taoist is also exchanging for pill refinement, could it be that fellow Taoist also wants to exchange pill recipes? If fellow Taoist has such intentions, please take them out. My imperial pill school will accept them all. Moreover, we'll accept them at all costs. Xiaohua blushed. Fortunately, he was wearing a camouflage cloak, so he wasn't afraid of being seen by others. He turned around and left the stall. The female cultivator didn't pay attention to him. She only thought that Xiaohua was teasing her, so she turned around and greeted the others. Not only are cultivation techniques hard to find, pill recipes are also hard to find. Although Sect Master has refined the Peiyuan pill before, I only watched from the side and didn't know the details. Even if I had spiritual herbs, I wouldn't have been able to refine it. Xiaohua was somewhat depressed. Being a loose cultivator is indeed very difficult. Fortunately, I've already found a way to cultivate quickly, coupled with the fact that I can refine yellow talismans. Although I'm much slower than ordinary people, at least other people can run while I walk. It's much better than crawling like a snail. Xiaohua comforted himself as he thought. His eyes also looked around. He didn't give up on his evil intentions, hoping for some kind of miracle. Unfortunately, even when the stall was about to end, he still didn't see any words related to pill recipes. Forget it, I'd better exchange for some talisman crafting materials. When I return to the inn later, I still have to craft talismans and cultivate. Xiaohua extinguished his thoughts. He casually stopped at a stall and picked out talisman brushes, talisman ink, and talisman paper. Xiaohua was a bit conflicted. What do you think? They don't want spiritual herbs, they only want spirit stones. Fellow Taoist, you can take spiritual grasses and exchange them with other stalls. Why do you want spirit stones? Xiaohua was very puzzled. Fellow Taoist, I'll be returning to the mountain tomorrow to pack up a few things and wait for the trade fair in 10 days. My sect isn't good at concocting pills, so I want fellow Taoist spiritual plants to trade for items. Rather than using spiritual plants to trade for items, it would be better to directly use spirit stones. Could it be that fellow Taoist didn't see this? With that he pointed. When Xiaohua looked, he saw that it was written very clearly, spirit stones only. All right. Xiaohua looked at the sky and remembered that there was still a mid-grade spirit stone on the body of the puppet in his space. He had no choice but to conceal it and take out the spirit stone from his space. Looking at the spirit stone Xiaohua handed over, that cultivator shook his head and said, Fellow Taoist, these spirit stones, have you used them before? Yes. Xiaohua didn't deny it and calmly asked, Fellow Taoist, won't you accept these spirit stones? It's not that I won't accept them, but fellow Taoists should also know that the spiritual energy of the world inside a used spirit stone has already been reduced. It can't be used as a complete spirit stone for exchange. Xiaohua naturally didn't know about this, but he also didn't say anything. He only smiled and said, then fellow Taoist can just follow the rules. And although fellow Taoist has used these spirit stones before, the quality is still good. They should be able to be exchanged for 80 low-grade spirit stones. If fellow Taoist feels that it's appropriate, I can deduct the spirit stones used to craft these talismans and exchange the remaining spirit stones for fellow Taoist. After waiting for Xiaohua to nod, that cultivator took out 10 low-grade spirit stones. Xiaohua sweated profusely. Fortunately, he only chose a broken talisman brush. Most of the materials were talisman paper and talisman ink. This incomplete mid-grade spirit stone could still be used. Xiaohua received the spirit stones and hurriedly returned to the inn. At this moment, he didn't have any spirit stones in his storage pouch, and the inn didn't allow people to owe money. Tomorrow, Xiaohua had to bring back some mid-grade spirit stones to continue the account. Although there were spiritual plants in the space, wouldn't it take a lot of time to obtain them? If he exchanged them, then there would be one less. It was far cheaper to refine yellow talismans, a method that could be used to cultivate and exchange for spirit stones. After entering the inn's room, Xiaohua opened the restriction. After adjusting his breathing for a moment, he began to refine yellow talismans. First, he made several fireball talismans, then several confinement talismans. When Xiaohua once again dipped his 10 fingers in talisman ink and prepared to refine the fireball talismans, his heart suddenly stirred. He inwardly said, the talismans used to refine the fireball talismans are simple. The amount of magic power used is also small, but the amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth wrapped in it is also small. When refining the confinement talismans, the talismans are complex, and the amount of magic power and spiritual chi of heaven and earth used is also extremely large. But why did I use the same amount of talisman ink? Could it be that when refining yellow talismans the amount of talisman ink used can also be reduced? Other talisman masters probably wouldn't think of this kind of idea. They only thought of how to perfectly refine yellow talismans, how to use more talisman ink to draw more spiritual chi of heaven and earth into the yellow talismans. They didn't care about using more talisman ink. But our Xiaohua, he was born stingy. Moreover, he was embarrassingly short of money today, so he had no choice but to instinctively consider this kind of matter. Xiaohua was most willing to do things that were frugal. He very carefully controlled his magic power, and used the least amount of talisman ink possible to wrap the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Sure enough, it was just as Xiaohua thought. The amount of talisman ink could really be reduced. Xiaohua tried a dozen times, until the amount of talisman ink he could use was just barely enough to wrap the spiritual chi of heaven and earth onto the talisman paper. Only then did he stop. When he turned back and carefully calculated, he shockingly discovered that the talisman ink that could only refine 10 fireball talismans in the past, he could actually refine 13 of them now. The amount of talisman ink he could use had increased by 30%. Moreover, when Xiaohua regulated his breathing, he discovered that his magic power had increased by a lot compared to before, and his control of magic power had become more precise. Although the increase in magic power wasn't much to Xiaohua, any increase meant that he could catch up with the cultivation speed of others a little bit. How could he not be happy? In the midst of his joy, Xiaohua suddenly thought, E-market will be in 10 days. At that time there will be even more people coming, and there will also be a lot of things that can be used. It seems that I have to refine more yellow talismans. Perhaps I can exchange them for a lot of spiritual stones. That's right, at that time the spiritual grass can also be exchanged for a good price. Oh, that won't do. On the day of E-market, there will definitely be people from the 100 Herbs Gate. If I take out the spiritual grass, it might attract the attention of the 100 Herbs Gate disciples. Although I have the mystic grass, it can't change its shape or hide its cultivation, so I will still be easily recognized by the 100 Herbs Gate. The spiritual grass, I absolutely can't reveal it. Xiaohua unconsciously came to a realization, perhaps. This E-market is already not bad, so it's better not to go to E-market. Xiaohua thought for a moment, but couldn't make up his mind, so he simply stopped thinking about it. He only focused on refining confinement talismans, using all his intelligence and wisdom on the great frugal research of how to use the least amount of talisman ink to attach the most amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It was said that there was no time in cultivation, and refining yellow talismans and earning spiritual stones also had no time. In the blink of an eye, Xiaohua was immersed in refining yellow talismans, taking them to E-market to exchange for spiritual stones, talisman papers, and other things, cultivating. He almost forgot that he still had to join Tianqi. The confinement talismans refined by Xiaohua weren't as good as the fireball talismans he refined. They could only be considered as middle-grade talismans, and there was still a certain gap between them and high-grade talismans. But even so, it still allowed him to earn several hundred middle-grade spiritual stones. After all, that was a high-grade confinement talisman, and middle-grade confinement talismans were also very popular in E-market. Even Xiaohua almost thought of setting up a stall in E-market himself. It's just that Xiaohua didn't see He Zhongyu and Ling Zhongyu for the past few days, and there was no suitable person to ask at E-Bazaar either. Only then did he put down his thoughts, and these two people probably left Jingbei City to prepare for E-City. I've stayed in Jingbei City for so many days. Why is there still no news from Tianqi? Xiaohua walked in front of E-market on this day, and suddenly thought, the middle-grade spiritual stone that Senior Qing gave me, I'm afraid it's already been used up? Could it be? There's no chance of joining Tianqi? Thinking about it, it was also very possible. The cultivation method is gone, the pill formula is probably also gone. Xiaohua was a little disappointed, and he couldn't help but have an impulse to send out the summoning talisman, but before his hand touched his ear, he stopped. Relying on others alone, this cultivation will always be dependent. Other individual cultivators can survive and improve their cultivation, why can't I? And it's that 1,000 feet old man, right? I heard from the sect master that he could cultivate to the gold core realm, so why can't I? Now I still have a cultivation method for the second layer of the ore refining realm to use, and I still have a lot of time to find a cultivation method. I don't believe I can't walk a path to heaven on my own. Xiaohua's harvest these days filled him with confidence in cultivation, and it was also true. Xiaohua refined yellow talismans every day, comprehended the heavenly Tao, and comprehended cultivation methods. His cultivation increased a little every day, and it was indeed much stronger than when he was in Shanghuaming. Moreover, from the looks of it, as long as he had a source of spiritual stones, there was nothing wrong with living in this inn for a year or so. However, the path of cultivation was very long, so how could he just stay in an inn? Forget it, I'd better earn some spiritual stones first. After all, Tianqi didn't give me a final word. Maybe they still haven't gathered enough talisman masters. Xiaohua shook his head, then strode towards Yi. As soon as he entered, A fourth layer aura refining cultivator turned around from an extremely distant corner. He stared at Xiao Hua's back for a long time before quickly chasing after him. Xiao Hua had been a little careless these days. Moreover, that cultivator was really far away. Even if Xiao Hua stopped to watch, he might not be able to see anything. When Xiao Hua entered EG, he was very familiar with the way. He didn't stop at the nearby stalls and directly walked into EG. Although Xiao Hua was a little relaxed outside EG, he was still cautious inside. He tried his best not to go to any stalls that he had already been to. There were many similar stalls in EG, so he didn't have to worry about finding a suitable stall. Chapter 1327. Xiao Hua first found a stall and bought a lot of talisman ink and talisman paper. Then he didn't stop at all and went to other places. Xiao Hua bought mid-grade talisman paper and low-grade talisman ink. Although the quantity wasn't small, he could absolutely not attract the attention of others. Through Xiao Hua's experiments these past few days, he found that no matter if it was high-grade talisman ink or mid-grade talisman ink, the fireball talismans he refined were all high-grade. It had nothing to do with talisman ink or talisman paper. However, if he used low-grade talisman paper, he could only refine low-grade confinement talismans. If he used mid-grade or high-grade talisman paper, he could refine mid-grade confinement talismans. Therefore, Xiao Hua naturally tried to be as frugal as possible, and used the least amount of spirit stones to refine the most yellow talismans. After walking for a while, Xiao Hua suddenly felt a little strange and his footsteps slightly stagnated. When he turned a corner, he slightly turned his head to take a look. There were many cultivators behind Xiao Hua. Some were foundation establishment cultivators, some were aura refining cultivators, some were covering their faces, and some were swaggering. However, these people were all looking at the stall and no one paid any attention to him, a little cultivator who looked like he was only at the second layer of the aura refining realm. Even if he covered his face, no one would be suspicious. Strange, could it be that I didn't rest well these past few days? Xiao Hua frowned and muttered inwardly. Then with a flash he went in another direction. After a while, Xiao Hua's figure appeared in front of a small yellow talisman stall. Most of the stall was already empty, and there were only a few fireball talismans, ice talismans, and so on. A dark and thin old man was sitting there with his hands hanging down, seemingly bored to death. At this moment, Xiao Hua was very familiar with this place. He stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Fellow Taoist, please." Fellow Taoist, what can I do for you?" The dark and thin old man seemed to understand Xiao Hua's meaning and returned the greeting with a smile. "Fellow Taoist, please take a look at this confinement talisman. What do you think?" As he spoke, Xiao Hua handed over a confinement talisman. The dark skinny old man nodded as he received it. After carefully looking at it, he nodded slightly and said, "Not bad. It's already very rare and commendable for such a high-level confinement talisman to be refined to such an extent. In my opinion, it should be above the middle grade. Alright, I wonder if fellow Taoist wants to buy it?" Xiao Hua was secretly delighted. The old man looked at his empty stall and smiled. "Of course. Since fellow Taoist came to find this poor Taoist, it means that you have good intentions. How could this poor Taoist let fellow Taoist down? Please make a bid, fellow Taoist." Xiao Hua didn't beat around the bush. He felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. Well, a middle-grade, high-grade yellow talisman usually costs 120 low-grade spirit stones. I'm sure you know that. If you're willing, I'll pay 100 low-grade spirit stones. What do you think?" The old man said sincerely. "Fellow Taoist." Xiao Hua's expression was unreadable, but his tone was full of regret. He said, "I walked all the way here and already saw the market clearly. If it wasn't for the fact that I didn't want to go any further, why would I stop in front of fellow Taoist's stall? Fellow Taoist, you must be fated to give me such a low price. This really hurts. How much do you think is appropriate?" The old man's expression didn't change. "Normally, I'll pay 140 low-grade spirit stones. Who told I to be fated with you? How about 130? Xiao Hua said without any trace of politeness. Fellow Taoist, I can't take advantage of fellow Taoist's price. I can't agree. If fellow Taoist really wants to make a move, then 110 low-grade spirit stones." The old man looked at Xiao Hua and said in a low voice, I know the origin of fellow Taoist spirit stones. If fellow Taoist agrees, I will give fellow Taoist some benefits. Xiaohua pretended to ponder and said awkwardly, fellow Taoist, you're making things difficult for I. My bottom line is 120 low-grade spirit stones. If it's less, I won't be able to report back. Then forget it. The old man waved his hand and said, your bottom line is too high. I can't deal with it. Fellow Taoist, please go to the side and take a look. Oh, okay, Xiaohua nodded and said with a smile, then fellow I's 200 or so middle-grade yellow talismans will benefit others. What? 200 or so talismans? The old man became anxious when he heard this and said, oh fellow Taoist, you said we were fated. Why didn't you say so earlier? I want all of these yellow talismans. Don't, fellow I's yellow talismans are 125 low-grade spirit stones each. Fellow Taoist, don't miss here. Xiaohua's voice was a bit hoarse. 125? The old man was stunned when he heard this, but then he said with a smile, there's nothing to say. Fellow Taoist, we're fated. I accept this price. The old man was very clear that most of the talismans in EG were 5 elements yellow talismans. High-grade confinement talismans like this were still too few. If there were confinement talismans in his stall, not to mention that each one could be sold for 150 low-grade spirit stones, there would be many people buying confinement talismans along with 5 elements yellow talismans. Then fellow Taoist, please prepare the spirit stones. Xiaohua said with a smile, I have 230 confinement talismans. Okay, it should be 287 middle-grade spirit stones and 50 low-grade spirit stones. I'll sell it to you for 290 middle-grade spirit stones. I don't know if fellow Taoist wants middle-grade spirit stones or high-grade spirit stones. The old man said very quickly, and I'll take middle-grade spirit stones. I won't be able to share high-grade spirit stones with senior brothers when I go back. Xiaohua nodded. Okay, the old man said while dividing the spirit stones in the storage bag. He said with a smile, fellow Taoist, you have so many yellow talismans. Actually, you can also occupy a stall yourself. Xiaohua's heart moved, but he immediately waved his hand and said, I'm just running errands. I don't care about anything else. Occupying a stall is a bit troublesome. It's easy to attract attention. Ha, fellow Taoist, you're thinking too much. The old man reached out and took the storage bag Xiaohua handed over. He put all the spirit stones inside, then took the confinement talismans Xiaohua handed over. He said with a smile, you only need to pay Jinghua City a low-grade spirit stone every day. Anyone can set up a stall here. Fellow Taoist, you're wearing camouflage clothing. Who would know who you are? That's true, Xiaohua said with a smile, but he immediately took the storage bag and waved his hand saying, I still have to cultivate more. I don't have the time to deal with this. Since fellow Taoist doesn't want to do it, if these yellow talismans are cheap in the future, come and give them to I. The old man cupped his hands and said. Xiaohua didn't immediately answer. He lowered his head and pondered. He looked back several times and didn't see any eyesores. Then, he raised his head and said with a smile, if fellow Taoist has some pill recipes here that you can provide to I can naturally consider it. Alas, fellow Taoist, you're asking for too much. The old man smiled bitterly. My Yin Xing sect only uses yellow talismans to maintain. We don't have pill recipes. Fellow Taoist, you're really making things difficult for I. Xiaohua didn't say anything. He cupped his hands and was about to leave. The old man said again, however, there are many cultivators on the day of the exchange. Fellow Taoist, you can come and take a look with your sect's senior brothers. Maybe you can come across some ordinary pill recipes. And thank you, fellow Taoist. Xiaohua nodded and left. After waiting for a while, Xiaohua nimbly hid in a remote place. He stuck out half of his head and stared at the yellow talisman stall just now. He saw that there weren't many people in front of the stall just now. After the old man wrote a few words, the number of people patronizing the stall also increased. However, after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, those people gradually dispersed. Among them, there wasn't anyone that could attract Xiaohua's attention. It's really strange. Could it be that I'm a bird frightened by the twang of a bow? Xiaohua was depressed. Just as he was about to turn around, he heard a rather familiar voice in front of him shouting, This is just an ordinary jade pendant. How dare you ask for a piece of top-grade spirit stone? Xiaohua was greatly surprised. He looked as far as he could and saw a group of people surrounding a stall. The voice was coming from there. Xiaohua, who quickly walked over to take a look, didn't expect that right after he left the stall, a cultivator dressed in camouflage clothes would walk over and point at the words written by the dark-skinned cultivator. He said in a hoarse voice, "Fellow Taoist, you actually have a confinement talisman here. You didn't seem to have one just now, right?" The dark and thin old man said with a smile, "I didn't have one just now, but that doesn't mean I don't have one now. I don't know if fellow Taoist needs it. This is comparable to a high-grade confinement talisman. I only sell it for 160 low-grade spirit stones. And the price can be considered okay, but I want more. Do you have enough confinement talismans in your house?" The dark and thin old man didn't doubt him and said with a smile, "I have a lot of them waiting for the day of the exchange. If fellow Taoist really wants them, I'll give you 10 low-grade spirit stones for each yellow talisman. I have more than 200 talismans here." Ah! The cultivator was clearly somewhat shocked and almost couldn't believe it. "What? Do you think I's price is too high?" The dark and thin old man sneered. "It will be the exchange market in a few days. I'm afraid the price of this confinement talisman will rise to 2 mid-grade spirit stones. If fellow Taoist doesn't make a move now, it will be over when the time comes." And at this time, there were also several cultivators who were attracted by the black-armed old man's handwriting and walked over. "Sire, let's think about it again." That cultivator was somewhat hesitant, but the dark and thin old man didn't care and turned to greet the others. That cultivator stood for a moment and followed the few cultivators who left. Although Xiaohua was watching from afar, how could he know the conversation? Even if he heard it, what could he know? How could he possibly know that under that bewilderment, there was a face filled with greed whispering, 150 low-grade spirit stones for a confinement talisman and 2 white-yellow talismans? Then how many spirit stones would that be? This guy has been continuously appearing in the exchange market for many days, I'm afraid. Could it be that there are already a few top-grade spirit stones in that storage pouch? That cultivator was also cautious. After leaving the stall, he didn't turn back and didn't look in the direction where Xiaohua left. After walking for a long time, he turned back and looked around. Xiaohua heard a familiar voice and walked towards the crowd. When he got closer, he saw a person standing in front of a stall with a mess of things. He couldn't help but feel strange. Chapter 1328. Standing in front of the stall was a boy about 10 years old. It was the Xuanyan school's disciple that Xiaohua saw outside Jingpa City, and was mocked the first time he came to EG. The current boy was far from the arrogant Xiaohua saw. His face was flushed with anger, and there was a trace of stubbornness and sorrow in his eyes. Looking at his hand, he was holding an extremely ordinary-looking jade pendant. "Fellow Taoist, although your cultivation is higher than I's, you can't force a trade. I already told fellow Taoist that this is a jade talisman, not an ordinary jade pendant. If fellow Taoist wants to trade, you can take out a top-grade spirit stone or something of equivalent value. As long as I is satisfied, I will definitely fulfill fellow Taoist's request." The stall owner was a tall man with a pink and white face. He was about 27 or 28 years old, but his cultivation was only at the 3rd level of qi refinement. You rogue cultivator are unreasonable. Although I haven't seen a jade talisman, I know about the so-called yellow talismans, spirit talismans, and jade talismans. Your jade pendant doesn't have the slightest bit of spiritual energy. How can it be a jade talisman?" The boy said hurriedly, his voice trembling. "Fellow Taoist, it's true that I am a rogue cultivator, but who said that rogue cultivators can't have jade talismans? Jade talismans themselves have runes, so of course they don't have spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Is there a need for I to say this to fellow Taoist? Who knows if fellow Taoist was sleeping when fellow Taoist's teacher was teaching?" The rogue cultivator said without any trace of politeness. Ha ha ha! When the surrounding crowd heard this, they all laughed loudly. I am a disciple of Xuanyan school. My Xuanyan school's rules are very strict. Who dares to slack off when the teacher is teaching? The boy defended himself. Xuanyan school? The rogue cultivator was slightly stunned, then laughed. I only said it was possible. I never said that your school wasn't. Fellow Taoists, you can all testify. Of course we all heard it. A busybody said loudly. I may not have seen a jade talisman, but I swear on my status as a disciple of Xuanyan school that this is truly an ordinary jade pendant, and definitely not some jade talisman. The boy said through gritted teeth. Fellow Taoists, since this jade talisman belongs to I, and I say it's a jade talisman, then it's a jade talisman. Even if it's not a jade talisman, if I want a top-quality spirit stone, then it's worth a top-quality spirit stone. If fellow Taoist wants it, then pay a top-quality spirit stone first. The rogue cultivator was still arrogant as he laughed. You. The boy looked at the jade pendant in his hand. His hands were trembling as he shouted, I won't give it to you. What are you going to do? Ah, fellow Taoists, take a look. This is how Xuanyan school's disciples do things. Xuanyan school's disciples are bullying others. Xuanyan school's disciples are stealing other people's jade talismans. That rogue cultivator immediately cried out in horror. You shut up. The boy stomped his foot, and the red flush on his face receded, replaced by an ashen expression. How many spirit stones do you want? I definitely don't have that many top-quality spirit stones. The boy whispered. It's fine if you don't have spirit stones. Let's see what fellow Taoist has in his storage pouch. As long as it's worth spirit stones. The rogue cultivator narrowed his eyes and said, there are things in my storage pouch that belong to my school. I can't let you see it. The boy said firmly. So it's like that. The rogue cultivator's eyes darted around. He clapped his hands and a silenced talisman appeared. The two of them began to talk. If fellow Taoist doesn't have spirit stones, you can use your school's cultivation method to exchange for it. No one else will know. I will definitely not tell anyone. The rogue cultivator knew that there was a silenced talisman, but he still said softly. When the boy heard this, he shook his head. No, that's absolutely impossible. Then I will take a step back. Xuanyan School is the leading school of alchemy in the country of Xi. If fellow Taoist has your school's Peiyuan pill, foundation establishment pill, and the like, take out a dozen of them. I will exchange this jade talisman with you. Peiyuan pill, foundation establishment pill? A dozen of them? The boy smiled bitterly. Fellow Taoist, you're daydreaming. Do you think I will have them? Then there's no other way. The rogue cultivator spread out his hands helplessly. These are all things I need. I don't need anything else. Fellow Taoist, please return the jade talisman to I. As he spoke, the rogue cultivator stretched out his hand. The boy took half a step back and hid the jade talisman behind him. Oh right. I almost forgot. If fellow Taoist has your school's pill formula, take out two. It should be fine. The rogue cultivator casually looked behind the boy and suddenly said, Pill formula? The boy's eyes lit up. He thought for a moment and said, Will an incomplete pill formula do? What kind of pill formula? The rogue cultivator's eyes lit up even more as he smiled. The boy shook his head. I don't know. It's just an incomplete. Then I'm very sorry. The rogue cultivator waved his hand and removed the silenced talisman. He said loudly, since fellow Taoist isn't willing, then hand over the jade talisman. Perhaps someone else can afford a supreme-grade spirit stone. At this moment, a cultivator wearing a Taoist robe and camouflage walked over from behind the boy. He bowed and said, Fellow Taoist, is this really a jade talisman? Can you let I take a look? Of course, but the jade talisman is in the hands of this Xuanyan cult disciple. He doesn't want to return it to I. The rogue cultivator smiled bitterly at the boy. Oh, Xuanyan cult is a major cult in the country of Xi. Their disciples would definitely not be so rude. I believe this fellow Taoist is in urgent need of this jade talisman. The cultivator said gently, I wonder if this fellow Taoist can let I take a look? The boy looked at the cultivator. After a long while, he raised the jade talisman. However, he still held it in his hand and refused to let go. I see. The cultivator looked carefully for a moment and nodded slightly. He asked, Fellow Taoist, do you not have a supreme grade spirit stone? The boy nodded. Seeing this, the cultivator took his storage bag and handed it to the rogue cultivator. He smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, this is I's storage bag. Fellow Taoist can take a look. Although it is not worth a supreme-grade spirit stone, it is not much different." Without waiting for the cultivator to finish speaking, the rogue cultivator took the bag and opened it. He smiled and said, "It is. Could it be that fellow Taoist wants this jade talisman?" That is indeed the case. I like this thing very much, and am prepared to exchange the items in the storage bag for this jade talisman. The cultivator said slowly, "Fellow Taoist, this is just an ordinary jade talisman, not a jade talisman. You must not be fooled." The boy was very anxious and shouted, "Haha, fellow Taoist, the items in the storage bag belong to this poor Taoist. This poor Taoist can do whatever he wants with it. This poor Taoist likes this jade talisman, so it's normal for me to exchange it for it." The cultivator smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, please give this poor Taoist the jade talisman." The boy bit his lips with his teeth and was very hesitant. "Sigh, fellow Taoist, if no one came to exchange, I could have negotiated with you. Since there is someone who knows the value of this jade talisman, fellow Taoist, please return the jade talisman to I. Xuanyan sect is a large sect and has a good reputation. You must not ruin your reputation because of such a small matter." The rogue cultivator persuaded, but the boy was very hesitant. "Oh, if fellow Taoist likes it, of course you can take out a corresponding amount of spirit stones to exchange with this fellow Taoist. After all, fellow Taoist saw this talisman before I. If fellow Taoist takes out spirit stones now, I will not be able to compete with fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist, can you give me 2 days? I will go to my fellow Taoist to gather some spirit stones." The boy begged. The rogue cultivator glanced and shook his head. "I could have done it, but I am afraid it is not possible now." Sure enough, that cultivator smiled and said, "If fellow Taoist does not have spirit stones, it is better that you give the jade talisman to I. I am still in a hurry to return to the mountain." But when the boy heard this, his face was extremely ugly. He clenched his little fists and finally gritted his teeth and shouted, "Okay." As he spoke, he was about to untie the storage bag at his waist. Seeing this, the rogue cultivator's eyes revealed joy. At this moment, a figure walked over quickly and grabbed the boy's wrist, berating, "You boy, why are you wasting time here? Our senior brothers have been waiting for you for a long time. Hurry up and come with me." That boy was shocked at first because his wrist was grabbed because of his uneasiness. Then when he heard the berating, his face turned ashen. However, when he saw the appearance of the person who came, his face became extremely shocked again and he shouted, "You are." Before he could finish speaking, an irresistible force tightened around his wrist, and a sharp pain came from his wrist. The boy could not help but cry out. Who was it? Of course it was Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua first looked at the boy talking to the rogue cultivator with interest. Like many of the cultivators around him, he was a bystander and had long known that the rogue cultivator raised the price because the boy had taken a fancy to the jade pendant and showed that he had a certain relationship with the jade pendant. At first, Xiao Hua did not have the intention to help. After all, the other party was a famous sect and had treated him coldly twice. He had no reason to use his warm face to stick to the other party's butt. But later, when he saw another cultivator stand up and want the ordinary jade pendant, Xiao Hua knew that this person was on the same side as the rogue cultivator. He immediately thought of what happened to Xiao Xinrui, Gong Mingwei, and Zhang Qingxiao at the e-market last time and felt pity for them. When he saw that the boy actually wanted to open the storage pouch, he was even more shocked. With his knowledge, there was definitely more than just spirit stones and medicinal pills inside the storage pouch. Otherwise, seeing how important the jade pendant was to the boy would have already changed and would not have waited until now. And now, the boy had been deceived by the two people and had lost his mind. If there really was something in the storage pouch that Sun Yan taught him, then the boy would have taken the jade pendant, but what about his own life? Suddenly, Xiao Hua could not stand still. The rogue cultivator on his left and right was only a third-layer qi refining cultivator. Although the other cultivator was wearing a camouflage robe and he could not see their cultivation level, he was afraid that they would not exceed the fourth layer of qi refining. Even if Xiao Hua could not beat them, he could still escape. Therefore, he quickly stepped forward and grabbed the boy's wrist. Chapter 1329. Xiaohua took advantage of that Xuanyan schoolboy's restless state to grab his wrist. Xiaohua didn't think too much about it, but as soon as his hand touched that boy's wrist, his fingers immediately moved slightly. His hand exerted force, causing half of the boy's body to go limp and numb. He could only cry out in shock, "You are..." Afterwards, he couldn't say anything else. If I wasn't here, wouldn't you have made a mistake?" Xiaohua said coldly. "Why aren't you quickly returning the item?" As he said this, his right hand brushed past the boy's wrist that was holding the jade pendant. As if struck by lightning, the boy's hand loosened. Xiaohua took the jade pendant and threw it to that cultivator who came later. He said with a sneer, "Since fellow Taoist has taken a fancy to this item and my junior martial brother doesn't have enough spirit stones, of course he'll give it to fellow Taoist." Then, he turned to that individual cultivator and said coldly, "Although my junior martial brother is young and inexperienced, he's still a disciple of Xuanyan school. He won't be deceived by others." That individual cultivator's face was filled with shock, but he still defended himself. "Fellow Taoist, I have a real jade talisman." How could Xiaohua say anything more to him? If it wasn't for the fact that he had to pretend and say a few polite words, he would have already pulled the boy away. However, just as he was about to leave, that boy didn't know what he was thinking and struggled with all his might. Unfortunately, the boy's strength was too weak. Xiaohua's hand was like cast iron and didn't move at all. The boy couldn't help but blush and shout, "Who the hell are you?" Xiaohua was very anxious. He reached out and slapped the boy's face. He berated, "Don't talk too much. Wait until we return to the mountain and I'll settle accounts with you. You dare hit me?" The boy was stunned. Although Xiaohua held back, there was still a 5-finger mark left on the boy's face. It was extremely obvious. Xiaohua didn't dare to stop. Taking advantage of the boy's daze, he pulled the boy up from the ground and quickly walked outside. As he walked, he scolded, "Everyone disperse. What's there to see?" The surrounding people saw Xiaohua grab the 4th-layer qi refining boy and slap him across the face. The boy didn't even have a chance to resist, so of course they wouldn't take Xiaohua's 2nd-layer qi refining level seriously. When they heard Xiaohua's reprimand, they all hurriedly stepped aside and gradually dispersed. Xiaohua walked very fast. He was familiar with the surroundings. After turning a few corners and seeing that there was no one around, he looked back and saw that there was no one around. Seeing that there was no one around, he quickly let go of his hand. The boy was still dizzy from the beating. He had just woken up when Xiaohua let go of his hand. The soreness and numbness in his body also disappeared, and his hands and feet regained their freedom. The boy immediately jumped up and cursed, "You shameless loose cultivator, you actually dared to disturb this young master's business. You actually dared to beat this young master. If this young master doesn't take your life, then this young master's surname isn't Xiao." As he spoke, the boy slapped his storage pouch and took out several yellow talismans. "Fellow Taoist, you must not make a mistake. This is Jingbua City ZG. If you dare to attack, how can the disciples of Jingbua City forgive you? Even if you're a disciple of Xuanyan school, I'm afraid you won't have a good end." Xiaohua was greatly alarmed and hastily retreated. The boy's yellow talisman had already been activated, but after hearing Xiaohua's words, he immediately realized that fighting was prohibited in Jingbua City. This was something his master had instructed him to do before he left the mountain. Wouldn't his yellow talisman immediately provoke endless trouble? This young master knows you. Just wait and see." The boy angrily put away the yellow talisman and said, "I know you're a loose cultivator abandoned by the heavens. One day you'll definitely. Fellow Taoist, I's good intentions have been taken as ill intent by you. Could it be that you've really been blinded by lard? Didn't you see that the stall owner was in cahoots with the cultivator who came later?" Xiaohua smiled wryly. He had no choice but to stop and explain, "If you don't believe me, go back and find your senior brother. Have him look again and you'll know." Huh? The boy wasn't stupid. It was just that when he was in the middle of the situation just now, his mind had reached a dead end. Now that he thought about it, how could he not know? He couldn't help but cry out in alarm. His forehead was covered with sweat, and his small hand naturally went to protect the storage pouch at his waist. Alright, since fellow Taoist knows, I'll leave first. Fellow Taoist has the protection of your sect, so you don't need to be afraid of being targeted. I, however, am very afraid. Xiaohua cupped his hands in salute and turned to leave. The boy clenched his teeth and opened his mouth as if to call out to Xiaohua, but not a single word came out. At this moment, a drawn-out voice was heard. What? You beat up a disciple of my Xuanyan school and want to leave so easily? When Xiaohua heard this, he was greatly alarmed. His legs were somewhat weak, and his figure stopped in place. He didn't know whether he should escape or not. Senior brother. Behind Xiaohua, the boy called out timidly, his pleasant surprise mixed with fear. Sigh, Xiaohua wailed from the bottom of his heart and turned around. Right behind the boy, a cultivator dressed in camouflage slowly walked over. That cultivator walked closer and reached out to take off the camouflage, revealing his true appearance. It was precisely that Xuanyan School's 11th level Qi refinement cultivator that Xiaohua saw outside Jingpa City. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Xiaohua didn't dare to approach and cupped his hands in salute. That cultivator ignored him and walked in front of the boy. He said coldly, Xiao Mao, do you know your wrongs? Senior brother, disciple. Disciple knows his wrongs. The boy named Xiao Mao shrunk his neck and bowed. What wrongs? Disciple. Shouldn't have argued with other cultivators over a small thing. Xiao Mao said in a low voice. Is that all? Xiao Mao's senior brother snorted coldly and said, You've been wandering around E-City these past few days, and I have been following you. Even the matter just now, I also saw it clearly. Do you think I don't know what's in your storage pouch? With a plop, Xiao Mao knelt on the ground and rushed to say, Senior brother, that jade pendant is disciples. Xiao Mao's senior brother interrupted him and said coldly, I don't care what that jade pendant is. Even if you gave all your spirit stones and medicinal pills to others, I still wouldn't care. I just wanted to see if you would really give the things in your storage pouch to others. At this point, Xiao Mao's senior brother glanced at Xiaohua. Fortunately, your luck isn't bad. There was actually someone who helped you. Otherwise, your fate. Do you know? Disciple. Disciple knows. Disciple also doesn't know why, but Disciple was bewitched at that time. Xiao Mao didn't dare to get up and said in a low voice, It's good that you know. This time you left the mountain to gain experience, and your results didn't pass. After returning to the mountain, I will tell your master the result. When you return today, you and the other senior brothers will first return to Xuanyan Mountain. After Xiao Mao's senior brother finished speaking, he looked at Xiaohua and asked, This person is the heaven-forsaken loose cultivator you spoke of? Seeing that you didn't resist, you know him? Disciple. Can't be considered to know him. We just met when we entered the city. At that time he was right in front of us. Xiao Mao replied with a depressed expression. Oh. Xiao Mao's senior brother was slightly surprised. He raised his eyes and said, Fellow Taoist, don't you want to take down the bewitching insect? Sigh. Hearing this, Xiaohua still sighed in his heart and took down the bewitching insect. Oh, it's you. Xiao Mao's senior brother clearly also had an impression of Xiaohua. I am Zhuo Qingyuan of Xuanyan Mountain. How should I address fellow Taoist? I am Xiaohua. Greetings, fellow Taoist Zhuo. Xiaohua cupped his hands. Xiaohua. Xiao Mao? Zhuo Qingyuan asked curiously, You know Xiao Mao? But what's the connection? Xiaohua shook his head. I am just a loose cultivator. How can I know a disciple of Xuanyan Mountain? It's all just a coincidence. Hee coincidence? Do you think I will believe that? Zhuo Qingyuan had a pensive look on his face. With your low cultivation, you actually dared to step forward bravely. If you have nothing to do with Xiao Mao, then how is this possible? Sigh, I just saw a little boy like him being bullied and felt indignant in my heart. I don't have any other thoughts. Xiaohua said with a bitter smile. Could it be that you didn't see him as a disciple of Xuanyan Mountain, and wanted to curry favor with Xuanyan Mountain? Or perhaps you want to obtain some benefits from Xiao Mao? Xiaohua's eyes turned and he said with a smile, If fellow Taoist Zhuo has such thoughts, I naturally welcome them. I wonder how fellow Taoists will thank I? What benefits does fellow Taoist want to obtain? Naturally, it's what loose cultivators want. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and said calmly. Ha ha ha, then what's the difference between fellow Taoist and those two loose cultivators just now? Zhuo Qingyuan laughed loudly. Could it be that there aren't two people in this trap but three? I only have one person in this trap. Where did two people come from? Three people? Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, if fellow Taoist doesn't have any techniques or the like to thank I will pretend I didn't hear it. Farewell. Finished speaking, Xiaohua turned around and prepared to leave unexpectedly. Zhuo Qingyuan sneered and said, how can my Xuanyan Mountains disciple be bullied by others as they wish? Even though fellow Taoists redeemed my Xuanyan Mountains reputation and can be considered to have saved my junior brother's life, you slapped my Xuanyan Mountains disciple's face. Do you want to leave so easily? You. Xiaohua stared blankly and argued, this isn't. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Xiaohua only felt a cold wind in front of him. Without waiting for him to react, the image of a palm swatted over. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed and hurriedly dodged. However, Zhuo Qingyuan was an 11th level qi refining cultivator. Compared to Xiaohua's cultivation, Zhuo Qingyuan's was more than a star and half a drop higher. How could Xiaohua dodge in such a hurry? With a paw sound, Xiaohua did his utmost to dodge, but that palm still brushed against Xiaohua's cheek a little less than half. Your magic power seems to be higher than the second level of qi refining? Zhuo Qingyuan cried out in alarm. Even though he didn't really use all of his magic power, he also didn't expect that Xiaohua could easily dodge most of his palm. Senior brother. Xiao Mao finally came to his senses and knelt on the ground as he begged. Humph, as expected of a prestigious sect, as expected of benevolence, righteousness and morality, as expected of the importance of faith. Xiaohua said as expected, 3 times in a row and turned around in anger. He didn't look back and hurriedly left. Fellow Taoist Xiao, catch. Only after Xiaohua had walked far away did Zhuo Qingyuan let out a long laugh. He waved his hand and a scarlet radiance flew in front of Xiaohua. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come and vote for it. Chapter 1330. A crimson light flew in front of Xiaohua. Zhuo Qingyuan shouted from behind him, fellow Taoist Xiao, this is I's messaging talisman. I know exactly what fellow Taoist I did. If fellow Taoist needs anything from me, please send a message to I. Xiaohua was furious. He helped them out of goodwill, yet half of his face was swept away. Hearing this, he unconsciously turned around and sneered, fellow Taoist Zhuo, take back your goodwill. I still have the other half of my face. However, when he turned around, Zhuo Qingyuan and Xiao Mao had already disappeared. Damn it, is this great sect so stingy? Xiaohua let out a long sigh. I beat up your junior martial brother only as a temporary measure. Since you knew, why did you pretend to use the same method to return the favor? You clearly wanted to thank me, yet you said you had no other choice. What the hell is this? Looking at the flashing messaging talisman, Xiaohua reached for it and threw it into the space behind his head, thinking, this Zhuo Qingyuan is more honest than that Mingsui Mountain Shi Wuming. He really gave me a messaging talisman. If I really have something to tell him, he probably won't refuse. Who knows? Besides, if I have something to deal with, why would I look for someone else for no reason? I'll make Xuanyan School owe me a favor for the rest of my life. Xiaohua thought fiercely. Xiaohua seemed to have been provoked by Xuanyan School's Zhuo Qingyuan. He walked around randomly, buying everything he saw without hesitation. Not long after, there were more ground escape talismans, Vajra talismans and so on in the space. He even bought some ordinary medicinal pills. As he bought more and more things, the anger in his heart gradually dissipated. Using spirit stones to exchange for a happy mood, sure enough. This was an unbreakable truth. After his anger subsided, Xiaohua no longer had the mood to wander around, e.g. After buying the necessary materials to refine the yellow talismans, he turned around and went back. As he turned around, he saw a stall to the side. On it were some medicinal pills and yellow talismans for refining pills. Xiaohua's eyes turned, and he walked up, cupping his hands and saying, fellow Taoist, please. The stall owner was a female cultivator around 40 years old. She had a kind look on her face, which was also the main reason why Xiaohua came here. Fellow Taoist, do you need the medicinal pills listed above? The female cultivator asked with a smile. That's right, Xiaohua picked up a few cheap pills and bought them. After handing over the spirit stones, Xiaohua coughed and smiled apologetically. I have a difficult matter that I need to ask fellow Taoist for advice. Really? Fellow Taoist, please speak. The female cultivator seemed to be very easy to talk to and replied. I want to know, where can I exchange for a pill furnace for alchemy? Although Xiaohua's face was hidden in the fog, he still felt a little feverish. Pill furnace? The female cultivator was stunned. She stared vigilantly at Xiaohua for a moment, then looked left and right. Fellow Taoist, you're a rogue cultivator, right? Yes, I am. Then I advise fellow Taoist to find a sect to rely on. Only within a sect can you find pill furnaces for alchemy. Where else can you exchange for pill furnaces? The female cultivator smiled and said, Don't think that EG has everything. It's impossible to find the cultivation methods, pill recipes, pill furnaces, and talisman crafting methods that rogue cultivators need. Could it be there's no room for exchange at all? Xiaohua didn't give up and asked. Even if there's a pill furnace, think about it. People from cultivation sects, cultivation families, and Jinghua City, who wouldn't covet it? But you're just a small rogue cultivator, how can you snatch it from them? I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but the wealth of my sect is far from what a rogue cultivator like you can compare to. The female cultivator dispelled Xiaohua's wishful thinking without any trace of politeness. All right. Thank you for your guidance. Xiaohua cupped his hands in thanks and turned to leave. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. After Xiaohua walked far away, the female cultivator shook her head and muttered to herself, Pill furnaces. How could they be so easy to obtain and use? As expected, it seems that this matter of pill refinement still depends on luck. How could Xiaohua care about the opinions of others after he left? He had already asked fellow Taoist Liang of Mo Spirit Herb Hall a few days ago, and fellow Taoist Liang's answer was the same as this female cultivator's. However, Xiaohua's wicked heart didn't give up. He wanted to see if there was any possibility of obtaining a pill furnace at EG. In addition, he had made a certain amount of progress in refining yellow talismans, so he unconsciously placed greater hope in pill refinement. Unfortunately, reality was very cruel, and the path of pill refinement couldn't be taken for the time being. Xiaohua sighed. He didn't care about any of the stalls left and right. He found a secluded place and took down the maze amulet, then strolled out of EG. Right after Xiaohua left EG, a fourth layer or a refining cultivator hurried over from not too far away. That cultivator had an anxious expression on his face and looked very flustered. However, as soon as he saw Xiaohua, his face lit up with joy. He practically ran over to Xiaohua, cupped his hands in greeting and said anxiously, Are you fellow Taoist Xiaohua? Xiaohua's head was lowered as he pondered over the pill furnace. At this time he heard someone call out his name. He was extremely astonished. When he raised his head to look, he saw a square-faced cultivator with sparse eyebrows. He wasn't familiar with this cultivator, so he couldn't help but cup his hands and say, I am Xiaohua. I wonder, how did fellow Taoist know me? I am Zhang Zhihao. The cultivator cupped his fists and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, did you forget that when you followed fellow Taoist Qing Feng and fellow Taoist Qing to Huayun Park, it was I who brought fellow Taoist Chao Fengyue and fellow Taoist Han Fei to Huayun Park? When Xiaohua heard this, he repeatedly nodded and said embarrassedly, Oh, that's right. That person is fellow Taoist Zhang. My apologies, I was thinking about something and neglected fellow Taoist Zhang. Soon after, Xiaohua glanced sideways at EG and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Zhang also came to EG? I'm afraid you're a bit late. No. Zhang Zhihao hurriedly waved his hands and said with a smile, I came because fellow Taoist Ma Qingqing asked me to look for fellow Taoist Xiao. Senior Ma? Xiaohua was overjoyed. Needless to say, there was definitely some progress in the matter of him joining the Heaven Forsaken. He immediately asked, I wonder why Senior Ma is looking for I? But then Xiaohua asked curiously, Doesn't Senior Ma have I's summoning talisman? Why don't you use it? Fellow Taoist Ma has already used the summoning talisman. However, the summoning talisman can't fly out. In this case, fellow Taoist Xiao has either left Jinghua City, Or is in a place where the summoning talisman can't fly to. Zhang Zhihao patiently explained. But there are many places in Jinghua City that can block the summoning talisman. This e.g. is one of them. Fellow Taoist Ma guessed that fellow Taoist Xiao is most likely to come to e.g. So he asked I to look for fellow Taoist Xiao. Oh, so it's like that. Xiao Hua understood and nodded. Then why is Senior Ma looking for I? This. I saw that fellow Taoist Ma and fellow Taoist Qing have a few talisman masters with them. I'm afraid it's about fellow Taoist Xiao joining the Heaven Forsaken? Fellow Taoist Ma didn't say, so I can't speak blindly. Zhang Zhihao said apologetically. Is that so? That's great. Xiao Hua said with surprise. Fellow Taoist Zhang, please wait a moment. I'll send a summoning talisman to ask later. Haha. I'm afraid fellow Taoist Xiao will be disappointed. Zhang Zhihao looked at the sky and said with a smile. Fellow Taoist Ma, fellow Taoist Qing, and many other fellow Taoists have probably already left the city. Today, the important members of the Heaven Forsaken will go outside. I made an appointment with fellow Taoist Ma. If I can't find fellow Taoist Xiao, fellow Taoist Ma and the others won't wait outside the city. The next time they come back will probably be a month later. Ah? A month? Xiao Hua was a little anxious and hurriedly said. Then, I'll have to ask fellow Taoist Zhang to lead the way. Let's go quickly. Don't let Senior Ma and Senior Qing wait too long. Zhang Zhihao nodded and said, I have the same intention. As he spoke, he led the way out of Jinghua City. Xiao Hua followed closely, but he was a little uneasy in his heart. These days, he had been refining fireball talismans and confinement talismans. However, he used his unique technique. Although he also practiced drawing fireball talismans with a talisman brush. But he didn't make much progress. Now that he had to pass Heaven Forsaken's test, he was a little regretful that he shouldn't have spent more time on fireball talismans. What should I do? Xiao Hua frowned and followed Zhang Zhihao with his head lowered. He was worried as he walked. Walking out of Jinghua City from E.G. wasn't through the city gate that Xiao Hua used to enter the city. After Zhang Zhihao took Xiao Hua out of Jinghua City, he used a flight talisman to take Xiao Hua in another direction. Xiao Hua didn't dare to reveal his flying speed and slowly followed behind Zhang Zhihao. Zhang Zhihao also didn't panic. He flew with Xiao Hua's speed for the time it took to eat a meal. Seeing that the sun was about to set, he landed. Xiao Hua looked around. It was all dead wood and brambles. He didn't see anyone. He was a little surprised and asked, Fellow Taoist Zhang, how come? I don't see Senior Qing and the others? Yeah, I'm also puzzled. This is the place we agreed on. It's not yet time, they shouldn't have left. Zhang Zhihao looked around and was also puzzled. He thought for a moment and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, please wait a moment. In a moment I will send a message talisman to ask. As he spoke, Zhang Zhihao patted his storage bag and took out a scarlet-yellow talisman. I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Zhang. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and smiled. Then he looked around. This was a desolate mountain valley. Brambles covered the ground. Most of the nearby trees were withered. The branches that slanted upward slightly swayed in the twilight sky. Xiao Hua felt it was a little strange. Senior Qing really knows how to pick a place. Apart from falling from the sky, no one would. Suddenly, Xiao Hua's heart jumped. A thought suddenly popped into his mind. This kind of place is very dangerous. Isn't it a good place to kill and steal? When Xiao Hua thought of this, a trace of cold sweat immediately appeared on his back. He hurriedly wanted to turn around. Unfortunately, he was still too late. Right next to Xiao Hua, Zhang Zhihao's right hand was holding a scarlet message talisman. His left hand had already patted the scarlet message talisman the moment Xiao Hua turned around. A confinement talisman flew out. Magic power flowed out and the confinement talisman emitted a faint brilliance. It rushed towards Xiao Hua who was just about to turn around. Chapter 1331. Xiao Hua was startled and just as he was about to turn around, the confinement talisman had already fallen. A thin brilliance emerged from Xiao Hua's body, confining Xiao Hua's 4 limbs. Xiao Hua's 4 limbs exerted all their strength to twist, but he was unable to break free. What are you doing? Xiao Hua blurted out in shock. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Zhang Zhihao clapped his hands and laughed. What a good middle-grade confinement talisman. This effect is simply not inferior to a high-grade confinement talisman. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Xiao to have such a good method. If I wasn't in a hurry, I would really want to know where fellow Taoists got so many middle-grade confinement talismans. Soon after, Zhang Zhihao took a step forward and took away Xiaohua's storage pouch. He sneered. I already confined you, what do you think I want to do? Isn't that really childish? When he opened the storage pouch and saw a pile of yellow talismans and a pile of spirit stones, his eyes unconsciously lit up, and he laughed again. You brat, you really know how to get rich. I don't know where you got these fireball talismans and confinement talismans, but you actually earned so many spirit stones. What a pity, you have spirit stones but don't have the life to spend them, so you benefited I for nothing. While speaking, Zhang Zhihao took out his own storage pouch to transfer the spirit stones and other items. Xiao Hua had already recovered his calm at this time. His eyes coldly looked at Zhang Zhihao, but his arms slightly exerted force. He already had the experience of breaking through with force before, and he also broke free from this confinement talisman. However, the confinement talisman last time was obviously a low-grade one, far less powerful than today's confinement talisman. Sigh, this confinement talisman. Listening to Zhang Zhihao's words, I refined it myself. I'm the one who's trapped myself in a cocoon. Xiaohua secretly complained, his arms still slowly increasing the force. Huh? The number of spirit stones is wrong? After Zhang Zhihao took all the spirit stones from Xiaohua's storage pouch, he was slightly dazed. He raised his head and said, Didn't you sell more than 200 confinement talismans at the stall just now? How come there are only so few spirit stones? Also, I followed you for a few days and saw you harvest a lot of spirit stones every day. Where did you put them? Could it be that you put them in an inn? You're quite cautious. As he spoke, Zhang Zhihao searched his storage bag again. Not long after, he found a yellow talisman. He sneered and said, The inn you're staying in is actually better than the one I'm staying in. Oh right, fellow Taoist Xiao, do you want to live? Do you want to live to die? Or do you want to be burned to ashes by my fire talisman? As he spoke, Zhang Zhihao took out a fireball talisman from Xiaohua's storage pouch. Urging his magic power, a small fireball was born in his hand. You to let to die to Xiao to die? Aren't you afraid that I'll tell fellow Taoist Qing? To s what is I to die to die? Zhang Zhihao said with a smile, Heaven forsaken doesn't stop fighting. Even if fellow Taoist Qing knows that I killed you, he has nothing to say. To this to die to Taoist Xiao to Xiao to Xiao. What if this poor Taoist wants to live? How could Xiao Hua believe Zhang Zhihao's words? He asked with contempt. You to say. To? Tell I how you got these fire talismans and confinement talismans. Maybe I can consider it. Zhang Zhihao said with a smile. I followed you for many days and only saw you between the inn and e.g. I didn't see you go anywhere else. The origin of these yellow talismans is so hard to understand. Could it be that you've been keeping them in your storage pouch for a long time? Humph, I'm afraid you won't be able to figure out the origin of these two talismans. Xiaohua sneered. Ha, you want to threaten I with this? Zhang Zhihao looked at Xiaohua with extreme contempt and threw the fireball over. It spun on top of Xiaohua's head. If you are tactful, tell me the origin of this yellow talisman and give this poor Taoist a way to make money. This poor Taoist might be soft-hearted and let you go. If you want to use this to threaten this poor Taoist. These fire talismans and confinement talismans were made by I myself. Xiaohua took a deep breath and channeled all the strength in his body to his arms. His tone was still calm as he said, Ha. Zhang Zhihao laughed out loud, as if he'd heard the funniest thing in the world. He bent over, one of his hands slightly raised, pointing at Xiaohua. Out of breath, he said, You're only at the second layer of qi refining? You actually refined a high-grade fireball talisman? You think you're Emosang Mountain's Emosang Elder. Seeing this, Xiaohua knew he had a chance. Thus, he raised his arms and shouted, That's right. This sound almost deafened Zhang Zhihao's ears, and Xiaohua's entire body's strength was also exerted through his two arms along with this loud shout. Xiaohua's upper body, along with the forceful lifting of his two arms, A burst of brilliance flashed. Rip! A crisp sound like tearing silk rang out. The upper body imprisonment talisman was actually torn apart by Xiaohua's two arms, and along with the flickering brilliance of his upper body, the brilliance of Xiaohua's entire body also flickered a few times before completely disappearing. The entire imprisonment talisman was broken apart by force. You... Zhang Zhihao bent over, as if he still hadn't recovered from his laughter. However, when he saw Xiaohua actually break the confinement talisman in a short moment, the smile on his face froze. He only cried out a single word before immediately coming to his senses. Before he could straighten his body, he moved his finger and channeled his magic power. The fireball flying in the air flew towards Xiaohua's head. The fireball broke free from Zhang Zhihao's control and suddenly enlarged, sucking in all the surrounding spiritual energy. Xiaohua broke free from the confinement and his heart was very calm. Seeing the fireball rapidly flying over, his complexion changed greatly. He had seen the power of his high-grade fireball talisman in the yellow talisman shop. If he was hit by this fireball, wouldn't he immediately turn into ashes? In a hurry, he didn't care about anything else. He used his hand to brush the side of his ear and took out an icicle talisman from his space. He channeled his magic power and a blue brilliance also met the fireball. Within the brilliance was a long ice spike condensed from spiritual energy. Sizzle! Like snow water being poured into a pot of oil, the ice spike pierced into the fireball. As the ice spike melted, it let out an ear-piercing sound. The sound became increasingly urgent and the fireball also gradually shrunk. However, that icicle talisman was refined by someone else and couldn't compare to Xiaohua's fireball talisman. When the ice spike on the icicle talisman was exhausted, the fireball was still not small. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The fireball fell on the ground and blew up a rather large hole in the ground. Ah! Zhang Zhihao was clearly shocked by the might of this fireball talisman and was somewhat dazed. Xiaohua was just the opposite. After he sent out the icicle talisman, he didn't pause in the slightest. He channeled his magic power and took advantage of the fact that the flight talisman still hadn't lost its effect to quickly fly in front of Zhang Zhihao. Zhang Zhihao threw out the fireball and had already straightened up. At this moment, his face was filled with astonishment. He had just woken up from the enormous might of the fireball talisman and didn't have time to think about how Xiaohua broke free from the confinement talisman. He also didn't have time to think about where Xiaohua took out the icicle talisman. He also didn't have time to think about why Xiaohua inexplicably rushed over. Xiaohua had already rushed to a distance of 3 feet in front of him. "You're courting death." Zhang Zhihao threw all of his astonishment to the side. He slapped his hand and took out another fireball talisman. He channeled his magic power and blocked in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua was helpless. How could he still dare to touch this kind of fireball talisman that he refined himself? His figure hastily flashed to the side, wanting to dodge. But no matter how fast he flew, it couldn't compare to the channeling of magic power. Zhang Zhihao grinned nastily. That fireball followed like a shadow and flew in front of Xiaohua's face. Xiaohua thought for a moment. He brushed his hand and took out 2 yellow talismans from the space. One was the icicle talisman, which he stabbed towards the fireball talisman. The other was the weak water talisman. He channeled his magic power and stuck it on his head. A water blue brilliance flashed and covered Xiaohua's entire body. Looking at Zhang Zhihao again, he wasn't the slightest bit slower than Xiaohua. After the fireball talisman was thrown out, he similarly slapped his storage pouch, and a yellow talisman also landed on his body. A yellow light flashed. It was an iron cloak talisman, wrapping Zhang Zhihao's entire body. "I would like to see just how many yellow talismans you have." Zhang Zhihao's body floated into the air. He sneered and waved his hand again. A yellow talisman shot out. That yellow talisman first burned like the fireball talisman. A dark red flame blocked in front of Xiaohua. Without waiting for Xiaohua to take out the icicle talisman, that flame exploded with a bang and sealed the space around Xiaohua's body. It was like a sea of fire had covered Xiaohua. "Humph, little thing. You actually wasted one of I's high-level fire net talismans." Zhang Zhihao looked at the sea of fire that lingered in front of him. There was a trace of reluctance in his eyes. He couldn't clearly see Xiaohua's figure in the light of the fire, But Zhang Zhihao absolutely believed that with Xiaohua's second-level refinement magic power, he absolutely wouldn't be able to dodge this fire net. That's right, this guy keeps moving in front of me. What's he doing? Could it be that he wants to snatch away the storage bag in my hands? Zhang Zhihao's eyes flashed with a fiery light. He was somewhat bewildered. Just when Zhang Zhihao was puzzled, he suddenly felt a trace of wind behind him. He immediately had a startled realization in his heart. Someone wants to be the Oriole. After a startled realization, Zhang Zhihao didn't dare to be negligent. He also didn't turn his head. He slapped his storage bag and at the same time threw out the fireball talisman. His figure also turned and dodged to the side. Right behind Zhang Zhihao, two fireballs collided together, letting out an incomparably loud rumbling sound. Who? Zhang Zhihao turned around as he flew. Before he could finish speaking, a cold voice rang out extremely close behind him. Nonsense, besides I, who else could it be? Xiaohua? Zhang Zhihao heard and his eyes opened wide. How did you run behind me? What answered him wasn't Xiaohua's voice. Instead, it was an incomparably enormous force that smashed into the back of Zhang Zhihao's neck. Bang! A loud sound rang out. Zhang Zhihao felt a burst of dizziness and his vision blurred. His figure practically flipped in the air. At the same time, the brilliance of the iron cloak talisman on his body flickered. It looked like it was about to collapse. Body cultivator. Zhang Zhihao shouted loudly. His figure barely stabilized. He slapped his storage bag and shot out another iron cloak talisman. At the same time, his other hand wasn't slow either. He brought out another firenet talisman and threw it behind him. Chapter 1332. He fellow Taoist Zhang. Can you hit I? Xiaohua's voice sounded behind Zhang Zhihao, but when Zhang Zhihao's fire net found Xiaohua's voice quickly turned to Zhang Zhihao's other side. It was faster than Zhang Zhihao expected. So fast. Zhang Zhihao was shocked. His mind moved quickly, and his magic power spread out. That fire net flew towards Xiaohua's voice. But just as the fire net was released, a black shadow flew at extreme speed from Zhang Zhihao's side. It was as fast as an arrow. Zhang Zhihao's heart jumped. He couldn't care about the fire net. He urged his flying talisman to dodge, but that huge force came again like a mountain. This time Zhang Zhihao saw it clearly. The origin of that force was actually Xiaohua's fist. He finally understood why Xiaohua wanted to fly in front of him from the beginning, and not compete with yellow talismans like other cultivators. Ah! There was another muffled sound. Xiaohua's fist hit Zhang Zhihao's armpit without hesitation. Although the majority of the strength of the fist was blocked by the iron cloak talisman, a faint force was transmitted to Zhang Zhihao's body. Zhang Zhihao's qi and blood were tumbling, and the mana in his body was in chaos. In particular, the brilliance of the iron cloak talisman began to flicker, and it was about to collapse. What level of body cultivator is this guy? He actually hit it so deeply. Zhang Zhihao only had time to be secretly shocked in his heart. Before he could say anything, his two hands were the same as before. One hand took out an iron cloak talisman, and the other hand shot out a fireball talisman. Only this time the fireball talisman didn't go far. It swayed around his body waiting for Xiaohua to attack. Xiaohua's flying speed was indeed fast, but it wasn't as fast as Zhang Zhihao's vision. Just as he threw out his fist, he saw the fireball flying towards him. Xiaohua didn't dare to resist and could only dodge. Zhang Zhihao also learned to be shrewd. He flew up and pulled apart the distance between him and Xiaohua. He tried his best to avoid letting Xiaohua get close to him. At the same time, he wasn't in a hurry to use the fireball talisman. He used it as a defensive measure, blocking between himself and Xiaohua. Seeing this, Xiaohua was helpless. This was exactly what he had told Xiao Yuehong before. Although his method of using force to break the spell was unexpected, if he didn't succeed in one strike and others found out, then he would completely lose the initiative. No one would foolishly stand there and wait for Xiaohua to attack. Not to mention the twin blue bears from before, but this Zhang Zhihao only had a cultivation of the fourth layer of the qi refining realm. His flying speed wasn't as fast as Xiaohua's. With just the iron cloak talisman and fireball talisman, Xiao Hua was unable to take his life. The most hateful thing was that Zhang Jihao actually took the fireball talisman refined by Xiao Hua. The might of that fireball talisman was truly terrifying. Xiao Hua didn't feel it before. But once he encountered a fight, he immediately discovered the benefits of this high-grade fireball talisman. And this kind of situation was precisely what Xiao Hua was most worried about. Admittedly, his life was no longer in danger and he could use the flying talisman to escape at any time. But some of his secrets were exposed in front of Zhang Jihao. Not to mention whether or not Zhang Jihao suspected the origin of the two icicle talismans just now. The secret of using force to break the spell and flying speed absolutely couldn't be leaked. He absolutely believed that as long as Zhang Jihao escaped today, he would definitely gather some loose cultivators from Heaven Forsaken to find trouble with him. Not to mention his situation after joining Heaven Forsaken. Even if the twin blue bears and the others knew about this matter, they would definitely contact him. Heaven Forsaken didn't refrain from fighting and also respected talisman masters, but under the covetous eyes of others, how could he peacefully cultivate? Since Zhang Jihao dared to make a move against this young master absolutely has no reason to spare his life. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes, his figure floating in the air, coldly looking at Zhang Jihao. At this time, Zhang Jihao felt that he had a countermeasure and gradually calmed down, but the expression on his face was uncertain, unknown as to what he was thinking. But this iron cloak talisman, this young master's fist can't break it. I'm afraid it will have to be the same as before, hitting the same point multiple times. Xiao Hua thought, slapping his hand. Another flying talisman hit his body. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Seeing this, Zhang Jihao hurriedly called out. Everything is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Xiao Hua sneered, his figure spread out, flying towards Zhang Jihao at extreme speed. Zhang Jihao hurriedly urged his magic power, controlling the fireball to block in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua changed his direction, swayed a few times, and spent another 2 icicle talismans to get close to Zhang Jihao's side. This time Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his fist, hitting Zhang Jihao's back twice in a row, almost breaking the iron cloak talisman again. Unfortunately, at this time, Zhang Jihao's iron cloak talisman and fireball talisman flew out again, blocking Xiao Hua's fist. Alas, what a pity! If only I had a confinement talisman. Xiao Hua was somewhat regretful. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have sold the confinement talisman. But then he smiled bitterly. Confinement talismans are useful, but Zhang Jihao isn't just standing there. It's very difficult to hit him. If the confinement talisman can imprison Zhang Jihao, what's the use of force to break through? Wouldn't a fireball talisman be enough? If only I had a little more strength. Xiao Hua secretly sighed. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua was slightly surprised, seeming to have thought of something. However, at this time, Zhang Jihao opposite Xiao Hua was already aware that something was wrong. Under Xiao Hua's fast flight, he could only parry without the power to fight back. At this time he still had a lot of iron cloak talismans and even more fireball talismans, but if he purely defended, his iron cloak talismans would run out sooner or later. Without this iron cloak talisman, he didn't doubt that as long as Xiao Hua's unparalleled strength touched his body, he would only have one outcome: to be beaten into a pile of meat paste. As for the fireball talisman, although its power is great, it's also very easy to dodge, unless it's sprinkled in large quantities. But if it's sprinkled in large quantities with Zhang Jihao's cultivation base, he wouldn't be able to control it very well. In addition to Xiao Hua's fast flight, Zhang Jihao didn't have the confidence to hit Xiao Hua. Very naturally, Zhang Jihao's heart beat a retreat. Zhang Jihao's heart retreated. He also shot out a flying talisman. His figure rapidly retreated, flying in the direction of Jingbei City. Where do you think you're going? Xiao Hua was very anxious, he shouted. His figure didn't hesitate. In a few breaths' time, he chased after him, blocking Zhang Jihao's path. Zhang Jihao didn't answer. He clapped his hands. A yellow talisman shot out and sneered. Although fellow Taoist Xiao has the means, if I want to leave, can you stop me? That yellow talisman was a fireball again. Xiao Hua was helpless, he still dodged, and Zhang Jihao also slightly dodged, fleeing into the distance again. Xiao Hua shot down the fireball and chased after him again. The two were entangled for a moment. Xiao Hua once again found an opportunity to hit Zhang Jihao. Just like before, he used the Iron Cloak talisman again, he still saved his life. Therefore the two people, one chased and one fled, flew for a while. Xiaohua still didn't have a way to kill the enemy. He couldn't help but feel anxious. Zhang Zhihao, on the other hand, became more and more relaxed. When he saw Xiaohua's fist strike again, he sneered and shot out a yellow talisman. "Brat, you're going too far. If I don't show my power, you think I'm a sick cat?" That yellow talisman flew in the air. It immediately turned into a long sword, directly piercing Xiaohua's fist. Ah? Seeing the flying sword talisman, the long sword formed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth flashed across Xiaohua's mind like lightning. Immediately Xiaohua woke up, grasping what he was thinking just now. Seeing the sharp sword piercing towards him, Xiaohua hurriedly dodged. But this flying sword wasn't as sharp as the fireball. The sword tip was sharp, and its speed was incomparable. Zhang Zhihao suddenly threw it out, with the intention of catching Xiaohua off guard. Xiaohua could only barely dodge the fist. That flying sword slanted and pierced Xiaohua's shoulder. The weak water talisman's brilliance flashed under the flying sword. It only lasted for a moment before it was pierced. Xiaohua's figure hurriedly moved, dodging to the side, the flying sword following behind him like a shadow. Ha ha ha! Seeing this, Zhang Zhihao's figure laughed loudly in the air. Taking advantage of Xiaohua's weak water talisman again, his fire net talisman also blocked in front of Xiaohua. At the same time, several fireball talismans were also thrown out by Zhang Zhihao with heartache, and Zhang Zhihao himself immediately flew into the distance, as if he didn't want to see the results of the fire net talisman and fireball talisman. Bang! 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 A burst of sounds rang out, all of them exploding under the fire net. Xiaohua was in a sea of fire. Just at this moment, a gust of wind blew. Just as Zhang Zhihao had flown a distance of about 1 zhang, Xiaohua's figure actually flew out from the sea of fire under his feet. Xiaohua's entire body was covered in flames. His face had some charred marks, and behind him was a flying sword. Seeing Xiaohua actually directly fly out from the sea of fire and attack with his fist at close range, Zhang Zhihao was suddenly startled. But in his heart he didn't take it seriously. Both of his hands moved, patting his storage bag, taking out an iron cloak talisman and a fireball talisman each. Only in Zhang Zhihao's eyes, the fist that Xiaohua struck towards his lower abdomen seemed to be different from before. Faintly it seemed to be holding a pitch-black thing. What is this? Zhang Zhihao only had time to turn this thought before the thing in Xiaohua's hand pierced his lower abdomen. Bang! A force much stronger than before struck Zhang Zhihao. The iron cloak talisman on Zhang Zhihao's body flashed brilliantly, and was pierced by the sharp object in Xiaohua's hand almost without any resistance. A violent stinging pain came from Zhang Zhihao's abdomen. Zhang Zhihao's face was filled with disbelief, his eyeballs almost popping out. The iron cloak talisman in his right hand was still in midair, and the fireball talisman in his left hand had already turned into a fireball, but he forgot to hit the fleeing Xiaohua. Xiaohua's attack succeeded. Seeing Zhang Zhihao take out the fireball talisman, he immediately let go of the spear in his hand and flew back to the distance. His face was pale as he looked at Zhang Zhihao. His eyes didn't even blink, appearing extremely nervous. He actually didn't even bother to extinguish the flames burning around his body. Zhang Zhihao's figure stopped in midair, and he lowered his head to look at his abdomen. The devil's spear head was deeply pierced, and trickles of blood flowed out continuously like a stream, gradually submerging the devil's spear head. Zhang Zhihao clenched his teeth and threw away the fireball. He patted his storage bag with his hand, wanting to take out the pills. The sharp spear head in the blood flashed with a strange black light. That black light followed the blood flowing out and flew into Zhang Zhihao's heart meridian. With just a light twirl, the true blood in the heart meridian was sucked into the spear head. Chapter 1333. As for Zhang Zhihao, his vision went black, and he directly fell from the sky into the dust. He didn't have the slightest aura. Seeing Zhang Zhihao fall from the sky, Xiaohua didn't dare to go forward. He didn't know what was going on with Zhang Zhihao. After all, he wanted to use the devil's spear tip and his own strength to break Zhang Zhihao's confinement talisman. But he didn't expect the devil's spear tip to directly pierce through the confinement talisman and pierce into Zhang Zhihao's abdomen. The confinement talisman on Zhang Jihao's body hadn't completely collapsed yet, and he was afraid of Zhang Jihao's fireball talisman, so he could only run away. As for the devil spear tip's power, he didn't know. His intuition told him that the spear tip that pierced into Zhang Jihao's abdomen could only injure him. It couldn't take his life. So when he saw Zhang Jihao fall into the dust, he only thought it was Zhang Jihao's strategy to lure the enemy. Ouch! Just when Xiaohua was hesitating, pain came from his body. The flames of the fire net talisman and fireball talisman had already broken the weak water talisman on his body and directly burned his body. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He brushed the back of his head and shot out 2 more weak water talismans. Only then did all the flames extinguish. But in this moment, his Taoist robe was already burned to tatters. Alas, this fire net talisman is indeed a high-grade yellow talisman. Amazing! Xiaohua stopped far away in the air and sighed with emotion. Also, my fireball talisman can actually be thrown out in large quantities. Why didn't I think of that? It made me dodge for a while. If I really ran into one, I wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Xiaohua sighed with emotion, but his eyes stared at Zhang Jihao's body on the ground, thinking about how to deal with it. In a moment, Xiaohua's brows relaxed and he thought, I'm too nervous. Whether this guy is faking it or not, won't I know with a fireball talisman? Thinking of this, he flicked his hand, and a fireball talisman appeared. He urged his magic power, and it turned into a fireball that flew toward Zhang Jihao's body. Xiaohua had made a lot of preparations and backups, but the fireball directly hit Zhang Jihao's body, which was still beyond his expectations. Seeing Zhang Jihao's body being burned to ashes by the fireball, Xiaohua truly believed that a 4th-level qi refining cultivator had been killed by him. At this time, Xiaohua didn't dare delay. He directly flew to the ground and picked up the devil's spear tip. Looking at it, there wasn't any change. He waved his hand and put it into the space behind his head. Then he tied his storage pouch that on his waist. As Zhang's pouch, Xiaohua's storage pouch for I Xiao I. S for I for it. Its halves have its a hundreds. I SSS what's I? S halves for it. I have. Have. Est it. SS of it. S's. I it. Thinking this, Xiaohua didn't have time to look carefully at the contents of the storage pouch. He moved everything into the space behind his head. Then he casually tossed the storage pouch aside. Using his transcendence energy, he activated a flight talisman and flew towards Jingbei City at top speed. Zhang Jihao was originally fleeing towards Jingbei City, so Xiaohua was also going in the same direction. In the time it took to eat a meal, he saw the city's shadow. The city's innumerable lights were reflected in the countless lakes, making them appear like specks of starlight. They were like the stars in the sky. The starlight in this lake seems a bit mysterious. Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. However, he didn't have time to carefully examine it. He lowered his altitude and at the same time slowed down. Everything about his flight matched that of a 2nd-level qi refining cultivator. At the same time, he took out his concealment cloak and put it on. At this time, many people were coming out of Jingbei City. Very few people were going in. When they saw Xiaohua, they couldn't help but give him a second glance. Fortunately, Xiaohua was wearing a concealment cloak. His face couldn't be seen, so he wasn't afraid of leaking anything to 100 Herbs Gate. When he arrived at the entrance of Jingbei City, Xiaohua was just about to step into the light curtain when a low, hoarse voice shouted, "Fellow Taoist, stop." Immediately after, a distorted figure appeared in the light curtain, blocking Xiaohua's path. Xiaohua was stunned. Not good. Could it be that the city gates are already closed? Sure enough, the Jingbei City disciple said, Jingbei City closes its gates. No outsiders are allowed to enter. Fellow Taoist, please turn back. This? Xiaohua turned his head and looked at the many cultivators coming out of Jingbei City. Each of them was at the 4th level of qi refining or higher. They all seemed to be as honeyed as Zhang Jihao. Xiaohua couldn't help but feel anxious. Senior, this junior's cultivation is too low. I'm afraid there will be some trouble tonight. Senior, please give me a way out. This is the iron law of Jingbei City. How could I dare to ignore it? A fellow Taoist doesn't have a proof of Jingbei City. Then hurry up and go. While there are still many cultivators, find a few familiar and reliable ones. Proof of Jingbua City. Xiaohua was delighted. He patted his storage pouch and took out the inn's yellow talisman. He handed it over and said, Is this a yellow talisman? A divine sense came from the light curtain and swept over Xiaohua's yellow talisman. The Foundation Establishment disciples said, This is the proof of Jingbua City. Why didn't fellow Taoists take it out earlier? Reporting to senior, this junior really didn't know. Please forgive me. Xiaohua's face lit up with joy. Seeing the Jingbua City disciples' figure disappear, Xiaohua hurriedly rushed into the light curtain, leaving behind a thin figure on the light curtain. When Xiaohua's figure landed on the main street of Jingbua City, Xiaohua's restless heart finally calmed down. He had a feeling of surviving a calamity. Immediately, Xiaohua clasped his hands behind his back and walked unhurriedly along the main street towards the inn. As he walked, he thought about the process of killing Zhang Zhihao just now. After all, this was the first opponent Xiaohua killed on the Xiaoyu continent. It was also the first time he had confidence in himself. This Zhang Zhihao is a 4th-level qi refinement expert. Whether it is his control of magic power, the use of yellow talismans, or his fighting experience, they are all far beyond this young master's reach. Being able to kill this bastard today is really a fluke. If it wasn't for that spear-tipped devil weapon, this young master absolutely wouldn't have been able to kill him. Alas, it really is as this young master expected. Although this young master's flight is swift, it still can't avoid the yellow talisman's speed. This young master's strength is invincible, but it still can't destroy the yellow talisman with one punch. If this young master's strength was a little stronger, then using force to break the spell wouldn't be empty words. But now, I still have to rely on this spear tip. Speaking of which, I'm afraid this spear tip is also strange. Even if an ordinary spear tip pierced into Zhang Zhihao's abdomen, it would only cause some skin damage. A Wuchang pill should be able to heal it completely, not to mention taking his life. That's simply a fool's dream. Only what's so strange about this spear tip? Could it be because it's a devil weapon? But if all devil weapons have this kind of magical use, why is it that Shi Wuming's devil weapon? No cultivator bought it? Although a piece of top-grade spirit stone is very expensive, who would complain about this killing weapon being expensive? This young master is really muddle-headed. Xiaohua suddenly slapped his forehead. Although devil weapons have this kind of life-threatening use, but if it can't pierce into a cultivator's flesh, then isn't it the same as not having any use? Normally, cultivators would have defensive yellow talismans all over their bodies. Even some Taoist robes had defensive properties that could block demonic artifacts. I'm afraid only this young master's arms have great strength, plus the weight of this spear tip itself, as well as the sharpness of the spear tip, can easily pierce through the defensive yellow talisman's brilliance. The more Xiaohua thought about it, the more he felt that it was reasonable. The more he thought about it, the more excited he felt. If that was really the case, then this would be Xiaohua's one and only secret technique, the one and only way to break the spell using force. It would also be Xiaohua's ultimate move to save his life. Only this kind of technique still requires one to get close to the enemy. Xiaohua immediately frowned. The cultivators of the country of Shi. Who would let the enemy get close to them? I'm afraid that when they just started to attack, the yellow talismans would be like a storm raining down on them, right? That's right, speaking of raining down on them, I actually forgot about the fireball talismans. I thought that I could only use them one by one. I didn't expect that I could actually use them all at once. The might of a single fireball talisman is already so great, so a whole bunch of fireball talismans would be even more powerful. I didn't know that I actually sold so many fireball talismans. No wonder those cultivators were so affectionate when they saw me. They didn't bargain at all when they put away the fireball talismans. It turns out that there was a hidden meaning behind it. The next time I see someone who is impatient, I'll directly throw a bunch of fireball talismans at them. Wouldn't the whole world be peaceful then? And it's not very good. If the enemy's speed is extremely fast, it can't be done. Didn't that guy Zhang Zhihao think that I was flying too fast so he couldn't hit me with the fireball talismans? And from this, increasing my flying speed is also my life-saving technique. Only by increasing my flying speed and catching the enemy off guard can I use this trump card. But how can I increase my flying speed? Xiaohua thought again. Escape of light. If I have the speed of light, who can be this young master's opponent? The speed of light. How fast is that? What kind of realm is that? Thinking too much, Xiaohua unconsciously became infatuated. He raised his head and looked at the sparkling starlight. It seemed that within the starlight, there was a Xiaohua who was using escape of light. After returning to the inn, Xiaohua's excitement from killing a high-level cultivator had already calmed down. He no longer had the excitement he had before entering Jingbei City. After this excitement he reflected. After this first life and death battle, Xiaohua deeply felt that the cultivation world of this Dawn Rain continent was really abnormally cruel. There was no reasoning at all. Everything depended on one's own strength and methods. He had only met this rogue cultivator named Zhang Zhihao once. He didn't know how he was targeted. He was very careful, but some of his whereabouts were still discovered. It seemed that he still had to be more cautious in the future. Moreover, even if he succeeded in killing Zhang Zhihao, he didn't use absolute strength after all. He only relied on some unexpected methods. These methods might be useful for a short period of time, but if he failed and others found out, he would definitely die without a burial ground. Chapter 1334. Perhaps. Only by raising my cultivation and killing Zhang Zhihao openly with my 5th level qi refining cultivation can I be considered a true success. Xiaohua bit his lips, his eyes almost narrowed. For a moment, there was an unparalleled thirst for strength in his heart. One can't travel 1,000 miles without taking a few steps. My cultivation growth is slow, but it's still growth. As long as I work hard, there will be a day when I succeed. The only thing I can do now is to focus on cultivation and raise my magic power. Xiaohua made up his mind and sat cross-legged. For several days, if he wasn't meditating and comprehending the heavens, he was cultivating the Songhua Dark Heart technique, and he was refining fireball talismans and confinement talismans. Along with the gradual increase of his magic power, and the gradual increase of his experience in refining yellow talismans, Xiaohua's drawing of fireball talismans with a talisman brush actually made a breakthrough. He could already draw fireball talismans with great difficulty. Looking at the freshly made fireball talismans, Xiaohua felt awkward in his heart. Not to mention anything else, just looking at the uneven lines on the yellow talisman and the slightly twisted runes, they all clearly indicated that this fireball talisman was nothing more than a ruffian for practice. But it just so happened that the power of this fireball talisman was not at the elementary level. With Xiaohua's experience in refining high-grade fireball talismans, he could easily determine that this seemingly crooked fireball talisman was most likely a mid-grade one. Xiaohua pondered but to no avail. He could only attribute this peculiar phenomenon to his own fire attribute constitution. On this day, Xiaohua refined a fireball talisman. His heart stirred and he thought to himself, after cultivating for several days, today should be the day of Jingbei City's change of market. Many sects in the country of Xi will come to Jingbei City to exchange what they have. Rare spiritual herbs, rare materials, they will all appear. Maybe I can even come across some cultivation methods? And, not to mention cultivation methods, even some pill formulas or talisman refining methods might be possible. If I don't go take a look, wouldn't it be a pity? Xiaohua already knew how to refine fireball talismans. Entering Heaven's Forsaken was already a foregone conclusion. Xiaohua's consciousness entered his space and sorted out the yellow talismans he refined in the past few days. After the matter with Zhang Zhihao last time, Xiaohua put everything inside his space. He only put some simple things in his storage pouch that matched his second layer aura refining cultivation. I forgot that the last time I killed Zhang Zhihao, I also took some things from his storage bag. I wonder what they are. Thinking of this, Xiaohua began to tidy up Zhang Zhihao's things. On that day, Xiaohua moved all the things in Zhang Zhihao's storage bag into his own space, but most of these things were Xiaohua's own, so he was too lazy to look carefully. He only scolded the poor bastard in his heart and sighed at Zhang Zhihao's difficulties as a robber. Zhang Zhihao indeed didn't have many things. He only had a few dozen mid-grade spirit stones, some yellow talismans, some booklets, a few robes, and some other personal belongings. I forgot. This guy is a 4th level qi refining cultivator. Maybe he has a cultivation method. Xiaohua suddenly remembered. He seemed to have a bit of an afterthought. It was obvious that he didn't have any experience in robbing. Icicle talisman? Xiaohua took out the first book and looked at it carefully. He couldn't help but be somewhat disappointed. This guy doesn't know how to refine talismans at all. Where did he get the icicle talisman? He must have stolen it from somewhere. If it was before, Xiaohua would definitely be very happy to get the icicle talisman. But now that he was looking forward to a cultivation method, although he was happy, he was also very disappointed. Following that, the next few books were either travel notes or incomplete pieces of silk. In the end, there was even a secret manual for dual cultivation. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw it, but he was even more disappointed. Sure enough, he's a poor bastard. Not only do he have no spirit stones, he didn't even leave a cultivation method in his storage bag. Really, I don't know what to say about you. Can't you have a bit of the awareness of a rogue cultivator? Why did you carry everything with you? Xiaohua cursed in his heart and threw the things back into the space. Xiaohua was a bit uninterested in Zhang Jihao's Taoist robe. He only wanted to take a look, but when he saw one of the rooms his eyes widened. This is a maze? Are you a real fan? In Xiaohua's hands, among the robes he took out from the space, there was one that was exactly the same as the one he saw. It was actually a genuine item from Qiqiao sect. Xiaohua's mood suddenly became excited. He couldn't help but nag. Like I said, this guy must have robbed a lot. How could he not have anything good? Presumably, all his spirit stones and spiritual herbs were converted into top-grade spirit stones to exchange for this maze. Humph, there's no need to think about it. This guy was wearing this maze and following behind me, making me unable to detect him. This is great. Even death can't wipe out his crimes. And he even tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice used to lure it. He's benefiting me for nothing. And what's the old saying again? If you always walk by the river, how can your shoes not get wet? Xiaohua hummed an unknown tune as he put the maze into the space, thinking of using it himself in the future. Looking at the other robes, they were all ordinary. Xiaohua didn't have the habit of wearing other people's robes. He threw out the fireball talisman he just refined and set the robes on fire. Although the fireball talisman Xiaohua drew with a talisman pen looked terrible, its power was not bad. Although Xiaohua had already controlled his magic power, and there wasn't much spiritual energy in the room, it still made a sound, causing Xiaohua to be surprised. The innkeeper won't come looking for trouble, right? Xiaohua thought as he waved his sleeve, scattering the ashes of the robes on the ground. What is this? Xiaohua's sharp eyes saw something that looked like a piece of gold leaf in the ashes. The gold foil was as thin as a book page. Xiaohua exerted a bit of force and the gold foil could also be folded. However, when he loosened his hand, the gold foil would bounce open. Xiaohua used his finger to lightly flick it, and the gold foil would vibrate slightly. However, when Xiaohua looked at it again and again, the gold leaf was still gold leaf. He couldn't see anything special about it. Since the gold leaf was found in the ashes of the Taoist robe, Zhang Jihao must have hidden it in the Taoist robe. Since he took it so seriously and didn't leave it in the storage bag, it must be something extremely important. But what is it? Or, this robe was also robbed and Zhang Jihao didn't know about it? Xiaohua looked at the gold leaf in his hand thoughtfully. At this moment, the room's restriction shone slightly. Xiaohua was surprised. This was the first time this kind of situation had happened. He didn't know how to deal with it. After a moment, the room started to tremble. Xiaohua came to his senses and quickly stuck the yellow talisman on the door. He put the gold leaf in his hand into the space and prepared to escape. Fellow Taoist. However, when Xiaohua removed the restriction in the room, a gentle voice came from outside. Xiaohua was surprised. He looked over and saw a foundation establishment cultivator looking at him with wrinkled brows. Senior. Xiaohua didn't feel at ease and quickly jumped out of the room. He looked back with lingering fear and cupped his hands. Senior, do you have any instructions? I am the shopkeeper of this fish sun inn. The cultivator smiled and returned the greeting. Shopkeeper. Why is your inn's room suddenly shaking? Is it going to collapse? Xiaohua quickly asked. As he spoke, he quickly walked away from the room. Fellow Taoist, don't panic. This isn't a problem with the inn's room. It's I who called, fellow Taoist. The shopkeeper looked at Xiao Hua's cultivation and said with a smile, "Shopkeeper, why are you looking for I?" Xiao Hua immediately became vigilant. Nothing, nothing. Just now, fellow Taoist's room let out a huge rumble. I was afraid that fellow Taoist had an accident, so I came over to take a look. I already called you the first time, but fellow Taoist didn't respond, so I called you a second time. Xiao Hua's eyes swiveled. How could he still not understand what the shopkeeper was referring to? He hurriedly blushed and bowed, saying, "Junior accidentally drew a fireball talisman. I've truly nagged the shopkeeper." "So it's like that." The shopkeeper looked inside the room. Sure enough, the fire attribute's spiritual energy was abundant. He said with a smile, "Originally, fellow Taoist wasn't allowed to experiment with yellow talismans in the inn. However, fellow Taoist should also pay some attention. Fortunately, today is the day of the exchange. Apart from fellow Taoist, there's no one else in the inn. Otherwise, fellow Taoist would have greatly offended others." "Ah, they've already gone to E-City?" Xiao Hua was stunned. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "Shopkeeper, excuse me. Junior also has to hurry to E-City. I was careless and almost missed the time." The shopkeeper said with a smile, "No hurry. Right now it's just noon. There's still many hours before the evening market closes. Fellow Taoist can stroll around as much as you want. Oh right, fellow Taoist's room is due today. Do you want to continue renting it?" Hearing the shopkeeper say that he was going to E-City to stroll around, Xiao Hua was unhappy. He waved his hand and said, "Many thanks for Senior's reminder. Junior will return to the mountain after strolling around E-City. I won't come to Jinghua City again." "Alright, fellow Taoist, please. I hope that fellow Taoist will stay at Yuyang the next time you come to Jinghua City." The shopkeeper smiled and raised his hand to salute. Xiao Hua saluted and left without looking back. Not long after leaving the inn, Xiao Hua first looked for a secluded place and draped Zhang Jihao's genuine camouflage cloak over his body, concealing his cultivation and even concealing Xiao Hua's height that was different from others. Xiao Hua finally understood that as long as there was a possibility of him being seen, he had to wear this camouflage robe. He couldn't repeat the mistake of being targeted by Zhang Jihao. In Easy City, not only would the 100 Herbs Gate come, there would also be a lot of small fries who wanted to take advantage of him. Xiao Hua had to be 100 times more careful. E-City was in the same place as E.G. Xiao Hua arrived at E-City with ease. Today was clearly different from usual. Not to mention that he could hear the clamor of E-City from far away. Just by seeing the slightly multicolored brilliance in the sky above E-City, Xiao Hua knew that Jinghua City's disciples were patrolling here again. Sure enough, when Xiao Hua arrived at the entrance of E-City, a Jinghua City disciple around the 10th layer of qi refining stopped him. This didn't exist in the previous E.G. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist, why don't you let I enter?" That disciple looked at Xiao Hua's camouflage robe and clearly didn't know Xiao Hua's cultivation. He smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, this is your first time coming to E-City, right?" Chapter 1335. I'm not allowed to enter on my first try? Xiao Hua sneered when he saw the politeness of the Jinghua City's disciple. Not at all, not at all. Fellow Taoist, I welcome you on behalf of Jinghua City's City Lord Zhao. The disciple smiled apologetically. However, according to the rules of Jinghua City, everyone who enters E-City has to pay a mid-grade spirit stone as a fee for the services provided by Jinghua City. A mid-grade spirit stone? Xiao Hua inwardly cursed. This was the price of a high-grade fireball talisman. Who knows how many cultivators there were in the trading market today? Who knows how much Jinghua City's income would be on the day of the trading market? They truly knew how to make money. Then, I can set up a stall to sell it? Xiao Hua's heart stirred and he asked. That's right. E-City is different from E-City. Everyone has to pay a management fee. Anyone can sell it themselves. The disciple said politely. That's great. Xiao Hua patted his storage pouch, and a piece of middle-grade spirit stone was casually handed over. He really had a rich and overbearing appearance. Fellow Taoists, please. After receiving the spirit stone, The Jinghua city's disciple handed over a scarlet communication talisman and said, "This is the communication talisman of Jinghua City. If fellow Taoist needs Jinghua City's help in E-City, please send the communication talisman. This communication talisman can be used multiple times." After saying that, the disciple disappeared. Another mid-grade spirit stone is gone. Xiaohua sighed. This fireball talisman. I have to keep it for myself in the future. I can't sell it outside anymore. If someone takes it and attacks me, won't I be looking for trouble? But, if that's the case, then won't I be unable to sell the confinement talisman? I can only sell spiritual herbs? Spiritual herbs are harmless, but I have to use them myself. If I have such a big place one day, I won't have to do anything but collect a mid-grade spirit stone from each person. Wouldn't I have made a fortune long ago? However, it's worth it to exchange a mid-grade spirit stone for Jinghua City's protection. Xiaohua smiled and kept the communication talisman in his storage pouch. Xiaohua was lost in his thoughts as he walked into E-City. The layout of E-City was similar to E.G., but there were more people of all walks of life. Whether it was the sellers or the people wandering around, there were several times more people than before. However, even with so many people walking together, it didn't seem crowded. Clearly, Jinghua City had used some kind of spatial magic here. Yes, the more the merrier. Who will notice me? Xiaohua was very satisfied. He slowly walked, looking for what he needed. From time to time he would come across some commonly used items, such as Earth Escape Talisman, Earth Thorn Talisman, Diamond Talisman, Iron Cloak Talisman, and other yellow talismans. Xiaohua also bought a lot of them. A high-level sword talisman actually cost 3 mid-grade spirit stones. Xiaohua had a lot of spirit stones in his pouch, but he only bought 10 talismans. As for the Ice Thorn Talisman, Xiaohua had already obtained a refining method for the Ice Thorn Talisman. How could he go and buy another one? Along the way there were more things than E.G., but when it came to the uniqueness it was still lacking. What cultivation method, what talisman refining method, what pill formula, none of it was available. Just as Xiaohua was thinking about whether he should set up a stall to sell his yellow talismans, he heard a commotion not far away. There was an urgent shout, "High-level fire snake talisman! High-level fire snake talisman! Someone is selling the refining method for the fire snake talisman." When Xiaohua heard this, his spirit was greatly roused. A low-level fireball talisman was already so powerful when he refined it. If a high-level fire snake talisman was refined by him, what kind of power would it have? Soon after, everyone arrived at a small stall. The stall owner was an old man close to 60 years old with a cultivation base around the 11th layer of the aura refining realm. At this moment, there were already 3 cultivators standing in front of his stall. All of them were in the foundation building realm. One was close to 40 years old with a big face, a tall stature, and a loud and clear voice. One was around 50 years old with a short stature and a scoundrel head and mouse eyes. The last one had an ordinary stature and a white face without a beard. They were also around 40 years old. When Xiaohua walked closer, the cultivator with a white face and no beard had a displeased expression on his face. He said coldly, "Fellow Taoists, I saw the refining method for the fire snake talisman first. I'm currently discussing the price with this fellow Taoist. If you too want it, perhaps wait until I can't complete the transaction before coming forward." Fellow Taoist, are you fellow Taoist Meng from Dear Luo Mountain? The scoundrel head and mouse eyes cultivator asked in a shrill voice. "It's really I, Meng Tian. Does fellow Taoist know I?" Meng Tian's expression turned cold as he coldly looked at the cultivator. "Fellow Taoist, you're overthinking. I'm Zhan Yu from Yellow Flower School. Greetings, fellow Taoist Meng." Zhan Yu said as he cupped his hands in greeting. Zhan Yu? When Xiaohua heard this name and looked at the scoundrel head and mouse eyes cultivator's appearance, he almost burst out laughing. However, Meng Tian was different. As soon as he heard Zhan Yu's name, his expression turned solemn. He bowed and saluted. "Greetings, fellow Taoist Zhan." What about this fellow Taoist? Can you bestow a name?" Zhan Yu nodded and asked the other person. That person hesitated for a moment, then cupped his hands and said, "I'm Yen Luing from Lumen Sect." Yen Luing's voice was loud and clear. Everyone in the surroundings heard it. "Alright, fellow Taoist, Yen is too polite. Zhan Yu and Meng Tian both saluted. Xiao Hua, who was at the side, was bewildered. Just now, the three of them were practically at daggers drawn. Why did they suddenly extinguish their anger and change to small talk? Just as Xiao Hua was puzzled, Zhan Yu said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Meng, since everyone has introduced themselves, the following matters will be much easier. I won't hide it from fellow Taoist." Before fellow Taoist made the inquiry, I also discussed with this fellow Taoist. When the old man heard this, he hurriedly said, Yes, this senior asked before. It's just that this fellow Taoist wanted either 300 high-grade spirit stones or 3 foundation establishment pills. It really made I scratch my head, so I retreated to the side to think." Zhan Yu looked at the old man and said slowly. When Meng Tian heard this, he frowned slightly and said with a smile, "Since fellow Taoist Zhan has already retreated, then, it's naturally I's turn? But I also said I didn't want it?" Zhan Yu sneered. "Haha, that's right. Fellow Taoist Zhan also didn't say he didn't want it. Fellow Taoist Meng's inquiry is really inappropriate." Yan Luing said with a smile. "Fellow Taoist Yan, even if I disturbed fellow Taoist Zhan, what does it have to do with fellow Taoist?" Meng Tian unhappily replied. "That's right. Since fellow Taoist Meng disturbed fellow Taoist Zhan, then what's the point of I disturbing fellow Taoist Meng and making an inquiry? After all, didn't fellow Taoist Meng also not take out 300 high-grade spirit stones?" Yin Luing retorted. This? Meng Tian was speechless. It wasn't that he didn't want the refining method of the fire snake talisman, but this. The old man's price was really too high, exceeding his expectations. 3 foundation establishment pills, that could possibly create 3 foundation establishment experts. Seeing that the old man's cultivation was only around the 11th level of the qi refining realm, he probably wanted to use these 3 foundation establishment pills as a final struggle. If I'd known earlier, I would have cut the Gordian knot. 300 high-grade spirit stones. It's not like I can't afford it. Meng Tian secretly regretted. Sure enough, Zhan Yu said with a smile, since both fellow Taoists want the refining method of the talisman, and both of you are around the same time, I won't say anything more. The highest bidder gets it. What do you all think? That's the only way, Yin Luing said with a smile. Soon after, she looked around and said with a clear smile, which other fellow Taoist is interested in the refining method? Please come over together. However, I'll say this first. We've already left our names, so any fellow Taoist who goes up must also reveal their true identity. Xiao Hua heard the first part of Yin Luing's words, and his heart was greatly moved. Unfortunately, he couldn't take out 300 high-grade spirit stones for the time being. When he heard the last part of Yin Luing's words, he gave up even more. A brat at the 2nd level of the qi refining realm competing with a foundation establishment cultivator for the talisman refining method, that was truly courting death. Looking to the side, there were also many people who were restless at first, but soon after, they all became quiet. Just like Xiao Hua, they quietly watched. Hey, little sister Rui, did you see that? It's the same scene as the last time we met in East City. These 3 seniors are also going to bid. A gentle voice came from behind Xiao Hua. That voice wasn't loud, but it slowly became clear. Clearly, someone had walked behind Xiao Hua. That's right, brother Fan. It seems that every time East City has such interesting things. This was a woman's voice. It carried a bit of sadness, a bit of melancholy, and a bit of curiosity. When these 2 sentences entered Xiao Hua's ears, it was simply countless times louder than the clamor of the entire East City. It was as if 2 thunderbolts had struck Xiao Hua's ears. Moreover, these words were like a top-grade confinement talisman. No, it was like a body immobilization technique which froze Xiao Hua in place. Xiao Hua only felt his entire body stiffen, and he couldn't move an inch. However, in his heart, there was an incomparable longing. He longed to turn his head and look at Xiao Xianrui, who was no longer his senior sister. Isn't that so? At East City, there are always strange things that attract the covetous eyes of many. For example, the refining method of this fire snake talisman is usually passed down in secret by talisman-making sections. It's definitely not easily taken out. Presumably, this fellow Taoist at the 11th level of qi refining saw that there was no hope of breaking through, so he came up with this plan. Regardless of whether these 3 seniors obtain the refining method, Their sex will be able to refine the fire snake talisman. A fire snake talisman is worth a lot of spirit stones. If it weren't for the fact that our 100 Herbs sect isn't good at talisman making, I would also want to compete with them. Zhang Fan's voice rang out. These 3 seniors are all in the foundation establishment stage. If you go up, won't you be causing trouble for our 100 Herbs sect? Xiao Xianrui's tone was rather worried and reproachful. Sister Rui, you're wrong. These 3 seniors have made their identities clear in order to avoid trouble. No matter who reveals their identity, as long as they have enough spirit stones, they can openly purchase the method of making charms in their hands. Then others won't look for trouble. Xiao Xianrui rebuked, then, last time at E-City, wasn't it because of the peacock fantasy that we encountered the 10,000 poisons sect? If it weren't for you, how could there be so much trouble? If it weren't for the peacock fantasy and the 10,000 poisons sect, how could I have met and become friends with you? Zhang Fan said in a low voice. Xiao Xianrui softly snorted through her nose. It sounded very sweet. Xiao Hua no longer paid attention to what was happening at the stall in front of him. He only focused on listening to the sounds behind him. What a pity. The peacock fantasy is a witness to our meeting. You're actually willing to give it to Xiao Hua. Zhang Fan was somewhat unwilling. Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 1336. Xiao Xianrui giggled and said, "You and I are already together. With the peacock illusion in my hands, I can still reminisce about the past, but it's better to let it go with Xiao Hua. Alas, I don't know how Xiao Hua is now. It's hard to say. According to the news from Huan Hua sect, Xiao Hua hasn't appeared around Huan Hua sect. He's only a second-layer qi refining cultivator, and has no experience outside. Where could he have gone? I'm afraid he was either eaten by a demon beast or killed by a rogue cultivator." Zhang Fan whispered with regret. What a pity. That peacock illusion. Oh, if Sister Rui is worried, when we return from E-City, I'll send a disciple to look for Xiao Hua. Don't look for him for what? Xiao Xianrui quickly shook her head. Just as she was about to speak, Xiao Hua, who was wearing a camouflage robe, slightly turned his head, glanced at the two and coughed in a low voice. The familiar coughing sound caused Xiao Xianrui's whole body to shake, but when she looked up at Xiao Hua, she was immediately disappointed. Zhang Fan hurriedly bowed and said, "This poor Taoist was rude. Please forgive me." Xiao Hua didn't answer. He turned his head, and his eyes were filled with Xiao Xianrui's unusually delicate face. At this time Xiao Xianrui was much thinner than before. Her eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, and her big eyes carried a trace of confusion and worry. In front of the crowd, the competition between the 3 foundation establishment cultivators had already reached its climax. All 3 of them were flushed with anger. The surrounding cultivators were also looking on happily, quietly waiting for the method to refine the fire serpent talisman to fall into someone's hands. However, in this crowd there were 2 people who were different from the others. Although Xiao Hua's eyes were looking forward, all of his attention was placed behind him. He turned a deaf ear to the 3 foundation establishment cultivators. Xiao Xianrui's eyes were looking forward, but from time to time, her eyes would glance at Xiao Hua, who was of the same height as her. She thought to herself that the coughing sound was obviously Xiao Hua's, but how could Xiao Hua have a camouflage robe? Back then, only when Shang Huaming went bankrupt could I exchange for a camouflage robe. Xiao Hua couldn't have exchanged for one in such a short time. But if it wasn't him, why was the sound so similar? Even if Mystique can change its voice, it can't completely change into another person's voice. Not long after, the competition in front of the crowd came to an end. Yan Luing from the Lumen faction was rich and overbearing. She directly used the price of 400 high-grade spiritual stones to buy the talisman crafting method of the fire snake talisman. On the other hand, Meng Tian and Zhan Yu were slightly depressed. After Yan Luing stored the talisman crafting technique into her storage pouch and handed over the spirit stones to the old man, she cupped her hands towards Meng Tian and Zhan Yu in satisfaction before swaggering off. Meng Tian and Zhan Yu also smiled bitterly at each other before parting ways. Seeing that the 3 of them had left, the onlookers had also dispersed. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart, then turned around to look at Xiao Xianrui, and disappeared along with the crowd. Let's go, Sister Rui. Let's take a look over there. Maybe there's something similar to the peacock fantasy. Jiang Fan obviously didn't notice Xiao Xianrui's absent-minded expression. He pulled Xiao Xianrui's sleeve and walked in the opposite direction. Xiao Xianrui looked at Xiao Hua, who had already disappeared. She also sighed from the bottom of her heart and turned around to leave. Xiao Xianrui knew that even if the person wearing the mystique was Xiao Hua, there were more than 100 people wearing the same mystique in E-City. As long as Xiao Hua disappeared and immediately reappeared, who would know that the two mystique were the same person? She might never find Xiao Hua again. In fact, Xiao Hua also had the same idea. After leaving, he turned around and wanted to walk back to Xiao Xianrui's side. However, he only walked a few steps before stopping. He secretly asked in his heart, why should I go back now? Yes, what could Xiao Hua do? Be a spectator? Look at the sweet relationship between Jiang Fan and Xiao Xianrui. It would be fine if he didn't see it, but if he saw it too much, wouldn't it arouse Jiang Fan's suspicion? Forget it, forget it. We've already embarked on different paths. Why should we think about reuniting? Xiao Hua let out a bitter laugh from the bottom of his heart. His footsteps slipped, and he deviated from the direction he was going and went to another place. After walking for a long time, Xiao Hua still didn't find anything suitable. Just as he was feeling depressed, he saw that there were more cultivators in front of him compared to other places. Isn't this the place where I met Shi Wuming last time? Seems to be selling demonic tools. Why are there so many of them today? Because he had experienced the power of the demonic spear, Xiao Hua was also curious about the demonic tools. He quickly walked a few steps and entered the area. Today was the same as that day. There were also some cultivators sitting cross-legged. Some pitch-black demonic tools were placed in front of them. Just like other places, there were many more demonic tools, and there were also many more people looking at them. Xiao Hua followed some people and walked to the front of a stall. Like the others, he first looked at the demonic tools on the stall. These demonic tools were also strange of every description. He couldn't see what they were used for. Seeing the others pick up the demonic tools and touch them with their hands and carefully look at them with their eyes, Xiao Hua followed suit. He picked up a demonic tool that was similar to a 5-star one. He knew that the demonic spear was very heavy, so he thought that the 5-star one would be heavy as well. However, the 5-star one was extremely light, as if it didn't have any weight. Xiao Hua used all his strength and almost flipped himself over. His figure slightly staggered. The stall owner seemed to have noticed Xiao Hua's abnormality and coldly glanced at him. Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. Unfortunately, this bewildering mist is the real deal. The stall owner actually didn't see through Xiao Hua's bewildering mist. The stall owner said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist, be careful." I know," Xiao Hua replied. His voice was very old. Obviously, Xiao Hua changed his voice through the bewildering mist. The 5-star one's hand was extremely cold, bone-piercing cold. However, Xiao Hua looked left and right, up and down, but he didn't find anything strange. The 5-star 5 corners weren't sharp and didn't have any similarities with the demonic spear tip. Fellow Taoist. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and put the 5-star on the stall. He cupped his hands and asked, "May I ask, where did fellow Taoist get this demonic tool?" The stall owner was slightly stunned. Soon after, he said with some displeasure, "This demonic tool is of course in the Imperial Demon Valley. As for how it fell into I's hands, fellow Taoist shouldn't be interested. If fellow Taoist likes this demonic tool, I will let you have some. Take 10 top-grade spirit stones and this demonic tool will belong to fellow Taoist." 10 top-grade spirit stones? Xiao Hua immediately denied and secretly cursed. Why is it so expensive? It's better to rob. However, Xiao Hua immediately thought of the might of the demonic spear tip. Compared to 10 top-grade spirit stones, this price didn't seem expensive. "I will choose again," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "And fellow Taoist, as you wish." The stall owner nodded and then reminded, "I obtained this demonic tool from the Battle of the Imperial Demon Valley 3 years ago. It's definitely the latest. Last time, a lot of it was sold in the e-market. There's only a little left. If fellow Taoist doesn't decide today, I'm afraid that in the next e-market, You won't see this demonic tool and won't see this demonic tool's area. Imperial Demon Valley? Battle? Xiaohua was stunned. Could it be some kind of battle between immortals and demons? Xiaohua didn't know what the battle between immortals and demons was. He only heard Zhang Qingxiao nagging in his ear. I want to make a move, but I haven't found anything suitable. Xiaohua thought for a moment and prevaricated. And I know fellow Taoists' concerns. This demonic tool can't be controlled with divine sense, and can't be activated with magic power. Their specific effects can only be explored by oneself. However, fellow Taoist, you have to understand that there are only so many demonic tools. If fellow Taoist doesn't make a move as soon as possible, there won't be any left after today. Moreover, if fellow Taoist luck is good, you may encounter a demonic tool that can be used by fellow Taoist's special divine ability. Then, fellow Taoists will make a fortune. Although this demonic tool is the remnant of the true demonic tool of the demon realm, its quality and other aspects are more powerful than the magic tools and treasures of my Xiaoyu continent. Then, fellow Taoist, do you have a relatively sharp demonic tool that can kill people as long as it's inserted into their body? Xiaohua asked. He, fellow Taoist, is indeed an expert. Take a look at this. As he spoke, the cultivator slapped his storage bag and took out a pitch-black dagger and handed it over. Xiaohua took it. The dagger was also very light. The blade and the tip of the dagger faintly glowed with a cold light, appearing extremely sharp. And good stuff. Xiaohua was not stingy with his praise. Indeed, this demonic tool is also one of the intact ones in Ai's possession. Not only is it incomparably sharp, but it also has the blood-sucking ability that fellow Taoist mentioned. As long as this demonic tool is inserted into the body of a cultivator, the true blood in their heart meridians will be sucked away by the demonic tool, thus killing the cultivator. If it's a dark cultivator from the demon realm, the true nucleus in their heart meridians will also be broken and sucked into the demonic tool. Blood-sucking? Xiaohua secretly nodded and asked, such a good thing, how many spirit stones? I have been long-winded with you, so just give me 15 top-grade spirit stones. So much? Xiaohua was once again dumbfounded. At this time, Shi Wuming's hateful face was already incomparably benevolent in Xiaohua's mind. Shi Wuming had reduced the price of the demonic spear tip from 10 top-grade spirit stones to 1 top-grade spirit stone, and Xiaohua himself did not have to pay that many spirit stones to obtain the demonic spear tip. Xiaohua looked at the stall owner and cupped his hands. He did not say anything and continued to walk towards another stall. This stall was similar to the previous one, but there were a few more people. These people could not squeeze in, so they did not squeeze and just stood there quietly watching. Fellow Taoist. Xiaohua's courage increased a lot. He came in front of an 11th stage qi refining cultivator and cupped his hands and asked, are the demonic tools in this stall all from 3 years ago? The cultivator glanced at Xiaohua and said, the stall owner said so, how can we know? Unless we go to the Imperial Devil Valley and guard there. As long as a cultivator comes out of the valley, we will go and ask for the demonic tools. Only then can we guarantee that we will get the real demonic tools. These demonic tools all come from the Imperial Devil Valley? Xiaohua looked up at the stall in the distance and asked in a very casual tone. To be continued. Chapter 1337. That cultivator looked Xiaohua up and down and said coldly, fellow Taoist, this question is very peculiar. If the demonic artifact doesn't come from demon-resisting valley, where else can it come from? Do you think demonic cultivators can forge such a quality demonic artifact? Demonic cultivators? Xiaohua heard this term for the first time and was slightly astonished in his heart. However, he wasn't afraid at all and said with a smile, demonic cultivators have a long history. If a demonic cultivator with profound cultivation can forge such a demonic artifact, it shouldn't be considered much. Although Xiaohua was smiling, that laughter was clearly concealing his ignorance. That cultivator laughed as expected and said while clapping, fellow Taoist, this viewpoint is indeed interesting. I have never thought of it. However, if a demonic cultivator really wants to forge such a demonic artifact, then he must have the materials to forge this demonic artifact. This demonic artifact's materials can only be found in the devil world. Where can we find them in the cultivation world? Xiaohua's face flushed red, and he argued forcefully, Dawn Rain continent is vast and boundless. How can fellow Taoists assert that there aren't suitable materials? Of course there are substitute materials. Otherwise, where would demonic cultivators get their handy magic artifacts? But if it's the real materials, how can my Dawn Rain continent have them? This Dawn Rain continent's heaven and earth is filled with spiritual energy, and not a bit of demonic qi. How do you want these materials to be formed? Ridicule already appeared in that cultivator's mouth. Xiaohua finally understood the crux of forging demonic artifacts, and the formation of demonic artifacts materials. He was at a loss for words for a moment, but his eyes turned and he said with a smile, fellow Taoist doesn't know. But it doesn't mean that my Dawn Rain continent doesn't have them. Fellow Taoist is right. That cultivator was slightly dazed, and the ridicule in his tone turned into approval. He nodded and said, Sai Dawn Rain continent's 10 great danger zones. Are they something we can covet? If there's some mysterious matter inside Emin, even if there's demonic qi, I also wouldn't find it strange. 10 great danger zones? Xiaohua was even more dazed and truly felt his inadequacy. However, he didn't dare to ask again. Hearing that cultivator's meaning, these 10 great danger zones should be something every cultivator could know. If he asked too much, it would appear superficial. Haha, that's precisely what I meant. Xiaohua cupped his hands and laughed with an unfathomable appearance. All right, fellow Taoist over there, please step aside. Fellow Taoist, after you. That cultivator very elegantly invited Xiaohua to choose. Xiaohua shook his head and said, since fellow Taoist saw it first, fellow Taoist has the right to choose first. Fellow Taoist, please go first. Since fellow Taoist says so, I'll take a look first. And fellow Taoist, please. Xiaohua had a smile on his face. He was embarrassingly short on money, so there was no way he could buy anything, so he naturally had to be cultured and refined. Admittedly, this demonic artifact wasn't of much use to cultivators, and its price was ridiculously high. However, there were so many people who came to choose and look at it. It seemed that if they didn't come here to take a look, they wouldn't be able to show off their profound cultivation. And needless to say, even Xiaohua, a small cultivator at the second layer of the qi refining stage, was full of curiosity towards demonic artifacts, so there was no need to say anything about the others. Xiaohua took some time to find a demonic artifact that was similar to a spear tip. That demonic artifact's weight was neither light nor heavy, and it was in line with the weight of an ordinary person. However, when Xiaohua held it in his hand, he didn't feel anything at all. He squinted his eyes and carefully looked at it again and again. Apart from the pitch-black demonic artifact, he couldn't see any other peculiarities. This thing. And why is there a crack behind the spear tip? Xiaohua's gaze very naturally fell on the bottom of the spear tip. It seems that my spear tip also has a crack, and the bottom of that 5-star spear also has a trace of a crack. Xiaohua suddenly understood. Since this demonic artifact came from the Imperial Devil Valley, it was left behind from the so-called Great War of Immortals and Devils. Then, these demonic artifacts were also left behind in the Imperial Devil Valley, after they were damaged in the battle between the Devil World and the cultivators of the Dawn Rain continent. Then when cultivators were cleaning up the battlefield, they brought these demonic artifacts out from the Imperial Devil Valley. That's right, Sect Master also went to the Imperial Devil Valley several years ago. His cultivation was only at the Foundation establishment stage, so he couldn't directly face the people from the Devil World. Presumably, he also went there for these things. Xiaohua thought of Xiao Yuehong, and his heart became gloomy. He didn't have the mood to look anymore, so he threw the spear tip on the stall, got up and left. After only walking 4 or 5 steps, Xiaohua suddenly thought, since there are damaged demonic artifacts, then there must also be complete demonic artifacts. Just a fragment is worth 10 top-grade spirit stones. How many spirit stones would a complete demonic artifact cost? Soon after, Xiaohua mocked himself. Perhaps only devil cultivators would pay such a high price to buy a complete demonic artifact. What the hell am I thinking about? Oh, that's right, I wonder if Senior Shi came. Ever since returning from Jinghua City, Xiaohua didn't have the slightest bit of disgust toward Shi Wuming's forceful buying and selling. There was only gratitude. If it wasn't for the demonic spear tip, he really didn't know the result of his fight with Zhang Jihao. Xiao Hua then circled the entire area, but there was no sign of Shi Wuming. And that day, Senior Nisi seemed to have said that he couldn't participate in this e-bazaar, so he came to e-bazaar. Also, because of some urgent matter, and because he couldn't say it out loud, he forced himself to sell the spear tip to me. Today he naturally won't be here. Thinking, Xiao Hua stepped out of the demonic artifact area and walked towards the depths of E-Market. In the time it took to eat a meal, Xiao Hua encountered a few more things that needed to be bid on. One of them was a circular magic tool with countless runes lingering on its surface. With a push of magic power, the runes left the body and gave birth to countless flames, roasting the surrounding air until it was scorching hot. The bidders were 4 Foundation establishment cultivators. These 4 people also didn't wear the camouflage cloak and came forward with their original appearance. There was also a fragment of a magic tool similar to a pipe, and it was still half a pipe. Xiao Hua was far away, so he couldn't clearly see the runes on this fragment. However, the bidders were actually 2 cultivators who were completely enthralled, so he couldn't see the cultivation level on it. However, the price was extremely high, far beyond what Xiao Hua could imagine. Listening to the whispers of the cultivators next to him, Xiao Hua knew that this magic artifact could only be controlled by cultivators above the Foundation establishment stage with divine sense. Even if it was just a fragment, its power was inconceivable, so the bidding price was extremely high. And to be able to pay such a price, or to be able to control this fragment, could only be a gold core stage cultivator. At that time, Xiao Hua looked at the 2 Foundation establishment stage cultivators in front of him, his eyes shining. He secretly thought that if he was one of the 2, then it would be great. He would immediately turn back and capture 100 Herbs Gates Zhang Fan, then take Xiao Xianrui to Yaonong Peak for revenge. Unfortunately, just as he thought about it, Xiao Hua came across the 4th round of bidding. The 4th round of bidding was something Xiao Hua was interested in. It was a 2,000-year-old spiritual plant. Inside the space behind Xiao Hua's head, ever since he advanced to the 2nd layer of the aura refining realm, the tracing light ray was even more effective. The spiritual plants inside the space grew for 1 day, equivalent to 2 years of growth outside. Many of the spiritual plants were already 200 years old. If nothing unexpected happened, in another year, Xiao Hua would have a large number of 1,000-year-old spiritual plants. How to deal with these spiritual plants and what kind of price to sell them, Xiao Hua muttered in his heart. Therefore, when he saw a spiritual plant being auctioned, he naturally paid attention to it. This was a rather large stall with a lot of spiritual plants on it. A white-haired Foundation establishment stage cultivator was calmly standing behind the stall. There were also 3 cultivators standing in front of the stall with their hands clasped behind their backs. One of them was wearing a camouflage robe, so it was impossible to tell his gender and cultivation level. The other one was wearing an ordinary Taoist robe. He was about 50 years old and his cultivation level was at the late stage of the Foundation establishment stage. His face looked a bit miserable. The last one looked a bit sloppy with white hair. He was about 60 years old and his cultivation level was at the early stage of the Foundation establishment stage. Xiao Hua had just walked to the left side when he saw the 50-year-old man cupped his hands and said, "I am 10,000 Flowers Valley's Medicine Master Sui. How should I address this fellow Taoist?" This senior is called Medicine Master Sui? Xiao Hua was stunned when he heard this. Previously, he had heard the name of 10,000 Flowers Valley's Medicine Master Sui at E.G. It was said that he could refine the Foundation establishment pill. He thought that his surname was Sui, and because he was an alchemist, he was respectfully called Medicine Master Sui. He didn't expect this person's name to be Medicine Master Sui. Just when Xiao Hua was in a daze, the person wearing the camouflage robe spoke. This person's voice was a bit hoarse and also a bit sharp. It should have already been modified by the camouflage robe. I was here first. This 2,000-year-old Chilean grass is what I deserve. What qualifications do you have to ask I for my name? Fellow Taoist, what are you saying? Didn't fellow Taoist feel that 1 piece of top-grade spirit stone is too high and is still bargaining? Since the stall owner is not willing to reduce the price, and I and this fellow Taoist Lai are willing to buy it at the price of 1 piece of top-grade spirit stone, you can naturally bid according to the rules of Jinghua City. As for whether fellow Taoist is willing to announce his name or not, that is fellow Taoist's freedom. Of course, one piece of top-grade spirit stone is high. Normally, a 1,000-year-old main ingredient is only 100 pieces of top-grade spirit stone. Why is this 2,000-year-old spirit herb so outrageous? The cultivator was somewhat angry. The price of this 2,000-year-old spirit herb is not casually stated. If you don't believe me, you can ask fellow Taoist Lai. Medicine Master Sui laughed. This one is 100 herb sex Lai Hong. The 60-year-old man cupped his hands and said, 100 herbs sect. When Xiaohua heard this, his eyes slightly shrank. Immediately, his impression of this old man changed greatly. No matter how he looked at him, this old man had the appearance of a rat. My country of Xi's exchange practice is that a 100-year-old main ingredient can be exchanged for a mid-grade spirit stone. A 1,000-year-old main ingredient's price is not 10 times, but 100 pieces of top-grade spirit stones. As for a 2,000-year-old main ingredient, it cannot be twice the price. As for the amount of spirit stones, it depends on the quality of the spirit herb. This Qi lotus grass is originally rare. Not to mention a 1,000-year-old, even a 100-year-old one is not commonly seen. Moreover, fellow Taoists must also know that the Qi lotus grass has other unique uses. I believe fellow Taoist is also aiming for this. A piece of top-grade spirit stone is really nothing. After Lai Hong finished speaking, he looked at Medicine Master Sui and smiled. Fellow Taoist Sui is also a kindred spirit. I wonder if what I said is correct? Chapter 1338. Hearing Lai Hong's explanation, Medicine Master Sui smiled and said, fellow Taoist is right. This is the common market in Xi's cultivation world. I wonder, what do you think? If there are no objections, shall we begin the bidding? Jinghua City has already explained the bidding rules clearly. What objections can I have? The cultivator's voice was sharp and light. I don't understand. Usually it's first come, first served. Why does it change in Jinghua City? The guests should follow the host's wishes. This is an unbreakable truth. Medicine Master Sui was happy to explain. Jinghua City's auction on the day of the exchange is based on the rules of the auction in the north of the city. It protects the value of the seller's item, and also ensures that the buyer can make the best use of the item. It can be considered a great initiative. Fellow Taoist Sui has been to the auction in the north of the city. The cultivator was surprised. How can I go directly with my cultivation level? It was just my humble sect master who brought me there to broaden my horizons. That kind of grandeur, that kind of extravagance, the rarity of those items, the mystery of those treasures, it really opened my eyes. Medicine Master Sui sighed with emotion. The northern part of the city is the central area of Jinghua City. Only cultivators above the Oris core stage can enter the city. Oh, that's not right, it's the auction gathering. How spectacular is it? When Xiaohua heard this, he couldn't help but recall Fan Riguan's introduction, and his heart was rather filled with admiration. As expected, when the cultivator heard this, he fell silent. Lai Hong smiled and said, I've heard that in this auction, anyone can participate in the bidding. Everyone is dressed in a supreme grade bewitching robe, and whoever offers the most spirit stones will be called out. In the end, whoever offers the most spirit stones will get the item. It's really similar to this auction. We still lack a manager. The cultivator sneered. Why don't we invite the disciples of Jinghua City over? No need. Who knows how many bids there are in this auction? Why would the disciples of Jinghua City care? Just let them protect our safety. Lai Hong waved his hand and said, our Qi lotus grass is only 2,000 years old. If it's 10,000 years old, only then would we have the right to talk to them. 10,000 years old? He would have gone to the north of the city a long time ago. Why would he appear here? The cultivator retorted. All right, let's exchange some pleasantries. Everyone should know the price of this Qilian grass, right? Let's start quickly. There are many good things on the day of the exchange. Let's go look around, Medicine Master Sui said with a smile. Seeing the two nodding, Medicine Master Sui muttered to himself and announced his price. The two of them also pondered for a moment. Chilean grass was finally won by the cultivator in the camouflage robe at the price of 1/2 extreme grade spirit stone. Looking at Medicine Master Sui and Lai Hong's disappointed expression and the cultivator's face that couldn't be seen, Xiao Hua was secretly happy. He could definitely guess that the cultivator's face was absolutely helpless. He didn't make a move on Chilean grass that was originally 1 extreme grade spirit stone. In the end, it was actually 1/2 an extreme grade spirit stone. 1/2 an extreme grade spirit stone was 500 high grade spirit stones. Xiao Hua was happy just thinking about it. Of course, how could he not be happy? He didn't know the effects of the Chilean grass, but a 2,000-year-old spiritual herb was calculated in terms of extreme grade spirit stones. Even if the spiritual herbs in his space weren't anything precious, couldn't 2 of them be exchanged for 1 extreme grade spirit stone? Then all the spiritual herbs, how many extreme grade spirit stones could he exchange for? Thinking about it, Xiao Hua's saliva almost flowed out. When he realized that he had lost his composure, he hurriedly wiped away his saliva as if nothing had happened. Only then did he realize, who could see through the camouflage robe? Pill formula, crying sale. Is there anyone who wants to bid? A loud voice came from the side of Xiao Hua. Pill formula? When Xiao Hua heard it, he immediately quivered and thought to himself, Is there a mistake? There's really someone selling pill formulas? His reaction was still too slow. While he was still in a daze, the nearby cultivators who could hear the voice all swarmed towards the source of the sound. When Xiao Hua came to his senses and rushed over, the small stall was already 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Moreover, behind Xiao Hua, there were many cultivators who heard the voice and came over. Xiao Hua could only watch from afar. The stall owner was a short and stout cultivator around the 7th layer of the qi refining realm. When he saw so many cultivators being attracted by him, the small eyes on his face had long turned into small bean pods. His fingers that were as thick as radishes slightly rubbed against each other. Fine beads of sweat seeped out of his white neck that was filled with bulging flesh. Fellow Taoist, your pill formula. What is it? Can you let I take a look? An 11th layer qi refining cultivator stepped out from the crowd. In fact, everyone had the same idea, but no one believed that there really was a pill formula here, so they just stood there and watched. Fellow Taoist, aren't you going to ask about the price first? The short and stout cultivator said with a smile. If it's a pill formula, I will definitely go all out to get it. Why ask about the price now? The cultivator shook his head with a smile, looking determined to get it. Fellow Taoist's tone isn't small. Another cultivator also walked out. Xiao Hua recognized this person. It was 100 Herbs Gate's Lai Hong. Io, it's Senior Lai from 100 Herbs Gate. Junior greets you. That cultivator hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Junior is Xuanyan Cult's Wan Lei. Oh, so you're a disciple of Xuanyan Cult. I was wondering why you were so arrogant. Lai Hong nodded slightly. I wouldn't dare. My sect forbids its disciples from being ostentatious. Junior was just joking just now. Wan Lei was very humble and smiled apologetically. In this market, it all depends on the spirit stones. If Senior can take out suitable spirit stones, I definitely wouldn't dare to overstep my boundaries. Humph, you can just say that it depends on the spirit stones. If you take out real spirit stones, I won't be able to win against you. I'll just turn and leave. How could Lai Hong not understand what he meant? I wouldn't dare. Wan Lei shook his head repeatedly. Just as the 2 of them were talking, a few more people stepped out from the crowd, seemingly wanting to participate in the bidding. Lai Hong looked around. Other than the 4 of them who were dressed in camouflage, the rest were all qi refinement cultivators. He could not help but scold them. What's the hurry? I came up just to check the authenticity of the elixir formula. Now that all of you are here, do you want to start the bidding immediately? We wouldn't dare. Senior Lai, please come up and appraise it. A few cultivators said in unison. Yes. Lai Hong was extremely satisfied. He turned to the short and fat cultivator and said, Fellow Taoist, can you let I take a look at the elixir formula first? The fat on the short and fat cultivator's face trembled slightly as he smiled. Of course I can. However, what price do you intend to pay? Lai Hong frowned and said impatiently, Ordinary elixir formulas are worth 500 superior grade spirit stones to 1 supreme grade spirit stone. However, these are all priceless. What's the point of saying this now? If you don't let me take a look at the elixir formula, how can you bid? 1 supreme grade spirit stone? The fat on the fat man's face was about to burn. He rubbed his hands and said with a smile, then, what about the incomplete elixir formula? It'll cost at least a few hundred superior grade spirit stones. Incomplete. Lai Hong's expression changed slightly as he scolded. You rascal, you! Can't you be more reliable? An incomplete elixir formula and a complete elixir formula are completely different. Every elixir has its own unique refining method and special incantation. If the elixir formula doesn't have such records, how can it be refined into a complete elixir? Senior Lai, look at my cultivation. I'm afraid I can't refine elixirs. This elixir formula is something I obtained by chance. How would I know if it's complete? It's just that there are missing pages in the booklet, so I think it's incomplete. The fat man said apologetically, but his expression didn't seem to be embarrassed at all. Take it out and let me take a look. My 100 Herbs clan has some reputation in the country of Shi. We definitely won't lie to you. Lai Hong was already impatient and said impatiently, Yes, I'll take it out now. The fat man smiled apologetically and clapped his hands. A thin booklet was handed over halfway. He hesitated again. Senior, if you look at the elixir formula, wouldn't you have learned it? Lai Hong looked coldly at the booklet and smiled. Then I won't look at it. However, if I take this elixir formula and realize that it's incomplete, I will definitely look for the disciples of Jinghua City to seek justice. By then, I'm sure you can afford to compensate me tenfold. But, Senior is willing. The fat man was a little anxious. This humble Taoist is willing to do so. However, this humble Taoist wants a complete pill formula, not an incomplete one. This is something that all the fellow Taoists present can testify to. Lai Hong pointed to the surroundings and said, furthermore, if it's incomplete, you should tell me where it's incomplete. Otherwise, I'll be deceived by you. All right. The fat man was helpless and could only hand over the elixir formula. Don't worry, fellow Taoist. I will only take a rough look. I definitely won't remember the details. Your elixir formula won't be leaked. Lai Hong took it and smiled. Senior Lai, please appraise it. The fat man cupped his hands and forced a smile. Lai Hong opened the booklet cautiously. He frowned and said softly, Yellow marrow elixir. This elixir seems to have been lost for a long time. Then Lai Hong did not continue reading. He flipped through page after page. First he frowned, then he was overjoyed, and then he frowned again. Finally, Lai Hong stopped reading and flipped to the very end of the booklet, where the booklet was incomplete. In the end, the expression on Lai Hong's face was interesting. Was it regret? Was it anger? Or was it regret? Then Lai Hong flipped through the booklet again in detail. He threw the booklet at the fat man and said with a cold smile, Fellow Taoist, are you making fun of me? The fat man caught the elixir formula booklet in a fluster. His expression changed drastically as he hurriedly asked, Senior Lai, this elixir formula, isn't it too incomplete? But I see that there are quite a lot of things inside. Ha ha ha. Lai Hong stared at the fat man carefully for a long while. He was so angry that he started laughing instead. Chapter 1339. In the boundless void there was no light at all. All of a sudden, an invisible crack appeared in the void, leaving a huge mark in the void. The mark was either expanding or shrinking. The expanding crack was like a ripple on the surface of a lake, spreading in all directions. The surface of the lake was limited, but the void was limitless. Hence, the crack did not show any signs of stopping. The shrinking crack only expanded slightly before shrinking rapidly, returning to its original state. However, it did not stop, continuing to shrink without any signs of stopping. Until it shrank to its limit, it suddenly formed a huge void, swallowing everything around it. Then it shrank again and then it disappeared. Hence, in this silent void, even though there was no sound, danger was everywhere. At some point in time, in an unknown location in the void, another normal crack in the void suddenly appeared. In the crack, which would not have any abnormalities, a slender human figure actually appeared. Immediately after, a faint light appeared on that person's body, and a flat light shield that was similar to the shape of this person suddenly appeared. Under this faint light, one could see that it was a young man of 17 or 18 years old. He had a high nose bridge, thin lips, and a pair of long and narrow eyes, just like the eyes of a phoenix looking down on all living things. It was a pity that these eyes were tightly shut. When this person appeared from the crack in the void, they had been tightly shut, and one could not see the elegance of opening his eyes. This person's eyebrows were extremely thick and slender. His brows were slightly furrowed, and he seemed to be in pain. Needless to say, this person was Zhang Xiaohua, who wanted to be sent to the ruins from the transportation formation in the forest. However, the plan could not keep up with the changes, or perhaps the road to happiness was strewn with setbacks. Zhang Xiaohua used a stone from the Crouching Ox Rock as a vitality stone to place in the groove of the transportation formation. He did not know the power of the vitality stone, and only released the vitality in the stone completely. The Crouching Ox Rock was born together with Zhang Xiaohua's bracelet, and the vitality in it was far from what a normal vitality stone could compare to. How could the transportation formation withstand when Zhang Xiaohua released all of his vitality? Just as Zhang Xiaohua was still in the transportation formation was first triggered by the huge amount of vitality, and the destination was completely messed up. The distance of the transportation formation was far greater than expected, and then because of the collapse of the transportation formation, Zhang Xiaohua was squeezed into the spatial crack by the power of space. Together with Zhang Xiaohua was a yellow little mink and a black little dog. These two little things also had their eyes tightly shut, and did not move at all. These two little things were Little Yellow and Little Black. Although their flesh and blood were not as mutated as Zhang Xiaohua's, they were still safe and sound within the light shield. Zhang Xiaohua's right hand was still tightly clutching a stone that looked like a long sword. It seemed to be a sword embryo. This sword embryo looked very inconspicuous, but the tip of the sword was hanging straight down, and even in the void it was still very heavy. The light shield came out of nowhere. It was faint but extremely tough and covered Zhang Xiaohua's body. The crack created by the spatial crack rapidly shrank, and once it came into contact with the light shield, it could not shrink any further. Then with a bounce it expanded outwards again, and disappeared into the distance without a trace. Under the light shield, Zhang Xiaohua's slender body floated slowly in the void without end. It wasn't as if there wasn't anything in the void. The void was filled with chaotic aura. Although the light shield around Zhang Xiaohua's body kept the spatial cracks outside, it didn't stop the chaotic aura from entering. Strands of chaotic aura seeped into his body, seeping into his meridians, seeping into his bones. Even at the back of his head, there was a mysterious place that actually produced a powerful suction force that sucked in the chaotic aura. Speaking of which, it was strange. The chaotic aura was the origin of all vitality and spiritual energy. If an ordinary person absorbed a strand of chaotic aura, it would be like an ordinary person eating poison. They would either die or explode to death. But Zhang Xiaohua's body actually consciously absorbed the chaotic aura. On Zhang Xiaohua's bones, there were a total of 13,200 tiny dots. His flesh and blood were formed by these 13,200 tiny dots. These 13200 tiny dots in his flesh and blood originally had some indescribable abnormalities. But after absorbing the chaotic aura, these abnormalities gradually disappeared, and his flesh and blood were no different from that of an ordinary person's. Looking at the bones covered by the 13,200 tiny dots, ordinary people would see them as gray. Even those who cultivated their bodies would see them as a crystalline white. But this person's bones, on those crystalline jade-like bones, were covered in red fine lines. There were so many fine lines that they actually took up 60% of the entire bone. Furthermore, as the amount of chaotic chi absorbed increased, the number of red lines also increased. The strangest thing was that the sparkling and translucent jade-like bones, as well as the crimson lines, were slowly covered by a layer of gray after the number of lines stopped increasing. In the end, the bones were no different from the bones of an ordinary person. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's blood vessels, there were actually traces of gold. Although the gold was very little, it was definitely there, and it spread throughout his body along with the bright red blood. Even this strange golden color, after absorbing the chaotic aura, slowly lost its original appearance and gradually turned red, blending into the surrounding blood. Also, in Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwan Palace, there was a round that was much smaller than a bean. There was a layer of golden light that was actually also absorbing the chaotic aura. Gradually, the golden light also dimmed and finally disappeared. The chaotic aura was indeed the origin of all vital energy. Everything that came into contact with this chaotic aura would become normal. The chaotic aura actually changed all the abnormalities on Zhang Xiaohua's body, and he became exactly the same as an ordinary person. The chaotic aura was not only nourishing Zhang Xiaohua, but also seeping into the bodies of the little black dog and the little yellow mink who were quietly floating beside him. Even the sword embryo had chaotic aura seeping into it. As the saying goes, years don't count in the chaos. No one knew how long this person had been in the void. Maybe it was a snap of a finger, maybe it was a moment, maybe it was 2 hours, maybe it was a year, maybe it was 100 years. In any case, Zhang Xiaohua continued to absorb the chaotic aura, and his appearance never changed. The only thing that changed was the light shield that protected him. As more and more spatial cracks appeared in the void, countless cracks struck the faint light shield, and the light shield became dimmer and dimmer. The light shield also gradually shrank, as if it was about to wrap him tightly. See, another spatial crack struck the light shield, and the light shield blocked it firmly without any damage. But at this moment, in front of the light shield, a spatial crack that had appeared at some point in time started to shrink. Suddenly it went berserk, sucking in everything around it, including the light shield and Zhang Xiaohua who was inside it. Then it shrunk rapidly and disappeared without a trace. The entire void was still calm. The light shield and this person were sucked into the rapidly shrinking dot, but they were brought to another void. This void was different from the violent void. This void was extremely quiet, and there were no spatial cracks. There was also the existence of any other space. This was the beginning or end of all space. This was an absolute space. Chapter 1340. Fellow Taoist, are you pretending to be confused? Or do you really not understand? Lai Hong looked at the fatty with a cold face, then turned and left without looking back. What's going on? Xiaohua was stunned from afar. Not only him but the people around him, including Wan Lei and the rest at the stall, were also surprised. However, Lai Hong was an elder of the 100 Herbs Gate, and his forte was refining pills. Even he did not look at it anymore. There was definitely a huge problem with this pill formula. Fellow Taoist, Senior Lai has left. This pill formula of yours. Let me take a look. Wan Lei thought for a moment, then went forward and asked. I won't look. I don't plan to sell it. The fatty was a little disappointed and wanted to keep the booklet. Fellow Taoist, you called all of us here, and now you don't plan to sell it. Who do you think we are? Wan Lei sneered. Your face was seen by all of us. Although the disciples of Jingpa City don't care about this, once you leave Jingpa City, before Wan Lei could finish, the fatty's face turned pale. He hurriedly handed over the booklet and smiled apologetically. Fellow Taoist Wan, please take a look. Wan Lei coldly received the booklet and casually glanced at it. Then, he snorted and threw the booklet back into the fatty's arms. He said, this kind of pill recipe only has the main ingredient, the secondary ingredient, and the refining process. However, it doesn't have the most important technique. This kind of pill recipe is simply a waste of paper. It's the same as this poor Taoist telling you that the foundation establishment pill is refined from exquisite grass. How much spirit stones do you think these words are worth? Moreover, the main ingredient of your pill formula, yellow grass, has long been lost. This pill formula TSK. After he finished speaking, he also left. Liar. This bastard. Look at yourself carefully. You actually want to cheat your grandfather of his spirit stones. Many people who came up had fiery tempers and turned hostile on the spot. The fatty held the pill formula in his hands like a hot potato. No one knew what he wanted to say. When the surrounding people heard this, they immediately dispersed. Not to mention that there were only spiritual herbs in the recipe, and not the most valuable incantation. The main ingredient of the recipe had already been lost. Even if they had the incantation to refine the pill, it would be useless. Who would stay for a moment longer? When he saw that everyone had dispersed, Xiaohua was slightly hesitant, and he stood at the side and waited silently for a long time. After everyone had left, he stepped forward and cupped his hands with a smile. "Fellow Taoist, let me take a look at your pill formula." The fat man was extremely disappointed and helpless. When he saw a cultivator whose cultivation he couldn't see through, he bitterly smiled and said, "Could it be that fellow cultivator is interested in the incomplete pill recipe? I just want to experience it." Xiaohua laughed. "Please," the fatty feebly handed over the booklet he threw on the stall. Xiaohua took it, but he didn't look at it carefully. He casually flipped through it, then handed it back. He smiled and said, "This pill recipe is really interesting. If fellow Taoist has the second half, it would be worth a lot." "Fellow Taoist, please don't laugh at me." The fatty smiled bitterly. "The latter half has already been burned by I. Where are we going to look?" "Burned? Why is that?" Xiaohua was shocked. "Sai, let's not talk about it, let's not talk about it. I didn't know the importance of this pill recipe back then, so I just casually tore it up to keep warm. I also only saw the pill recipe a few days ago." The fatty was obviously extremely regretful. "So it's like that." Xiaohua cupped his hands and turned to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he turned his head and asked, "Oh right, I want to buy this pill recipe of yours and take a look. Are you willing to sell it?" "Fellow Taoist, this is..." The fatty looked at Xiaohua, somewhat puzzled. "This is a pill recipe that's like a piece of scrap paper?" Everything has its value. This pill recipe is indeed a piece of scrap paper, but it can also be used as a reference. If fellow Taoist wants to exchange it for some spirit stones, you can name a price." Xiaohua said calmly. "Fellow Taoist, how many spirit stones are you planning to pay?" The fatty asked back. "Aha, fellow Taoist, don't think too much. If your pill recipe is worth a lot, I won't ask too much." Xiaohua said with a smile. "Sai, alright. If fellow Taoist is interested, how about 100 high-grade spirit stones?" The fatty hesitated and said, 100? Xiaohua was stunned and shook his head. "Fellow Taoist, you've gone crazy from wanting to get rich. Just pretend I didn't say anything." With that, Xiaohua turned around and left, seemingly without hesitation. "Sai, fellow Taoist, don't be anxious. We can discuss the price." The fatty immediately chased out and pulled Xiaohua's sleeve. "How about 50? Just 50? Xiaohua stood there and looked coldly. The fatty knew that he was waiting for him to lower the price, so he could only say again, Then 30? 30 high-grade spirit stones?" "Fellow Taoist, I only have 20 middle-grade spirit stones. If fellow Taoist is interested, then take them." Xiaohua also didn't dawdle. He clapped his hands and 20 middle-grade spirit stones were placed on the stall. 20 middle-grade spirit stones? Obviously, this price was out of the fatty's expectations and made him stunned. It seems that fellow Taoist is somewhat reluctant. "Then I will take my leave," Xiaohua said, and was about to use his hand to put away the spirit stones. "Wait!" the fatty decisively shouted. With a wave of his hand, he put away the 20 middle-grade spirit stones into his storage pouch at lightning speed. Then he handed over the pill formula and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, thank you for your great kindness. Please take care of the pill formula." Looking at the fatty's completely different expression from before and seeing that the fatty didn't seem to be depressed, Xiaohua directly felt that he had been deceived. Cough cough, fellow Taoist. Please take care. The fatty cupped his hands and said, "I already tore up the latter half of the pill formula. I have already regretted it for a long time. I only wanted to turn back time, but this is absolutely impossible. So there's no use in regretting it. Today, this waste paper can actually be exchanged for 20 middle-grade spirit stones. I am also perfectly satisfied. Fellow Taoist, do you think I's words are correct?" Contentment brings joy. You have to think positively about everything. Just this sentence alone is worth 20 mid-grade spirit stones. This poor Taoist has learned something. Xiaohua cupped his hands and bowed, then left with a smile. Xiaohua waited until they were far away and hid in a secluded place before he happily took out the pill recipe. Although this booklet was called a pill recipe, it was somewhat inappropriate. Ordinary pill recipes only talked about how to refine the pill, but this pill recipe had the characteristics of the main ingredients and auxiliary ingredients written down. The refining process was also very detailed. Xiaohua originally didn't plan to buy this booklet. He only wanted to see what the pill formula looked like. However, when he saw the two main ingredients in the pill formula, yellow nightmare grass and supreme marrow fruit, his heart was wild with joy. Only then did he have the intention to buy it. Needless to say, the extreme marrow fruit was the main ingredient for refining pills. It existed in many pills. Although it was rare, Xiaohua had already bought its seeds from E.G. and planted them in the space at the back of his head. As for the yellow nightmare grass that Wanlei said had been lost, Xiaohua had never seen it mature. However, this pill formula gave the seed of the yellow nightmare grass and its appearance as a seedling. Coincidentally, in the pile of seeds that Xiaohua had obtained from the 100 Herbs Gate, one of them was precisely the yellow nightmare grass. And this yellow nightmare grass in Xiaohua's space had already revealed its seedling. Xiaohua also looked at the seedling in the pill formula and thought of the seedling in the space. After confirming that it was indeed the yellow nightmare grass, he decided to buy the pill formula. As for the pill formula that was missing, Xiaohua naturally didn't have it. Although this pill formula was incomplete, it was still a pill formula. Buying it for 20 middle-grade spirit stones, no matter how Xiaohua thought about it, it was worth it. After carefully looking at it, Xiaohua had a general understanding of the spiritual herbs used in this pill formula. Most of the spiritual herbs were available in his space and only a few of them needed to be bought. After carefully storing the pill formula into his space, Xiaohua looked for a stall and began to buy spiritual herbs. There were many people in E.G. City and there were many spiritual herbs. The price of many spiritual herbs didn't rise but fell instead. Xiaohua used the time it took to eat a meal to find the remaining spiritual herbs. Moreover, he didn't spend a lot of spirit stones. There was no other reason than that this guy only bought the seedlings and seeds of spiritual herbs. It would be strange if they were expensive. Just when Xiaohua found the seedling of the last spiritual herb and was thinking about where to go next, a large stall appeared in front of him. There were a lot of spiritual herbs on the stall. There were also some healing and qi replenishing pills. Several disciples wearing the 100 Herbs Gates uniform were busy receiving the cultivators who were buying the pills and spiritual herbs. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He walked over and a disciple greeted him with a smile. "Fellow Taoist, do you want to buy the pills on the stall?" There aren't any pills to buy. I want to see if there are any 30-year-old black tuber grass. I want to refine some Peiyuan pill for the younger generation. Xiaohua said with a smile. "Oh, 30-year-old black tuber grass. It's a specialty of my 100 Herbs Gate. How many do you want?" The disciple said with a smile. Xiaohua's heart became colder. He asked, "How many do you have in your house?" The disciple was stunned. He looked back and scratched his head. "There should be at least 1,000 of them. Don't tell me you want all of them? Oh, if it's not enough, please give me a communication talisman. After E.G. City, my 100 Herbs Gates disciples will deliver them to the immortal mansion." Humph, Xiaohua didn't want to stay any longer. He turned around and left. "Oh, fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist." The disciple was very confused. He didn't know what he said wrong. He was about to raise his hand to greet Xiaohua, but when Xiaohua left, another cultivator came over. The disciple immediately changed his attitude and greeted the person who came later. "Black tuber grass. Black tuber grass. 100 Herbs Gate seems to have a lot of it, but when I went to ask for it, they looked embarrassed and only gave me a very small amount. If they don't covet my Shang Huaming, I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Humph Jiang Jiantong. Just you wait." Xiaohua's eyes were burning with anger. After turning a few corners, he saw a dozen or so stalls not far away. They were selling a bunch of random things. Xiaohua had nowhere to vent his anger. When he saw the stall owner of one of the stalls, he couldn't help but sneer. He quickly walked over. The stall owner was a tall man with a pink and white face. He was about 27 or 28 years old, but his cultivation was only in the 3rd layer of the aura refining realm. When he saw Xiaohua coming over, he hurriedly greeted him. "Fellow Taoist, do you want to buy anything? If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it." Chapter 1341. This stall owner was, of course, that loose cultivator who set up a trap for Xuanyan School's disciple Xiao Mao. Xiao Hua thought that after that day, he would go into hiding and avoid Xuanyan School. Who would have thought that on the day of the exchange this guy would actually openly sell things here? But thinking about it, although this loose cultivator set a trap, Xiao Mao insisted on buying. If the loose cultivator scheme succeeded and he obtained some secret of Xuanyan School from Xiao Mao's storage pouch, then he would naturally hide. Since he didn't succeed, the loose cultivator, of course, he wasn't afraid of anything. After all, this was Jinghua City, not a place where Xuanyan School could act recklessly. Fellow Taoist, have you taken a fancy to something? The loose cultivator didn't expect that Xiao Hua was the cultivator who pulled Xiao Mao away that day, and enthusiastically greeted him. And let me take a look. You have quite a lot of junk here. Xiao Hua lowered his head and casually looked. Immediately after, Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. The jade pendant that Xiao Mao took a fancy to was still in an inconspicuous place on the stall. Xiao Hua casually pointed at a jet black sphere and asked, "Fellow Taoist, what is this?" "Oh, fellow Taoist really has good eyesight. This is a demonic tool from demon-resisting valley. Eye's cultivation is shallow, so I don't know its specific power. Only someone with a profound cultivation like fellow Taoist is qualified to know, right?" The loose cultivator laughed. "And what's the price?" Xiao Hua calmly asked. This demonic tool was originally put here by a fellow Taoist for sale. He gave a price of 1 top-grade spirit stone, but it has been here for a long time and no one knows its value. If fellow Taoist takes a fancy to it and really wants to take it, then give me 900 top-grade spirit stones and I'll let fellow Taoist take it. The loose cultivator said very sincerely. Xiao Hua didn't have any emotion in his voice. He picked up the black sphere, looked at it again and again, and then threw it on the stall. The loose cultivator couldn't see Xiao Hua's expression clearly. Seeing Xiao Hua look at other items, a trace of disappointment flashed across his face. Xiao Hua picked up a few more items, looked at them again and again, and inquired about their prices. That rogue cultivator gave unimaginable prices. Finally, Xiao Hua threw away the items in his hand and sneered. "Fellow Taoist, I sincerely came to buy things. Why does fellow Taoist keep randomly bidding? If it was just once or twice, then perhaps fellow Taoist's eyes weren't good enough. But every time you say something like this, aren't you afraid that I will report this to Lake Mirror City? Fellow Taoist, I personally spent a large sum of money to purchase these things. How could I deceive you?" The rogue cultivator said unhurriedly, "If this thing is fake, I will be the first to look for the disciples of Jinghua City." Seeing how shameless this rogue cultivator was, Xiao Hua could only shake his head in his heart. He casually picked up a heart-shaped jade pendant and said with a smile, "What about this? Fellow Taoist, you really have a good eye. This is a rare jade talisman. However, due to the strict requirements of using it, the price is slightly higher. It's only 700 top-grade spirit stones." The rogue cultivator seemed to have nothing to fear. Or perhaps this jade pendant was really a jade talisman. "Oh, what is it?" Xiao Hua showed great interest. He didn't put down that jade pendant, but instead held it in his hand and observed it. Soon after, he looked at another walnut-sized, light red object and asked curiously, "This is also a demonic artifact? Fellow Taoist, you're really unique. You saw I's treasure at a glance. To tell the truth, this is a demonic beast's inner core. This thing can only be found in the northern part of the city. Because I came to E City with great difficulty, I reluctantly took it out." The rogue cultivator said solemnly, "If fellow Taoist takes a fancy to it, you can—" Xiao Hua interrupted. "What do I want this inner core for? It's not like it can be used to refine pills." Xiao Hua recalled what Xiao Yuehong said before and knew that this inner core had extremely few uses in the Daybreak continent. "Io fellow Taoist's words aren't quite the same as yours." The rogue cultivator looked left and right and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist, do you know why the northern part of the city has so many inner cores, but the southern part of the city has almost none?" Xiao Hua was greatly surprised and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist knows. That's because the pill formula for using demonic beast's inner core to refine pills is only available to cultivators above the gold core stage. Otherwise, with so many demonic beasts dying in the Daybreak continent every day, Where would their inner cores go? The rogue cultivator did his utmost to lower his voice, as if this was an extremely big secret. Xiaohua's heart moved. Yes, what Xiao Yuehong said was reasonable, but he was a foundation establishment cultivator after all. Shanghua Ming's sect was also small, so what he knew might not be true. Therefore, Xiaohua also held that inner core in his hand, seemingly hesitating about something. Seeing this, the rogue cultivator's face was filled with joy, but his eyes were extremely sincere. Oh right, is this a jade pendant? Xiaohua pointed with his finger. It was precisely Xiao Mao's jade pendant. This? The rogue cultivator stared blankly. Soon after, he hesitated slightly and said with a smile, "This is also a jade talisman. And fellow Taoist, you really have a lot of jade talismans here." Xiaohua said as he picked up that jade talisman. "How much is this jade talisman?" Not much, it's only a top-grade spirit stone." Before that rogue cultivator finished speaking, another cultivator squeezed in from the side and immediately called out, "Fellow Taoist, don't be anxious, this jade talisman. I already saw it before." Xiaohua was both shocked and expected. When he turned his head to look, sure enough, it was that person who acted with the rogue cultivator last time. Huh, could it be that fellow Taoist wants to compete with I? Xiaohua said with a frown. That's right. Just now this fellow Taoist bit a top-grade spirit stone. I thought about it for a long time and decided to take it. If fellow Taoist, clang. Xiaohua sneered and threw that jade pendant on the stall. He turned his head and said to the stall owner, "Fellow Taoist, I don't want this jade talisman. I'll let this fellow Taoist have it." Soon after, he looked at the two things in his hand and asked, "These two things, can you let I have a bit of a discount?" The cultivator who came later was in a difficult situation. The few cultivators who were watching at the side were also slightly stunned. They originally thought that they would be able to see a lively bidding scene, but they couldn't help but feel disappointed. Fellow Taoist came first. "I'll trade with fellow Taoist first. Fellow Taoist, this jade talisman. You should wait for a moment." The rogue cultivator beamed with joy and said to Xiaohua and the rogue cultivator who just came. At this time, several people came in front of the stall. Seeing that Xiaohua seemed to want it, this rogue cultivator didn't relent and only bid on a piece of half-top-grade spirit stone. Xiaohua was bewildered. He really didn't know what this rogue cultivator was thinking. This thing, this price. How could anyone buy it? Then, Xiaohua did something that the rogue cultivator didn't understand. First, he took off the storage pouch from his waist. After looking, he shook his head and brushed the jade pendant and inner core in his hand towards the rogue cultivator's stall. He held the storage pouch in his hand, scratched his forehead and said, "Forget it, since fellow Taoist has no intention of selling and I don't have any extra spirit stones in this storage pouch, then forget it. I'll take my leave." After speaking, without waiting for the rogue cultivator to react, Xiaohua walked away. Fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist. The rogue cultivator was slightly surprised and hurriedly chased out and shouted, "Fellow Taoist, this price can be negotiated." Why would Xiaohua care about him? He didn't even turn back. Something's wrong. Fellow Taoist. Changfeng. Not good, the jade pendant. The jade talisman is gone. The cultivator behind the rogue cultivator suddenly shouted, "It's that cultivator's trick just now, quickly go and catch him." Hearing this, the rogue cultivator's face immediately changed. He jumped up and said loudly, "You little thief! Stop! You actually dare to take I's jade talisman!" Saying this, he hurriedly chased in the direction of Xiaohua. Little thief? Jade talisman? That rogue cultivator's voice was quite loud, and the surrounding people all heard it. And in this city this kind of thing was extremely rare, so they all unconsciously stopped and looked on with interest. Xiaohua originally didn't go far. Hearing the rogue cultivator's shout, he unconsciously stopped and turned his head in surprise. He pointed at his nose that was covered by the mist and said, "Fellow Taoist, are you talking about I?" "Of course I'm talking about you. Can there be anyone else?" That rogue cultivator grabbed Xiaohua's wrist and said loudly and fiercely, "I." Hearing this, Xiaohua was also furious. "When did I take your jade talisman? Didn't I put the jade talisman in your stall?" You make it sound nice. You're the only one who came to I's stall and picked it. If you didn't take it, who else would have taken it? The rogue cultivator immediately thought of Xiao Hua's strange action of taking out his storage bag. He pointed at Xiao Hua's waist and said, "The jade talisman is definitely in your storage bag." While the rogue cultivator and Xiao Hua were talking, they pushed and pushed to the front of the stall. At this time there were already many cultivators watching the show. That rogue cultivator grabbed Xiao Hua's wrist and didn't let go. His eyes roughly looked at the stall, and indeed the jade pendant just now really was gone. "How is it? Fellow Taoist, I's jade talisman is really gone. If fellow Taoist doesn't take out the jade talisman, then give I 2 top-grade spirit stones and this matter will be settled." Xiao Hua said angrily, "I didn't take your jade talisman at all. How do you want I to take it out for you?" It's fine if you can't take it out, as long as you take out 2 top-grade spirit stones." The rogue cultivator said proudly, "I didn't take your jade talisman, why should I give you top-grade spirit stones?" Xiao Hua shouted, "Besides, I don't have enough spirit stones here." That's even better. Either leave your storage bag, or I will call the disciples of Jinghua City, and let them uphold justice." The rogue cultivator said with a sneer, "If I's jade talisman is found in your storage bag, either you take out 10 times the compensation or your cultivation base will be abolished. And I see that your jade talisman is not bad. It's barely worth 10 jade talismans. You..." Xiao Hua's tone was a little helpless, a little angry, and a little timid. When lousy mingled in this market. The rogue cultivator wanted to say something senior, but he couldn't see Xiao Hua's face and didn't know his age, so he didn't continue. Then he patted his storage bag, took out a message talisman and threatened, "You still won't take it." Chapter 1342. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua and the light shield entered the space, a pouch-like object floated out from Zhang Xiaohua's chest. The pouch exploded soundlessly and a space of several hundred feet in size appeared within the light shield. Countless objects flew around in the space. There were jade slips, jade stones, jade boxes, a bell, a sword, an axe, a pagoda, a zither, a cauldron, a seal, a mirror, a pot, and 2 stones. One of them was extremely large, like a crouching cow, while the other was extremely small, emitting a faint yellow light. At the same time, a waist-like object on Zhang Xiaohua's waist also exploded soundlessly, and a space of several hundred feet in size appeared. Within the space, even more objects flew out. There were countless spiritual herbs, countless jades, and many other strange objects, including a pitch-black flag, a 9th-grade lotus throne, and a 9-section bamboo. Following that, a ring-like object on Zhang Xiaohua's left hand also exploded and a space that was 100 times larger than the previous 2 appeared at the same time. However, the objects in this space all carried traces of black gas and crimson light. Similarly, after the ring-like object exploded, Zhang Xiaohua's left hand opened slightly and a round bead flashing with countless lightning bolts suddenly appeared from his left hand. Following that round bead was a human-shaped stone statue. At this time, the stone statue's facial features were basically formed, and it was extremely similar to Zhang Xiaohua's face. This stone statue had obviously absorbed the chaotic qi, and the chaotic qi within it was extremely dense. That was not the only strange thing. On his left wrist, a bracelet with the same 36 round beads also flashed brilliantly, as if it was about to explode. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The 3 spaces overlapped and all the strange objects in the 3 spaces were mixed together, quietly floating in the overlapped spaces. When the 3 spaces overlapped, wouldn't it be tens of thousands of feet in size? Just as the 3rd space appeared, the entire light shield flashed slightly and was about to expand. However, just as the light shield extended outwards, an unparalleled spatial force came pressing down on it. This was an absolute space, the end of all space. How could it allow another space to exist? In the blink of an eye, the tens of thousands of feet of space was tightly compressed together, tightly sticking to Zhang Xiaohua's body. When the spatial force came, all the elixirs, pills, jade stones, jade boxes and jade bottles within the light shield, and within the space were reduced to extremely small particles, becoming the purest yuan qi of heaven and earth. The 10 extraordinary objects, the bell, sword, axe, pagoda, zither, cauldron, seal, mirror, pot and stone, had a mysterious connection. When the huge force came, they suddenly emitted a faint brilliance. That brilliance pierced the 10 objects together and held up a small space. In the center of this space there was a heart-shaped object, emitting a faint yellow brilliance. This object had appeared in the space after a jade box exploded. Around this yellow heart-shaped object, there were 7 different colored beads floating in a mess. Outside these beads there was another bead running around like the wind. Following this wind-like bead, there was another bead full of fog. Not only that, at the top of the space, next to a black and white object that looked like a fruit, there were 3 beads. One was pale white, one was pitch black, and the last one was the one that had flown out from the young man's left hand. It was the bead that flashed with endless lightning. These strange objects were originally not together, but gradually, they were pressed together by the increasing power of the space. As the power of the space increased, the brilliance of the 10 objects gradually dimmed. The 36 beads in Zhang Xiaohua's left hand seemed to be expanding and contracting slightly, as if they were about to explode. The brilliance of the bell, sword, axe, pagoda, zither, cauldron, seal, mirror, pot, and stone dimmed. The 36 beads were like ripe fruits, suddenly exploding. At this moment, a dot of light, or perhaps a speck of light, quietly appeared outside the light barrier. That dot of light was abnormally lonely. It had nothing to do with the void. In an instant it streaked across this absolute space. Just as it was about to enter the void again, that light entered the light barrier, quietly floating behind the young man's head. A mysterious place. The moment that dot of light entered the mysterious place, it brought with it a great suction force. At the same time, the 36 beads on Zhang Xiaohua's wrist exploded soundlessly, and an even bigger space appeared in the absolute space. With the appearance of the space, an even greater power of the space pressed down. With this suction and pressure, everything within the light barrier, including the space, followed the dot of light, and entered the mysterious place behind the young man's head. In an instant, everything within the light barrier was swept away. Only the little black dog and the little yellow mink were left, and the sword embryo in the young man's hand was slightly loosened. Yes, the young man's clothes and hair had already turned into dust when the power of the space pressed down. Other than that, nothing had changed. Nothing had changed within the light barrier. But the mysterious place behind the young man's head had an astonishing scene. It was a pitch-black place without a single ray of light. In the pitch-black darkness, there was an abundant aura of life. A ray of light flashed by. It was the dot of light that had suddenly intruded. That dot of light was different from light. It did not scatter in all directions but only went straight forward. Therefore, that ray of light could not illuminate the entire space, nor could it reflect the dragon-shaped soul essence above the space, nor could it reflect the phoenix soul essence below the space. When that dot of light entered the pitch-black place, the entire place fell into a state of silence. It was comparable to the absolute space outside the light barrier. That dot of light seemed to be going straight but also seemed to be motionless. All of a sudden, the light spot underwent a strange change. First, it continuously vibrated and emitted a mysterious ripple that instantly spread throughout the entire mysterious area. The light spot turned from extremely bright to endless darkness in an instant. It was even darker than the pitch-black area. Soon after, it turned transparent. After which it turned red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue all the way to purple. Every color evolved into a ripple that spread throughout the entire space. Finally, the purple color lasted for the longest time and the ripple was the most intense. All the auras in the entire mysterious area began to vibrate. As if they were boiling after the purple color passed, the entire place stopped trembling again. Chapter 1343. The third layer Qi refining loose cultivator slapped his storage pouch and took out a summoning talisman. He threatened, "Are you going to take it or not? If you don't blame I for turning hostile. As long as the disciples of Jinghua City come, you'll definitely be in trouble." Then he said in a low voice, "I have people above me. Humph, if this matter reaches Jinghua City, I guarantee you won't be able to bear the consequences." Hearing this, Xiaohua immediately understood why this loose cultivator was acting like this. He couldn't help but hesitate. "But now that things have come to this, how do you want me to take it out?" "Humph." Xiaohua hardened his heart and slapped his storage pouch with his empty right hand. He also took out a summoning talisman. It was given to him by the Jinghua City disciple when he entered E City. He urged his magic power and a crimson light directly flew into the air. With a pew sound, a red shadow appeared. That shadow flew up with extreme speed and crashed into a transparent light screen with a whoof sound, then disappeared. The crimson light then flew back into Xiaohua's hand. As expected, this summoning talisman can be used multiple times. Xiaohua sighed with emotion. The loose cultivator originally took out his summoning talisman first, but he didn't expect Xiaohua to be one step ahead of him. He couldn't help but feel ashamed and angry. Do you want to die? The loose cultivator exerted strength in his hand and said fiercely. Yes, do you want to die? Xiaohua flipped his wrist and nimbly broke free. He also grabbed the loose cultivator's wrist and exerted a bit of strength. He sneered. The loose cultivator screamed loudly, like a pig being slaughtered. What happened? Who sent the summoning talisman? A voice leisurely came. Then a curved and flat shadow was projected into the air above Xiaohua and the others. Xiaohua flung his hand and the loose cultivator was thrown to the ground. He cupped his hands and said, reporting. Fellow Taoist, guard Su, quickly take responsibility for I. This guy actually caused trouble in Jinghua City's E City. Not only did he steal I's talisman, but he also used his magic power to deal with me. The loose cultivator shouted loudly. Humph, is there such a thing? Bodyguard Su was twisting and turning in the shadow like a snake, which was very strange. I'll let Guard Su know that this guy is just making things up. I only took a look at the jade talisman at his stall and didn't take it away. Also, I know that it is forbidden to use magic power to fight in Jinghua City. Just now I didn't use any magic power at all. Xiaohua said neither haughtily nor humbly. You dare to say no? Guard Su. Look, I's wrist is still bruised. It's the evidence of this bastard's crime. The rogue cultivator struggled to say. Guard Su ignored his words and stared at Xiaohua for a moment before asking. Did fellow Taoist take Chongfeng's jade talisman? I didn't take it. Xiaohua shook his head. Well then, can you let I have a look at your storage bag? Guard Su said calmly. No problem, Guard Su, please take a look. Xiaohua calmly handed over the storage bag. Wait a moment. As Guard Su spoke, a burst of blue brilliance flashed around his body. It was abnormally dazzling. Immediately after, there was a light pop sound, as if a bubble had burst. Guard Su's figure appeared in midair. Guard Su landed and took Xiaohua's storage bag. After opening it, he frowned slightly. No, the inside was really too small. Apart from some mid-grade spirit stones, there were some yellow talismans and spiritual herbs. There were very few things and it was very easy to distinguish. After looking at it a few more times, Guard Su handed the storage bag back to Xiaohua. Upon seeing this, Chongfeng was also bewildered and said in a low voice, Guard Su, this. Could it be that there isn't anything in the storage bag? There isn't. Yes, there definitely is. This guy took it with him. Chongfeng immediately pointed at Xiaohua's maze and said, the spirit talisman is hidden in the maze. It's definitely not easy to find. But I don't have the right. Moreover, my Jinghua City also doesn't have the right to make this fellow Taoist take off the maze. And with I's cultivation, I also can't see through this fellow Taoist's maze. Guard Su was somewhat embarrassed and said with a frown, Chongfeng, this jade talisman of yours. There are many left and right. How about, what does Guard Su mean? Chongfeng said with a smile, could it be that you want I to indulge this guy? If Captain Zhang was here, he definitely wouldn't say such words. And okay, I understand. Guard Su smiled somewhat bitterly. He raised his hand and a ray of light hit the air. Similarly, it was the same as Xiaohua's message talisman. The blue light flickered and then disappeared. Then he turned his head and said to Xiaohua, fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. Today it just so happens that Captain Yang is on duty. I invite him to uphold justice. I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Su. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, Guard Su, that. Isn't Captain Zhang on duty today? Where did he go? Chongfeng's expression was somewhat unfriendly as he asked softly, there's a grand auction in the north of the city today. Captain Zhang was transferred over. Guard Su said with a smile. Why didn't Guard Su Alas, since it's Captain Yang's turn, how could I dare to trouble him with such a small matter? I will have a good talk with this fellow Taoist, and this matter will be settled. Chang Feng said sincerely. I naturally don't care. It still depends on this fellow Taoist. Guard Su said with a smile. How can that be? What fellow Taoist Chang lost is a jade talisman. It's worth 2 pieces of top-grade spirit stones. If you can't find it, how can it be good? Besides, even if fellow Taoist Chang gives up, this poor Taoist can't just let it go. This poor Taoist was framed for no reason. If I don't get to the bottom of this poor Taoist's reputation will be ruined. Xiao Hua sneered. But maybe I saw wrongly just now. I didn't lose any jade talisman. Chang Feng was somewhat flustered and defended himself forcefully. At that time there were also many cultivators at fellow Taoist stall. But why did fellow Taoist insist that it was I? If fellow Taoist didn't lose it, then take out the jade talisman that I saw. Xiao Hua didn't give in at all. Chang Feng's expression was uncertain, and he slightly glanced at his stall behind him. At this moment, with a shout, a red-faced old man holding a sickle-like object appeared in midair. Behind him, there was a beautiful middle-aged woman and a middle-aged cultivator. As soon as the old man appeared on the spot, an enormous pressure came crashing down. A golden core cultivator? Feeling an even stronger pressure than Xiao Yuehong's, Xiao Hua was somewhat shocked. However, the old man's pressure immediately withdrew, and he floated down from midair. Greetings, senior. Not only Guard Su, but Xiao Hua and the others all bowed in greeting. Only a few cultivators who were enthralled or whose cultivation couldn't be seen stood proudly to the side. On behalf of City Lord Lu, I welcome fellow Taoists to Jinghua City. The old man waved his hand and said with a smile, no matter what happens here, I will give everyone an explanation, and give City Lord Lu an explanation. Everyone responded and stood up. The old man turned his head and asked, Su Zicheng, what happened here? Greetings, Senior Yang, Senior Shui, and Senior Zhao. Guard Su stepped forward and bowed to the 3 people again. After the 3 nodded, he explained the matter and finally said, because this fellow Taoist is enthralled, this junior's cultivation isn't enough to see through it, so I asked Senior Yang to come and uphold justice. Moreover, this junior didn't expect Senior Shui and Senior Zhao to come together. That's even better. And is it this fellow Taoist? The old man surnamed Yang looked at Xiao Hua with interest. Xiao Hua saw that the sickle in the old man's hand was very familiar, and when he heard the old man's voice, he suddenly remembered that this old man was the one who flew up from the lake to warn him that day when he was talking to Fan Riguan by the lake. Yes, it is this junior. Xiao Hua bowed in greeting. Hand over your storage pouch. The old man surnamed Yang said with a slight smile on his face. Yes, please examine it, senior. Xiao Hua respectfully handed over the storage pouch. The old man surnamed Yang took the pouch, opened it, and handed it over to the 2 people behind him. The 2 of them took it, looked at it separately, gave each other a meaningful glance, and handed the storage pouch back to Xiao Hua. Then they looked around and asked, how is it? Did the 2 of you see any jade talismans on this junior's body? Reporting to Captain Yang, this subordinate just listened to Guard Su's words and has already examined this person's body. There isn't any jade talisman's spiritual power. The 2 of them said in unison. And it's the same as what I saw. The old man surnamed Yang nodded and said to Guard Su, Guard Su, did you hear? Yes, this junior understands. Guard Su turned his head and said loudly, this fellow Taoist doesn't have any jade talismans on him. What Chang Feng said is false. Yes, this junior misunderstood, Chang Feng smiled, bowed and prepared to leave. Wait. Xiao Hua interrupted Chang Feng's words and said to Guard Su, fellow Taoist Su, this message talisman was sent by this poor Taoist. This poor Taoist invited Jinghua City to uphold justice because Chang Feng slandered this poor Taoist for taking his jade talisman. Jinghua City has to give this poor Taoist an explanation, not Chang Feng. Guard Su was a little hesitant. The old man surnamed Yang frowned and asked unhappily, Guard Su, is there such a thing? Yes, this junior was summoned by this fellow Taoist's communication talisman. However, Guard Su waved his hand and cast a silence talisman. Guard Su cupped his hands and said something to the old man surnamed Yang. The old man's eyebrows jumped from time to time as he listened. Finally, the old man surnamed Yang waved his hand and removed the silence talisman. He shouted, "No matter who it is, as long as they violate the rules of Jinghua City, they must be dealt with according to City Lord Lu's decree." "Yes, this junior understands." Guard Su cupped his hands and said, "Captain Yang." Chang Feng saw that the situation was bad and hurried forward. He bowed and said, "This is all this junior's fault. I was confused for a moment and thought that this fellow Taoist took this junior's jade talisman. That's why I went to reason with him. Since this fellow Taoist didn't take it, this junior will apologize to him." "Fellow Taoist Chang, this is unreasonable. There are so many people in your stall, but you just chased I and didn't ask about the others. If you didn't deliberately frame him, who would believe you?" Xiaohua sneered. Chapter 1344. But they didn't have that jade talisman. Chang Feng was a little anxious. He argued and looked a little pleading. He smiled apologetically and said, "Fellow Taoist, if you don't like it, why don't you pick one of the jade talismans in my stall?" "No." Xiaohua was abnormally straightforward. "Since you slandered I's reputation, then you should be prepared to fail. Then I would like to ask the senior of Jinghua City to uphold justice." With that, Xiaohua cupped his hands and said respectfully to the old man surnamed Yang, "I heard that Jinghua City's e-market has a rule of 10 times the penalty for one fake jade talisman. I wonder if I should also get back 10 times the compensation for being slandered?" The old man surnamed Yang glanced at Xiaohua, then raised his head to look at the surrounding cultivators. He nodded and said, "My Jinghua City's e-market attracts people, and is famous for its fairness. Fellow Taoist's words are in line with my Jinghua City's rules. Fellow Taoist was slandered for taking a jade talisman. Then this Chang Feng will take out 10 jade talismans to compensate fellow Taoist." "Ah?" Senior Yang. Chang Feng saw the situation he was most afraid of and knew that begging Xiaohua was useless. He hurriedly turned his head and said, Junior, this jade is a jade pendant. An ordinary jade pendant. Definitely not a jade talisman." "Is that so?" The old man surnamed Yang didn't seem surprised and only snorted coldly. "Hee, Senior Yang will uphold justice." Xiaohua was overjoyed. He cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist Chang recommended a jade talisman to this poor Taoist and asked for 2 top-grade spirit stones. This was heard by all the fellow Taoists around. If you don't believe me, you can ask the others." Without waiting for the old man surnamed Yang to speak, a few cultivators who were watching the show at the stall took a few steps forward and cupped their hands. "I can testify that I heard it with my own ears." Then Xiaohua pointed at another cultivator who was dodging and said with a smile, "This fellow Taoist even took a fancy to this jade talisman and wanted to bid against I presumably. This jade talisman isn't fake, right?" That cultivator's face alternated between red and green. Then he clenched his teeth and cupped his hands. "I can also testify." When Chang Feng saw this, he was furious. However, when he moved his arm and saw the cultivator's fierce gaze, he didn't dare to say anything. After thinking, he still said to the old man surnamed Yang, "I ask Senior Yang to be clear. With this junior's cultivation, how can I have a jade talisman?" Old man Yang shook his head, ignoring him. His face was cold and indifferent. Fellow Taoist Chang. What's the point? Can't prove what fellow Taoist says? T's prove it, TTS. Xiao snorted. However, if fellow Taoist Chang proves it's a jade pendant and not a jade talisman, then can't I go to Jinghua City and accuse you of using a jade pendant as a jade talisman? You. Chang Feng was anxious. He jumped up and shouted, "I already said it's a jade pendant, so I ask Senior Yang to show mercy. Use your divine sense to check this guy's body and see if there's any jade pendant. Also, is there I's jade pendant in this guy's storage pouch?" Chang Feng, I and the other 2 have already used our divine sense to check this fellow Taoist's body. Whether it's a jade pendant or a jade talisman, there's nothing. The cultivator surnamed Zhao behind him replied, displeased. Then, it's definitely in his storage pouch. Chang Feng jumped up again, very assertive. Xiaohua didn't hesitate at all when he heard this. He shook the storage pouch and everything inside fell out, scattering all over the ground. Chang Feng looked very carefully and was extremely disappointed. He shouted, just this little thing? I don't believe it. Xiaohua obviously couldn't let him look at the storage pouch. He reached out and handed it to Guard Su. Guard Su waved his hand and didn't take it, saying, "There's no need to look. This fellow Taoist storage pouch doesn't have anything like a jade pendant. What should I do?" Chang Feng was very anxious. He had to pay 10 times the price. Not to mention 20 pieces of top-grade spirit stones. Even 10 pieces would take his life. Chang Feng's eyes turned rapidly. He pointed around and said, "Someone must have taken that jade pendant." Chang Feng. The old man surnamed Yang released his pressure. Chang Feng felt like he was being pressed down by a huge boulder. With a plop, he knelt on the ground. Although Xiaohua wasn't the old man's main target, his knees still went soft and he almost knelt down. "No matter where that jade pendant of yours is, this fellow Taoist's accusation of blackmail is still valid. If you want to find your jade pendant, you can send a communication talisman to my Lake Jingling City. However, before that, you need to take out the compensation this fellow Taoist claims. I need to give this fellow Taoist and the surrounding Taoists an explanation." The old man surnamed Yang berated. "But this junior doesn't have that many spirit stones?" Chang Feng had obviously accepted his fate. He said with a bitter face and a trembling voice, "And I saw the things in your stall and the storage pouch at your waist. I can barely gather enough. I just don't know if this fellow Taoist is satisfied?" The old man surnamed Yang turned to look at Xiaohua. Xiaohua understood that the pressure just now didn't affect him for no reason. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Senior is right. This junior is very satisfied with this explanation. We're all cultivators and cultivation isn't easy. How could I force Lake Jingling City to cripple fellow Taoist Chang's cultivation?" And the old man surnamed Yang nodded slightly. Thank you, fellow Taoist." When Chang Feng heard this, although his heart ached, he still hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "No need. Fellow Taoist Chang, just give the things in your stall and the storage pouch to I." Xiaohua said calmly. Yes, I'll go right away." Chang Feng's face was piled with a humble smile. He hurriedly withdrew and returned to his stall. He looked at this and that with a pitiful expression. In the end, he steeled his heart and put everything into his storage pouch. The old man surnamed Yang no longer paid attention to Xiaohua and the others. He said with a clear voice, "Fellow Taoists, are you satisfied with my Lake Jingling City's punishment?" "Satisfied." The others all laughed. "And fellow Taoists, please rest assured. My Lake Jingling City will be the witness for all transactions in E-City. With today's experience as a reference, if there's anything you need, feel free to send a communication talisman to my Lake Jingling City. My Lake Jingling City will definitely uphold justice for you." "Thank you, Senior." Everyone cupped their hands and thanked him. The old man surnamed Yang and the other two waved their hands. A light curtain fell and covered the three of them. The three of them immediately flattened and disappeared with a twist. After the old man surnamed Yang left, Chang Feng handed the storage pouch to Xiaohua. His expression was different from before. There was a hint of threat in his eyes. He waved the storage pouch left and right and asked, "Fellow Taoist, are you sure you want I's storage pouch?" "Of course, why not?" Xiaohua's voice was calm as he extended his hand. Good. Chang Feng said the word good 3 times and handed the storage pouch to Xiaohua. Fellow Taoist, I don't need to tell you what's in your storage pouch. If you keep blabbering, be careful that I will use the communication talisman again, and ask for the protection of Lake Jingling City." Xiaohua said as he turned to look at Guard Su and said, "Guard Su, don't you think so?" Guard Su looked at the surrounding people who had already left. He coughed and said in a low voice, "Chang Feng, I know a lot about you. A while ago, you actually dared to provoke the disciples of Xuanyan School. If it wasn't for the fact that you didn't make a big deal out of it, even Captain Zhang wouldn't have been able to protect himself. If even I know, how can other people not know? You take care of yourself. That's all I have to say." He then cupped his hands at Xiaohua and said, "Fellow Taoist, if you need anything, feel free to send me a communication talisman." With that, He disappeared from the light curtain just like the old man surnamed Yang. Ha ha ha. Xiaohua laughed loudly. He put the storage pouch into the maze armor and walked away. Xiaohua was wearing the 7 skills sex maze armor. Who knows how many of these maze armors there were in East City. Chongfeng's gaze followed Xiaohua for a while before it disappeared in a flash. Chongfeng sighed. He knew that he wouldn't have a chance to get back at Xiaohua for what happened today. He could only hang his head dejectedly. At this time, the cultivator who was with Chongfeng looked around and saw that there was no one else around. He walked up and said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Chong, don't worry." "Nonsense, how can I not worry? All of I's things, including my storage pouch, are gone," Chongfeng said with an unhappy expression. But what could he do? The situation was like this at the time. That cultivator couldn't have done anything to resist. Fellow Daoist Chong. That cultivator walked a few steps forward and lowered his head to whisper a few words into Chongfeng's ear. "Oh, isn't that so? How could I?" Chongfeng's expression became a bit more spirited. Xiaohua, who had walked very far away, kept an eye on his back as he walked. He nimbly took a few turns and followed a few more cultivators who were similarly cloaked. Only then did he arrive at a place where there were many cultivators. With a wave of his hand, he took out the jade pendant that Xiao Mao wanted from his space. After looking at it, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Then, with a slight movement of his arm, the jade pendant disappeared. Evil people will naturally be punished with evil deeds. Chongfeng must have done a lot of these things. This young master only wanted to casually teach him a lesson. I didn't expect Jingbei City to be so fair. They actually gave all of Chongfeng's things to this young master. This is really straightforward. Thinking of this, Xiaohua couldn't even close his mouth. He rolled his eyes and took out Chongfeng's storage pouch. He threw everything inside into his space. With the empty storage pouch in his hand, he looked around. Is there even a need to say anything? Who knows what kind of tricks are inside this thing? I'll quickly deal with it and exchange it for spirit stones. Only then will I be safe. However, just as Xiaohua was looking around, he saw an extremely familiar figure not far away. Xiaohua unconsciously opened his mouth wide and thought in astonishment, why did this fellow Taoist appear here? Thinking of this, Xiaohua put away the storage pouch and quickly walked over. But, just as he took a few steps, another person appeared next to that person. Xiaohua was even more surprised and his footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Chapter 1345. After the purple color passed, the entire place stopped trembling. However, it was only quiet for a moment. All the colors just now appeared on that spot, and the entire place was filled with the 7 types of fluctuations. At that moment, that spot suddenly lit up, and a ray of white light flashed from there. In an instant, the white light filled the entire place, and the chaotic fluctuations in the place turned into an even more profound tremor at the same time. At this moment, everything in space within the light barrier entered this mysterious place. The space of thousands of feet, tens of thousands of feet, and even tens of thousands of feet once entered this mysterious place. It was like a clay ox entering the sea. Not a single trace of it could be seen. Everything in the space was the same as before. Except for a few flashing lights, everything else turned into the most basic particles. That tiny light spot suddenly collapsed, and then exploded, expanding infinitely in an instant. As for that heart-shaped object, when the light spot collapsed, it was sucked into the light spot, and a dozen other objects were also sucked into the surroundings. Following the explosion of the light spot, the heart-shaped object also exploded at the same time. However, the exploding object only expanded to tens of thousands of feet before it stopped. It formed a huge sphere that was tens of thousands of feet wide, wrapping the other objects inside. Bell, sword, axe, pagoda, guqin, cauldron, seal, mirror, pot, and stone formed a mysterious arrangement, floating at the edge of the big round ball. Outside the big round ball, it was still a mess. A chaos. Then, a golden pearl the size of a duck egg exploded. The entire sphere was filled with sharp metal elemental energy. Then, a green pearl exploded. Wood elemental energy filled with vitality mixed with metal elemental energy. Then a blue pearl, a red pearl, and an earthen yellow pearl all exploded. water elemental energy, fire elemental energy, and earth elemental energy all mixed together, kacha kacha. With a burst of thunder, the bead flashing with endless lightning finally burst open. Numerous lightning bolts struck the chi of the 5 elements. Whoa! The bead also burst open like a gust of wind. The chi of the 5 elements instantly filled the entire sphere. Following that, the chi of the 5 elements inside the sphere began to condense. Just as the 5-element chi condensed, the black-white fruit that was far away at the edge of the sphere quickly entered the center of the sphere and slowly rotated. The black-white fruit actually slowly melted in the chaotic 5-element chi, turning into a thin layer of black and white. The thin layer gradually expanded and divided the entire sphere into 2 halves. Finally, the black and white film became transparent and disappeared. The 2 black and white pearls that were together with the black-white fruit also separated at this time. One exploded on the white film layer, and the other exploded on the black film layer. The 2 halves of the sphere were filled with 2 different kinds of black and white brilliance. The lotus platform, bamboo, saplings, black flags, and other things that were originally flying and tangled together in the sphere immediately flew into 2 groups with the appearance of the black and white brilliance. The lotus platform, beads, saplings, and other things slowly gathered on one side of the white brilliance, and gradually settled down. The black flags and other things flew to the other side of the black brilliance, and slowly calmed down. As the 5-element chi condensed, the turbid air gradually descended, and covered the lotus platform, beads, and other things at the bottom layer, gradually forming solid soil. The clear air gradually floated up, forming the lingering clouds above the soil. Roar! The dragon's soul seemed to be very surprised, and flew above the sphere, occupying one side of the white brilliance. Ga the phoenix's soul was also very happy and flew above the sphere, occupying the other side of the black brilliance. A space was formed above the soil, and it was about 100 feet in size. Above the space, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, earth, fire, and wind slowly evolved. Below the space, the black brilliance underwent a mysterious change outside the sphere, which was tens of thousands of feet in size, was chaos. As for the spot of light that had exploded earlier, it suddenly appeared again. It flashed with a mysterious ripple and continued to move forward. However, it was unknown whether the area in front of it was the mysterious space, or if it was beyond the mysterious space. The changes of earth, fire, wind, and wind occurred in the mysterious space, and the absolute space where the light shield was also changed accordingly. The moment the mysterious space was formed, the space around the light shield rippled, and a pitch-black hole appeared, swallowing the light shield. The light shield was actually forcefully pushed out by the absolute space. At this time, the light shield was extremely dim, and the light shield was pushed into an extremely unstable space by the absolute space. Several spatial cracks appeared, and the light shield was cut into pieces. The light shield shrank and retracted into Zhang Xiaohua's left arm. It was a ring-shaped ring that was wrapped around his left arm. At this time, the ring only had a dim brilliance, and it was not enough to protect Zhang Xiaohua's entire body. The ring shook slightly and separated from Zhang Xiaohua's arm, and rapidly flew toward his head. The brilliance flashed again and penetrated the skull, deeply penetrating into the brain, and protected Zhang Xiaohua's brain. The brain was the most important part. As long as it could protect the soul, memories, and other things, even if Zhang Xiaohua's body was damaged, there would still be a chance for him to make a comeback. Zhang Xiaohua had encountered such a situation in the Yaoshan Immortal Abode's Immortal Guardian Spirit Tablet. However, Zhang Xiaohua's memories were now protected by the brilliance of the ring. If he did not have the opportunity, or if he did not understand the mysteries of the ring, or if his cultivation did not reach an extremely high level, these memories would not be easily revealed. The light shield had just dissipated when another spatial crack appeared from afar, and rapidly struck toward Zhang Xiaohua's body. At this critical moment, the space beside Zhang Xiaohua surged, as if there was a violent tremor behind the space. A hole about 10 feet wide suddenly appeared, and a powerful suction force sucked his body in. The little black dog and the little yellow mink beside him were also sucked in, but from different places. At the same time, the sword embryo in Zhang Xiaohua's hand, which had loosened slightly, was also completely released at this time. Just as Zhang Xiaohua's body flew to the edge of the hole, a golden brilliance also flew toward the void with a whoosh, and pierced into the man's body. Upon closer inspection, that brilliance was actually a snake-shaped ring. The snake-shaped shape was very fast, and was about to penetrate the man's body, but the golden threads in the man's blood vessels entangled it slightly, and the snake-shaped shape stayed in the man's body, fusing with his flesh and blood. After Zhang Xiaohua's body disappeared, the hole gradually shrank, but the spatial crack that came from afar coincidentally struck the hole and stopped it from shrinking. In the unstable void, countless mysterious things were sucked into the hole bit by bit. Behind this hole, where was it? Where did Zhang Xiaohua go? Chapter 1346. Fellow Taoists, have you thought of this? Who is the fellow Taoist that Xiaohua saw? That's right. It's the female cultivator Kaizhuoxia that Xiaohua saw on his way to the 100 Herb Sex Yaonong Peak. Next to Kaizhuoxia is the Euphoria Sex Li Zongbao, the young cultivator that Xiao Yuehong called a cultivation genius. These two. How did they get together? Xiaohua stopped and watched them quietly. Li Zongbao and Kaizhuoxia were both dressed in ordinary clothes. Li Zongbao's demeanor was like jade, his every movement calm and composed. An oppressive aura emanated from him, making others feel ashamed of their own inferiority. Kaizhuoxia's slightly tanned face was filled with joy. Joy filled the corners of her eyes, eyebrows, and the corners of her mouth. Her eyes revealed a strange expression, as if she wanted to entangle Li Zongbao. Kaizhuoxia's gaze didn't even leave Li Zongbao's side for a moment. Xiaohua originally wanted to go up and greet Kaizhuoxia, but seeing this scene, how could he go up? Li Zongbao was clearly unfamiliar with Jinghua City's e-market. Kaizhuoxia walked by his side, pointing at something from time to time and saying something. Li Zongbao smiled and nodded repeatedly. Xiaohua thought for a moment, then quietly followed the two not far away to see what they were doing. The two of them went to a few stalls. Li Zongbao was very generous and bought a lot of things. These things were placed into Kaizhuoxia's storage pouch from time to time. Kaizhuoxia did not show any signs of refusing. She felt that it was only natural. Haha. Interesting. The corner of Xiaohua's mouth that was hidden under the bewilderment revealed a slight smile. However, at this moment, Li Zongbao stopped and naturally turned his head to look at Xiaohua, who was following him. Upon seeing this, Xiaohua's footsteps paused for a moment, but he didn't stop in the slightest. He walked forward a few steps and looked around. His eyes unconsciously lit up as he stopped at a stall. As a result, Xiaohua turned around again. In front of him was a rather large stall. The stall owner was an 11th layer aura refining cultivator, and the things on display in his stall were some storage bags. Seeing Xiaohua approach, the cultivator smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, welcome to my 7 Skills Sect stall. What do you need?" 7 Skills Sect? Xiaohua stared blankly. The 7 Skills Sect was one of the 3 great cultivation sects in the country of Xi. How could they have such a small stall? Fellow Taoist, this bewildering insect was refined by my 7 Possibilities sect. Could it be that you've never visited my 7 Possibilities sect stall before? The cultivator smiled. This Mimi was purchased by my sect's master from a shop in the northern part of the city. It wasn't purchased on the market. Xiaohua smiled and regained his calm. He said, I have been to E City many times, but I have never visited Qiqiao sect's stall. Oh, fellow Taoist, my 7 Possibilities sect has many stalls in the market. This is only one of them. My 7 Possibilities sect's items are quite expensive, so it is natural for fellow Taoists to come here less often. The cultivator smiled and said, May I ask why fellow Taoist is here this time? There's nothing else. Xiaohua said as he took out the storage pouch and said, This storage pouch I no longer has any use. Let's see if the 7 Possibilities sect can buy it back. Of course. The cultivator nodded and took the storage pouch. He looked at it and said, Fellow Taoist, this storage pouch is not bad. It has a lot of space and hasn't been used many times. If fellow Taoist is willing to part with it, then I will pay you 2 top quality spirit stones. What do you think? 2 top quality spirit stones? Xiaohua was a little surprised and opened his mouth, not knowing what to ask. After all, in his impression, a storage bag was worth 10 high-grade spirit stones. He never thought that this storage bag would be worth 2 top-grade spirit stones. Previously, when he heard the old man surnamed Yang say this, He thought that the old man was just trying to smooth things over. Seeing Xiaohua's hesitation, the cultivator smiled and said, "Is fellow Taoist in pain? How about you take it back? Fellow Taoist must have spent at least 5 top-quality spirit stones to buy this storage pouch from my 7 Possibilities sect. You haven't even used it much yet and you want to sell it? Don't you think it's a good deal?" A storage pouch made by the 7 Possibilities sect? Xiaohua understood. It seemed that storage pouches made by different sects had different prices. Moreover, according to the size of the pouch, the number of times it was used, or the number of years it was used. The 10 top-quality spirit stones that fellow Taoists buy from the Fujian sect said should be the lowest quality storage pouch. As for the one on Xiaohua's waist, well, it was probably going to be scrapped soon. Xiaohua's heart ached when he heard this. That was 3 top-quality spirit stones. However, after thinking about it again, he had no use for this storage pouch. Moreover, it had hidden dangers. If he could exchange it for 2 spirit stones, then it was 2 spirit stones. He nodded and said, "Forget it, fellow Taoist. Let's sell it." Okay. The 7 Possibilities sect cultivator had been waiting for him to say that. He accepted the storage pouch and took out 2 spirit stones of different colors from his own storage pouch. One was a blue crystal like water, while the other was a bright red flame. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He understood why the 2 spirit stones were different in color. He calmly took them and hesitated for a moment before handing over the blue spirit stone. He asked, "Fellow Taoist, can I exchange it for a fire-type spirit stone?" "Of course." The cultivator smiled and said, "I have a lot of fire-type spirit stones here, but I don't have many water-type spirit stones. If fellow Taoist needs a fire-type spirit stone, it's best." Then he handed over a bright red spirit stone to Xiaohua. Xiaohua thanked him and put it away in his storage pouch. When he looked back, Kai Zhuoxia and Li Zongbao were long gone. Xiaohua was just casually looking around. Seeing that he couldn't find them, he stopped looking. He bid farewell to the 7 Possibilities sect cultivator, and prepared to walk further in to see if there was anything he needed. E-market was indeed huge. There were many places that were usually empty, but now there were many stalls. Soon 4 hours had passed. Xiaohua had seen many strange things, but he didn't buy them. Moreover, under the influence of what he saw, Xiaohua gradually learned about the cultivation situation in the state of Xi. Among the 3 great cultivation sects, the 7 Possibilities sect was good at refining tools. Things like bewildering beads and storage pouches were all from 7 Possibilities sect. Xuanyan school was good at refining pills. Foundation establishment pills and marrow cleansing pills were all from Xuanyan school. Of course, there were many other schools that were good at refining pills. For example, 10,000 Flower Valley Black Pill School and 100 Herb School could be counted as one of them, but they were very small. As for Shanghua School, they mainly refined talismans. Many of the best quality yellow talismans and even spirit talismans were refined by Shanghua School. Huangdao School and 5 Element School could also refine yellow talismans, but like 100 Herb School, they were small in scale. There were also many other small details that Xiaohua secretly remembered in his heart. Before the sky turned dark, Xiaohua once again purchased a marrow cleansing pill from the Xuanyan cult stall. He had previously purchased pills, but they were all used for healing. Pills that replenish qi, such as marrow cleansing pill and peiyuan pill, which could increase one's power, he had never bought them before. Of course, these kinds of pills rarely appeared in e-market. Xiaohua's marrow cleansing pill was obtained after a bidding war. It actually cost Xiaohua 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Thinking about how many spirit herbs he had to use to exchange for these 10 mid-grade spirit stones, Xiaohua's heart faintly dripped blood. However, he had no choice but to buy it, because he needed to test whether or not this marrow cleansing pill was the same as Xiao Yuehong's peiyuan pill, which could increase his cultivation by a year. E-market closed when the sky turned dark. Xiaohua saw many cultivators walking out of e-market, so he followed them out. As he walked, he also paid attention to his surroundings to see if there were any eyesores. Fortunately, he was overthinking. There were many people in the crowd who concealed their cultivation and appearance, so he didn't appear to be out of place at all. After he walked out of e-market, he carefully walked far away, but he didn't see anyone following behind him. Xiaohua found a secluded place and took off his camouflage mask, revealing his true appearance. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't believe that he could arouse the suspicions of Changfeng and the others with his qi refining second layer cultivation. Then he found a nearby inn, paid the spirit stones, and entered the room under the guidance of the inn's waiter. After activating the restriction in the room, Xiaohua closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. He sat quietly for nearly half an hour before opening his eyes. He patted his storage pouch and took out the marrow-cleansing pill. First, he sniffed the pill's rich medicinal fragrance, then without hesitation, he threw it into his mouth. After the marrow-cleansing pill melted and flowed into his body, Xiaohua silently used the death catharsis art to refine the medicinal efficacy of the marrow-cleansing pill. Very quickly, 2 hours passed, then another 4 hours. When Xiaohua opened his eyes, his face revealed a thoughtful expression. 3 hours had already passed. AI, is this marrow-cleansing pill's medicinal efficacy inferior to the Peiyuan pill? Or is this ordinary marrow-cleansing pill unable to greatly increase Ai's cultivation? After inspecting his cultivation, Xiaohua muttered to himself with a bitter smile. This marrow-cleansing pill, which cost him 10 mid-grade spirit stones, was far inferior to the Peiyuan pill he took at Yellow Flower Ridge. It was roughly equivalent to a month's worth of cultivation. Although the marrow-cleansing pill's medicinal efficacy is inferior to the Peiyuan pills, it shouldn't be inferior by this much, right? Perhaps. Only if I refine the cleansing marrow pill again, will I be able to find out the peculiarity. Xiaohua inwardly muttered to himself. He took out the 2 top-grade fire attribute spirit stones from his space and happily looked at them. He also thought to himself, I've heard that these top-grade spirit stones can be used for cultivation. If I'm not mistaken, then the spirit stone's spiritual energy should be absorbed into the body, similar to the principle of taking a pill. But, in the end, how can it be absorbed into the body? I still need to find a way to use the spirit stones. Immediately, Xiaohua stored the spirit stones into his space, closed his eyes and began to cultivate. He immersed his mind into the space, comprehending the changes in the heavens, and silently circulating his cultivation method. As usual, the starlight in the outer realm wrapped around Xiaohua. The next day, Xiaohua did not go to the first gathering after City. Instead, he took out the talisman paper and talisman ink for refining the yellow talisman, preparing to refine the ice thorn talisman. Chapter 1347. The icicle talisman was the same as the fireball talisman. They were both low-level yellow talismans, but their attributes were different. Xiaohua was eager to refine the icicle talisman because he wanted to confirm his conjecture. Because it was his first time refining the icicle talisman, it was somewhat difficult. After trying several times, he barely succeeded. The difficult part wasn't the drawing of the talisman, nor was it the insertion of the incantation. It was just that when he urged his magic power to wrap the world's spiritual energy with the talisman ink, it was much more difficult than refining the fireball talisman. Xiaohua didn't use a talisman brush to refine the icicle talisman, but when he rested for a moment and took out a talisman brush from his storage pouch to refine the icicle talisman, the difference was even more obvious. He drew a low-level icicle talisman over 100 times, but he didn't succeed even once. In the beginning, when he used his magic power to urge the talisman brush, it was very difficult for the talisman ink to wrap the world's spiritual energy. Later on, before he could finish drawing the talisman, the world's spiritual energy would break through the talisman ink and dissipate in the air. Xiaohua's self-confidence was greatly damaged. After failing dozens of times, he could only change the talisman and refine a few high-grade fireball talismans or middle-grade confinement talismans to comfort himself. This kind of slow practice, when it became boring, he would comprehend the heavenly Tao and cultivate his mental cultivation method. When his mind was clear, he would practice again. Time passed extremely quickly. After an unknown amount of time, when Xiaohua used up all the low-grade talisman papers he bought from City, the refining of the icicle talisman broke through to the final stage and was stuck at the stage of writing the talisman. Putting down the talisman brush, Xiaohua moved his slightly sore and numb wrist. Looking at the somewhat messy room, he smiled bitterly and thought, it seems that the 5 elements of the physique are also related to the refining of yellow talismans. I myself have a fire attribute physique. Using my own method to refine fireball talismans, I can easily refine fireball talismans that surpass high-grade ones. Even if I use a talisman brush to refine them, I can barely refine them to mid-grade ones. But if I were to change it to a water attribute yellow talisman, which is incompatible with the 5 elements, even if I were to use a talisman brush to refine them, I can only refine them to mid-grade ones. And if I were to use a talisman brush, it would be even more difficult. How many days have I spent using thousands of talisman papers? I actually still haven't succeeded. Alas, no wonder Senior Ma said that this is a process of accumulation of experience. Xiao Hua had long agreed with Ma Qingqing's point of view in his heart. Also, how long has it been? Presumably, Heaven Qi has already forgotten about me. Think of a way yourself. Xiao Hua immediately left the house and went straight to E-Bazaar. Although E-Bazaar was the same as usual, Xiao Hua, who had seen E-Bazaar before, felt that it was absolutely desolate. After walking around for a while, he bought some talisman paper and talisman ink. Xiao Hua then left E-Bazaar. Just as his figure appeared at the entrance of E-Bazaar, a scarlet-red brilliance quickly flew in front of him and quietly floated in the air. Xiao Hua stared blankly for a moment before coming to his senses. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. He stretched out his hand and took the light. A familiar voice rang out. It was Ma Qingqing's message. Fellow Taoist Xiao, I've made you wait for so long. If you have time today, quickly come to Huayun Park. I Tianqi have an absolutely great opportunity. I want to see how fellow Taoist's fate is. An absolutely great opportunity? Xiao Hua's face lit up with joy. Could it be that you have some cultivation method to give me? Xiao Hua excitedly walked a few steps, then unconsciously slowed down. He slowly pondered in his heart. If he wanted to join Heaven Qi, then he had to reveal his talisman crafting technique. This was the key for Xiao Hua to join Heaven Qi. However, although Xiao Hua could refine low-grade fireball talismans, and high-grade ones at that, he could even refine high-grade confinement talismans. However, his technique was different from the technique used to refine yellow talismans in Dawn Rain Continent. He didn't use a talisman brush to refine them. What gave Xiao Hua the most headache was that his cultivation was only at the 2nd layer of qi refining. With such a low cultivation, it was absolutely impossible for him to refine high-grade fireball talismans. Even if he used a talisman brush to refine a mid-grade fireball talisman, it was inevitable that he would reveal himself in Heaven Qi. And the direct consequence of revealing himself was that he might be noticed by 100 Herbs Gate. Heaven Qi was a self-help organization for rogue cultivators. It didn't have the obligation to protect every single rogue cultivator. If 100 Herbs Gate found out, Heaven Qi definitely wouldn't stand up for Xiao Hua. After all, Heaven Qi didn't even forbid its own members from fighting. This is a rather troublesome matter. Xiao Hua stroked his chin in a daze. He was indeed in a dilemma. After walking a few steps, Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "How can I be so dumb now? First, I'll use a talisman paper to refine an icicle talisman. Although this icicle talisman hasn't been successfully refined, it's not too far away. If Heaven Qi really doesn't approve, then I'll take the risk and refine a fireball talisman with a talisman brush. In any case, I'll just have to be extra careful in the future." After making up his mind, Xiao Hua quickened his pace. By the time he arrived at the Huayun Park, it was already afternoon. Seeing rogue cultivators entering and exiting the Huayun Park from time to time, Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled. The last time he came here it wasn't this lively, right? After entering Huayun Park, there were indeed many rogue cultivators inside. They seemed to be busy with something. When they saw Xiao Hua enter, they ignored him. Seeing this, Xiao Hua's original misgivings disappeared without a trace. Thinking about it, Zhang Zhihao attacking a rogue cultivator in the 2nd layer of qi refining wasn't something to be proud of. Moreover, this bastard definitely had the mentality of hogging it all for himself. He definitely wouldn't let others know. Xiao Hua's heart was at ease, and his brows also relaxed. According to his previous memory, he arrived in front of the room from last time. Just as Xiao Hua was about to step in, a middle-aged rogue cultivator coincidentally came out from inside. He looked at Xiao Hua with astonishment and asked, "Fellow Taoist, I'm not familiar with you. Are you a new fellow Taoist?" Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, I haven't joined Heaven Qi yet. This time, I'm looking for fellow Taoist Ma Qingcheng. Oh, so you're looking for fellow Taoist Ma. The rogue cultivator suddenly understood and said with a smile, fellow Taoist Ma isn't here. What? Not in Jingbua City? But, fellow Taoist Ma sent I a summoning talisman just now. Xiaohua stared blankly. This? The rogue cultivator smiled bitterly. Fellow Taoist, don't be anxious. I only said that fellow Taoist Ma isn't in this room. I didn't say he wasn't in Huayun Park or Jingbua City, right? Hearing this, Xiaohua's face became embarrassed. He smiled apologetically and said, I was impatient and misunderstood fellow Taoist. Haha, it's fine. The rogue cultivator smiled and said, Huayun Park is relatively busy today. If fellow Taoist has a summoning talisman, there's no harm in sending one. Otherwise, it really won't be easy to find fellow Taoist Ma. Of course I forgot about this. Xiaohua slapped his head and came to a realization. Afterwards, after expressing his thanks, he took out a summoning talisman from his storage pouch. After sending the summoning talisman, Xiaohua waited for a long while before he saw Ma Qingcheng hurrying over. Ma Qingcheng had a smile on his face from far away. When he came closer, he cupped his hands and said, I've troubled fellow Taoist Xiao to wait for so long. I don't dare. Xiaohua hurriedly returned the greeting and said with a smile, seeing so many people in Huayun Park, I know how busy fellow Taoist Ma is. Did something happen in Heaven Forsaken? Hehe, naturally there's an absolute opportunity. Otherwise, why would I be in such a hurry to have you come over? Ma Qingcheng said with a smile. So it's not a cultivation method. Xiaohua was somewhat surprised and asked curiously, I wonder what fellow Taoist Ma is talking about? Ha, this is a major matter in Heaven Forsaken. Fellow Taoist Xiao still hasn't joined my Heaven Forsaken, so forgive me for not being able to give you a detailed explanation. Ma Qingcheng said very happily, That's right, fellow Taoist Xiao, that fireball talisman. Has it been successfully refined? Not yet. Xiaohua said without hesitation, I failed to refine the fireball talisman. Later, I found a book on refining the icicle talisman and had some insights. Although I haven't been able to completely refine it, I'm not far from it. I wonder, as Xiaohua said this, he carefully observed Ma Qingcheng's expression. Unexpectedly, Ma Qingcheng's expression was as calm as water. He simply didn't care about what Xiaohua said. After Xiaohua finished speaking, he clapped his hands and said, That's very good. I already told fellow Taoist Xiao that although refining talismans depends on one's aptitude, if you don't have the guidance of a wise master, it's definitely not an easy task. For fellow Taoist Xiao to be able to cultivate to this extent in such a short period of time is already very commendable. As he said this, he clapped his hands and took out a summoning talisman. With a push of his transcendence energy, the summoning talisman flew away. He turned his head and said to Xiaohua, Fellow Taoist Xiao has always been very busy. I also haven't been able to see him for several days. If you don't use the summoning talisman, it's really hard to find him. Xiaohua smiled and nodded. Ma Qingcheng seemed to have a very good impression of Xiaohua. He looked Xiaohua up and down and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Xiao, during this period of time, I have been very worried about you. I was afraid that with only one mid-grade spirit stone, you wouldn't be able to survive in Jingbua City. But seeing that fellow Taoist didn't come to Huayun Yuan or send a message, and to tell the truth, the longer the test dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for fellow Taoist. Therefore, I didn't urge fellow Taoist Xiao too much. But now it seems that fellow Taoist Xiao is also mingling very well in this Jingbua City. You even got a storage pouch. Haha. Xiaohua smiled and untied the storage pouch. Fellow Taoist Ma will naturally know when you take a look. What? Ma Qingcheng took it and casually looked inside. There was a somewhat strange expression on his face. He handed it over again and said, Although this is a storage pouch with an extremely small space, it's still a storage pouch after all. Fellow Taoist Zhao's ability can be considered to be at a glance. I wouldn't dare. I was only slightly fiddling with some things in Yizhong. If I didn't have a storage pouch, it would really be inconvenient. Xiao Hua already had a countermeasure and explained with a smile. Haha, there's no need to say anything. This is fellow Taoist Zhao's own matter. I Tianqi have never been interested in it, ha ha ha. Ma Qingcheng stopped Xiao Hua's explanation. Just as he was about to speak, a voice came from outside the door. Fellow Taoist Ma, why are you so happy? Hearing this, Xiao Hua hurriedly got up and took a few steps forward. He cupped his hands and said, Junior greets Senior Qing. The person who came was Qing Fengmin. He was also happy to see Xiao Hua and returned the greeting. Long time no see. Fellow Taoist Xiao. How's your yellow talisman refining coming along? Chapter 1348. Hearing Qing Fengmin's concern, Xiao Hua's heart warmed. He smiled and said, although it's not as good as Senior Qing, it's not too far away. Immediately, Xiao Hua patted his storage pouch and took out the Fireball Talisman refining booklet and a mid-grade spirit stone. He very respectfully handed them to Qing Fengmin. Oh why? Qing Fengmin was somewhat surprised. He pointed at the booklet and said, fellow Taoist Xiao hasn't finished refining yet, right? Why are you returning the booklet to I? Haha, fellow Taoist Qing. Fellow Taoist Xiao hasn't made any progress with the Fireball Talisman, but he has some experience with the Icicle Talisman. Ma Qingcheng said with a smile, I really admire fellow Taoist Qing's insight. Is that so? Qing Fengmin was even more surprised and looked at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua smiled and told Ma Qingcheng what he just said. Oh, so it's like that. Qing Fengmin nodded slightly. It seems fellow Taoist Xiao has a water physique. That's why he couldn't refine the Fireball Talisman. This is I's negligence. Ma Qingcheng said with a smile, this can't be blamed on fellow Taoist Qing. According to Zhang Zhenbai, this talisman refining method doesn't have much to do with the 5 elements physique. Who knew that fellow Taoist Zhao's water physique would conflict with the Fireball Talisman? I guess it's related to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at the beginning of refining talismans. Qing Fengmin looked at the booklet in Xiao Hua's hand. Moreover, this Fireball Talisman booklet is the only one in I's possession. Even if I know fellow Taoist Xiao has a water physique, I still have to give this Fireball Talisman booklet to fellow Taoist Xiao. Hearing this, Xiao Hua pushed forward the things in his hand and said, many thanks for fellow Taoist Qing's good intentions. This Fireball Talisman booklet and these spirit stones, I said that day that they were only temporarily borrowed by I. Today I specially brought them here. I ask fellow Taoist Qing to take them back. Qing Fengmin looked at Xiao Hua, as well as the storage pouch on Xiao Hua's waist. He blinked a few times and said, how about this? This poor Taoist will accept these mid-grade spirit stones first. Fellow Taoist Xiao should keep the Fireball Talisman booklet. It won't be too late to return it to this poor Taoist when you've successfully refined the Fireball Talisman. Xiao Hua nodded and took back the booklet. Qing Fengmin took the spirit stones and put them into his storage pouch. Then, he took out a sound-transmitting talisman and said a few words on it. Then, he sent out the sound-transmitting talisman and turned to Xiao Hua and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, please wait a moment. This poor Taoist has already called 3 talisman craftsmen of my heaven forsaken. Let them see fellow Taoist's law enforcement methods. I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Qing. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and thanked him. It's okay, fellow Taoist Ma must have told you. First, I have the same idea as fellow Taoist Ma. If fellow Taoist can successfully refine the Fireball Talisman, then you can definitely join Heaven Forsaken. I only need 1 talisman refining talisman master to watch the entire refining process. Second, I have some worldly affairs to attend to during this time, so I didn't urge fellow Taoist Ma. Qing Fengmin pondered for a moment then said, but this time there is a great opportunity. For fellow Taoists of Heaven Forsaken, it's excellent. Thought, fellow Taoist Xiao should also need it, so I asked fellow Taoist Ma to send a message to fellow Taoist Xiao. Xiao Hua smiled, cupped his hands and thanked again. Fellow Taoist Qing is so righteous. I am really touched. It's okay. She country's individual cultivators are one family. Qing Fengmin modestly waved his hand, then asked about Xiao Hua's life in Jinghua City during this time. Xiao Hua carefully answered, but Qing Fengmin also asked casually. He didn't inquire about any details or privacy, which made Xiaohua worry for nothing. Not long after, 3/4 layer qi refining individual cultivators arrived. Their Taoist robes were very bright, and their faces were full of arrogance that was rarely seen among individual cultivators. After the three of them greeted Qing Fengmin and Ma Qingcheng, the first cultivator, who was about 30 years old, was very tall and had a fierce-looking face, glanced at Xiaohua and asked curiously, "This fellow Taoist seems to be a bit unfamiliar?" Fellow Taoist Zhou, don't worry, I will introduce you." Qing Fengmin pulled Xiaohua's sleeve and said, "This is fellow Taoist Xiaohua, a loose cultivator preparing to join Heaven Forsaken." Then he pointed at fellow Taoist Zhou and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this is fellow Taoist Zhou Tsungheng, a talisman master of Heaven Forsaken." Qing Fengmin's finger didn't stop. Then he pointed at a thin cultivator with a sallow face and an even colder expression and said, "This is fellow Taoist Li Xiaowen." Finally, there was a tanned cultivator with sunken cheeks and extremely small eyes, named Changyu. "Greetings to the three seniors." Xiaohua respectfully bowed. The three nodded slightly, except for Li Xiaowen, who cupped his hands and returned the greeting. The others casually waved their hands, which could be considered a greeting. Seeing this, Xiaohua couldn't help but feel slightly embarrassed. "Oh, fellow Taoists, I invited the three of you here to ask you to help me examine whether fellow Taoist Zhao's talisman crafting is qualified to join Heaven Forsaken." Qing Fengmin seemed to have seen a lot, so he didn't think much of it. "Fellow Taoist Xiao is a talisman master?" Li Xiaowen's face was very surprised. "How is that possible?" Changyu with small eyes said coldly, "How can a second-layer qi refining individual cultivator be a talisman master?" Zhou Tsungheng also said with a smile, "If he really is a talisman master, why do the three of us need to come here?" Exactly, although fellow Taoist Xiao has some talent in talisman crafting, but he still can't completely refine yellow talismans, so I invited the three of you here to see how fellow Taoist Zhao's talisman crafting level is. Qing Fengmin said with a smile, "Oh, so it's like that." The three of them glanced at each other. Then Li Xiaowen said, "Then would fellow Taoist Xiao please display his talent?" "Seniors, please don't laugh at me. This junior is just a beginner. Please don't laugh at me." Xiaohua was very humble. He took out the talisman paper, talisman ink and talisman brush, and placed them on the ground. Seeing that Xiaohua only had low-grade talisman crafting materials, the corners of the three people's mouths slightly drooped. Soon after, Xiaohua refined the icicle talisman as usual. Of course, this time was the same as usual. At the final critical moment, the talisman ink couldn't wrap around the spiritual energy, and the entire successful yellow talisman turned into ashes with a qi sound. Xiaohua's expression didn't change. He put away everything properly, then stood quietly to the side, waiting for the three people's judgment. "Fellow Taoists, how about we take a look at fellow Taoist Zhao's level of talisman crafting?" Qing Fengmin's gaze followed the icicle talisman turning into ashes, and a somewhat strange expression appeared on his face. Soon after, that expression disappeared, and he raised his head to ask the three people with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this talisman's memory is very deep." There wasn't the slightest bit of hesitation when waving the talisman brush. "Presumably, you have some talent in the crafting of yellow talismans." Chengyu frowned and said, "But fellow Taoist Zhao's icicle talisman's talisman characters are of different thickness and extremely uneven. This shows that fellow Taoist Zhao's control of magic power is really lacking. And this control of magic power is the key to crafting yellow talismans. The icicle talisman is only a low-grade yellow talisman, and it doesn't have the talisman writing technique of mid-grade and high-grade yellow talismans. That talisman writing technique requires one to have meticulous control of magic power. It can be said that fellow Taoist Zhao's shortcomings have already blocked fellow Taoist Zhao's path of advancement in the field of yellow talismans." "And I understand." Qing Fengmin nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhao's shortcoming is that his cultivation isn't high enough, and his control of magic power is very insufficient. This can only be achieved through hard work." Li Xiaowen said, "Fellow Taoist Qing is right. I observed fellow Taoist Zhao's talisman characters. Although his technique is rusty, the talisman characters drawn are very spiritual, and the position of the brush strokes is extremely accurate. If it's only the aptitude for crafting yellow talismans, fellow Taoist Xiao is really good. Unfortunately, his age isn't too suitable. What about fellow Taoist Zhou? Qing Fengmin turned to look at Zhou Tsingheng. To tell the truth, when I started crafting yellow talismans, my cultivation was higher than fellow Taoist Zhao's, and my age was also much younger. Zhou Tsingheng pondered for a moment and said, moreover, I spent a full half-year of hard work to successfully craft the fireball talisman. Fellow Taoist Xiao, being able to craft to such a degree is also commendable. I understand. Qing Fengmin nodded, looked at the three people, and asked, then, in the eyes of three fellow Taoists, can fellow Taoist Xiao join Heaven Forsaken as a talisman master? He can't. Chang Yu said resolutely and decisively, even if fellow Taoist Xiao can craft icicle talismans in the future, it'll only be low-level yellow talismans. His level can only be like this. Naturally, he can't join as a talisman master. Oh no, I overreached myself. Xiao Hua was somewhat anxious in his heart, and said inwardly, this kind of petty trick. I have to pay more attention in the future. I mustn't make any more mistakes. Then, he secretly pondered about how to remedy the situation. I think it's okay. Li Xiaowen said, didn't fellow Taoist Qing only ask about fellow Taoist Zhao's aptitude? Just looking at talisman crafting methods and not looking at fellow Taoist Zhao's cultivation, I feel that he can barely be considered a talisman master. And I have the same view as fellow Taoist Li. Zhou Tsingheng's words made Xiao Hua's heart settle down. Actually, if fellow Taoist Xiao practices for a year and a half, he can definitely craft this icicle talisman successfully. At that time, joining Heaven Forsaken will naturally be easy. Haha, that's exactly so. Ma Qingcheng also clapped at the side and said, I have a compromise. Fellow Taoist Xiao can join Heaven Forsaken as a talisman master today. However, because he hasn't been able to craft yellow talismans and hasn't provided yellow talismans to Heaven Forsaken, before he can craft the icicle talisman, he can't obtain the cultivation technique provided by fellow Taoist Tian Forsaken. Fellow Taoist Qing, fellow Taoists, what do you think? That's how it should be. Qing Fengmin was also happy when he heard this. He nodded and said, it's not easy to become a talisman master. Although fellow Taoist Zhao's accomplishments in talisman crafting will be limited in the future, after all, he can still contribute to Heaven Forsaken. I Heaven Forsaken welcome such a cultivator. Xiao Hua was overjoyed and hurriedly cupped his hands in thanks. Fellow Taoists, thank you for your help. Good, we welcome fellow Taoist Xiao to join Heaven Forsaken. Qing Fengmin clapped and said, fellow Taoist Ma, please bring fellow Taoist Xiao to register. The three fellow Taoists will also go together and record the situation here. From today onwards, fellow Taoist Xiao is a member of Heaven Forsaken. You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.